The jazz scene. Eric Hobsbawm. Acknowledgements. I am not an expert as experts go in the world of jazz, which has many, and I could not have written this book without picking many people's brains. My debt to several important books and publications will be evident. I have, so far as possible, acknowledged it in footnotes, but should like to add a word of appreciation for the now defunct magazine Jazz Music, edited by Max Jones and Albert McCarthy, which cheered us up during the war. My debts to people are too numerous for proper acknowledgement. I would only like to mention two to whom I owe a great deal: Dennis Preston, who first introduced me to jazz in 1933 and has continued to stimulate and inform me through the years since; Charles Fox, to whom I owe much of my later education in jazz. Both have read through some chapters in manuscript, but neither they nor anyone else except the author are responsible for the views and mistakes of this book. I am also grateful to the editor and staff of The Melody Maker, and to the secretary and staff of the National Jazz Federation for giving me access to their respective files and records and for providing me with information, and to the New Statesman, which has given me the opportunity for keeping in much closer contact with the people of jazz than I would otherwise have done. For the rest, the numerous musicians, critics, and journalists, businessmen, fans, and others whom I have at one time or another consulted must forgive me if I give them only collective and anonymous thanks. E.J.H. 1959. I have taken the opportunity to revise and bring this book up to date for the present edition. I also wish to acknowledge a few more debts. While I cannot thank all those who guided me through the jungle of the American jazz scene, I would like to say how much I owe to Ralph Gleason of the San Francisco Chronicle for his critical comments on the book and for much else, to John Steiner and Studs Terkel in Chicago, to Bill Randall in Cleveland, and in New York, to John Hammond, Nat Hentoff, Whitney Beliot, and Martha Glazer. In spite of their efforts, my errors remain my own. E.J.H. 1961. A note on the old money. For the benefit of those too young to remember the olden days, before 1971 the pound sterling, pound, consisted of 20 shillings, s, each of 12 pennies, d, hence pound.s.d, the pennies being in turn divided into 4 farthings. There were coins of a farthing, a halfpenny, a penny, 3 pence, 6 pence, a shilling, a florin, 2 shillings, and half a crown, 2/6, and bank notes from 10s upwards. There was also a purely notional unit of pound 1/1/0 called guinea, which was a polite upmarket excuse for charging an extra 5% on goods and services worth pound 1. The shilling and florin coins were transformed into the present 5p and 10p coins. The decimalized penny was initially equal to 2.4d. Consequently, a single record of 1958 cost, in modern currency, 30p, and LP £1.50. For comparison, at about the same time a gallon of petrol averaged 4s11 25p, the annual road tax £12/10/0, £12.50, and comprehensive car insurance in London £34/0/0. Introduction to the 1993 edition. Discovering jazz, as the Czech writer and jazz buff Josef Skvorecky has said, is, for most people, rather like first love. On the whole it is more lasting, and it usually happens at much the same time. In the case of the present writer it happened at the age of 16, in the year Adolf Hitler took power in Germany. My family had just returned to England after a few years in the movie business in Berlin, and a losing struggle against the slump. My old man brought back a copy of Carl Laemmle's biography by John Drinkwater, a forgotten but on this occasion evidently well-paid minor English literary figure, personally signed by Uncle Carl and practically no money. Until we could find a suitably cheap apartment, we stayed with relatives in Sydenham, a Victorian white-collar suburb in southeast London. My Aunt Cissy, living in undefined detachment from Uncle Lou, who was permanently absent pursuing business across the Atlantic, taught school. Her married daughter, also living in the same house, was trying to teach dancing and elocution to the daughters of aspiring mothers in the neighborhood. Her husband was not making a living and was therefore uncommunicative. The one member of our host family who seemed to be a human being in the full sense of the word was a young man of my own age, my cousin Dennis Preston. We had known of one another before, because our families, this is the way of families, had told us to write letters to each other. There had been a half-hearted correspondence between London and Berlin, from which both sides concluded that the other guy was a drip. When we actually met, we were agreeably surprised to find that the other guy was okay. I undoubtedly tried to convert him to communism, to which I had been converted while living through the rise of Hitler. He converted me to jazz. How he had come to jazz I don't know, but in retrospect it is not surprising. He conformed exactly to the type of the 1930s British jazz fan which is sketched in the chapter on the jazz public, the intelligent, self-educated young man from the lower middle classes, preferably a little bohemian. My cousin had dropped out of high school and was studying to be a viola player. Jazz, of course, meant exclusively the few 78 RPM records the British companies released every month, which had to be sorted out from the larger mass of contemptible dance band noises to which they were attached. Still, there was by then a small British public for jazz and even a reliable guide to what was good, Spike Hughes in The Melody Maker, my cousin's Bible. My cousin bought these, played them until the grooves groaned and, when money was short, it usually was, made a part exchange deal with the local record shop. At any time he was likely to have perhaps 20 of these heavy black discs, in brown paper or cardboard covers. Sleeves were a generation away. These were the records we played in a sparsely furnished attic, on the heavy hand-cranked box which in those prehistoric days was not even yet called a record player but a gramophone. In between records and intensive discussions about how great they were, we restored our strength with potato crisps and spoonfuls of heavily sugared canned milk, the kind that was firmly labeled unfit for babies. We preferred to have these sessions at night. When the days were too long, we drew the curtains. In retrospect, the jazz we came to through these British releases of the early 30s, was as good an introduction to the music as any that was available. The first jazz records I remember were the Fletcher Henderson Band's, Sugarfoot Stomp, House of David Blues, Don Redman's, Chant of the Weeds, the Mills Blue Rhythm Band, Bix and Tram, of course, the Mills Brothers. I wonder how that ancient vocal group stands up to rehearing, and the accepted geniuses, Armstrong and Ellington. The Armstrongs we heard were not yet the Potato Head Blues Hot Fives and Hot Sevens, but how could we complain when the Armstrong-Hines combinations, St. James Infirmary, Knockin' a Jug and West End Blues were already available? And, fortunately, the great man had not yet been tied up in the straitjacket of New Orleans archaeology. Though we sighed over the commercial corruption of true art in records like Confessin' and Song of the Islands, we were lucky to be introduced to a great artist at the very peak of his form. As for Ellington, could anyone hearing Black and Tan Fantasy and Creole Love Call not be captured for life? Then Ellington came in person. He was, by this time, a composer taken seriously by the hipper sections of the British musical establishment. He was also a greatly appreciated figure in the younger aristocratic and even royal circles, which probably pleased him at least as much. Two suburban teenagers, who belonged to neither of these groups, could only express their devotion in a suburban way. We made the pilgrimage to the Streatham Astoria in South London, a ballroom where the band was booked for what was then called a breakfast dance, midnight to morning. Of course we knew the great man's record breakfast dance forwards and backwards. I assume our elders had pity on us, because the tickets were far beyond our normal financial reach. There we sat, from midnight till dawn, nursing the glass of beer which was all we could afford, the image of the band burning itself on our brains forever. Maybe, after almost 60 years, I can no longer without prompting recite the entire personnel of Ellington 1933, including Ivy Anderson, whose Stormy Weather was the hit of the season, as with the other women singers of the band, except Adelaide Hall of the unforgettable Creole Love Call. We could live without them, but to this day I can see Hodges, impassive as what in those politically uninformed days we used to call a Red Indian, stepping forward to wind his sounds round our hearts. We walked home 4 miles in the dawn. The money had run out and I was hooked for good. For the next 20-odd years, like most British jazz fans, I subsisted on records on the old, heavy, 3-minute shellac 78s, because a dispute between the two musicians' unions kept American musicians out of Britain. We were convinced that only Americans, preferably black, were worth listening to. In this stored and unreal form the music was available, at least to the network of aficionados, sufficiently small for everyone to know somebody who supplemented the excellent selection of commercial releases by importing discs directly from the United States. It was an artificial situation, though it gave the core group of British fans a considerable influence over the development of the music in Britain. Since they virtually controlled what they heard, they were the taste makers. To take the most obvious example, the first kind of live native jazz that developed on any scale, from the later years of the war onwards, was that typical phenomenon of collectors and fans, the Dixieland revival. However, whereas Lou Waters and Bob Wilber were peripheral to the US jazz scene, the British revival bands were absolutely central to it. These bands, largely recruited from amateurs, in turn took over from the original aficionados a passion for the country and city blues, some of which had come to Britain via the American communist and radical repertoire of the black folk protégés, Lead Belly, Brownie McGhee, Sonny Terry, Josh White et.al., and some via the small but passionate groups whose collectors' hearts had always been in Clarksdale rather than New Orleans. As I point out in the 1989 introduction, a lot of British rock music's ability to capture the world was due to the fact that the average white British 18-year-old was much more likely to have heard Muddy Waters than the average white US teenager. The downside of this state of affairs was that the British jazz authorities, like most of those who had developed their taste in the 1930s, notably the French, were taken aback by bebop and, to be honest, most of them disliked it intensely. It came, not out of the milieu of enthusiastic and, in general, musically illiterate appreciators, but of young professional big band musicians. The young British band musicians were much more receptive to bebop, but theirs was a very small scene. It was a revolution, and European jazz fans didn't need one or want one. They wanted authenticity. Moreover, the wartime recording ban in the USA broke that continuity of record releases that got even unadventurous fans used to thinking the spectacular transformations of jazz between, say, 1926 and 1941, few arts have changed more rapidly, not as a series of revolutions in the avant-garde manner, but as just growth. After all, the Pope of the Church of Jazz tradition, Hughes Panacea himself, who denounced the modernists as agents of Satan, had found neither Lester Young nor Charlie Christian unacceptable. The bop revolution caught Europe unprepared, although in suitable countries, notably France and Scandinavia, a new generation of intellectual champions of the avant-garde soon appeared. They were rewarded by the expatriate US bop players who settled there in the desert years. During all these years I had been no more than a fringe observer of the jazz scene. I was no expert. I was neither a collector nor the sort of guy whose name collectors knew, and I neither wanted to write about jazz nor did anyone ask me to. Not even in any of those tiny, short-lived, fact-filled, and denunciatory jazz magazines in which the experts poured out their information and squared up to each other on such issues as black versus white or the acceptability of swing bands, like entrants for a local amateur bantamweight contest. Through my cousin, who eventually went into the recording business, I knew these people and learned from them, for every jazz expert was and is a passionate educator. But though I also educated others, I was no specialist. From the jazz point of view I had only one peculiarity which made me noticeable: I was, by the 1950s, a professional historian. Why this should have struck both jazz and non-jazz people as so bizarre, I still find difficult to understand. Academics who were passionate jazz lovers were a minority but not at all unknown, even in my own generation, the university graduates of the 1930s. It is true that the sounds preferred in the groves of academe were closer to Beethoven than to Basie, and that the new generations of students had not yet begun to flood into universities by the hundreds of thousands, at least in Europe. When they did, they brought rock with them rather than jazz. It is also true that most of the substantial but growing academic jazz underground kept their unofficial musical tastes to themselves or shared them only with sympathizers, like dissident sexual or gastronomic inclinations. And yet, profoundly as the cultural atmosphere has changed since the 1950s, a historian who also writes about jazz is still considered in many quarters as freaky, in some way, through attractively so. To have written about professional soccer, or to have been a successful racehorse tipster, or a well-known compiler of chess problems, or a passionate gambler, I am citing real cases, has not become part of the image of the academics who pursue these extracurricular activities, but to have written a book about jazz has, at least in my case. What's so odd about the combination of jazz and history? Perhaps readers can explain what the author cannot. So I got into jazz writing because editors and publishers enjoyed the idea of a professor reporting, in those days pseudonymously, on such unacademic music. Conversely, the idea of being reported by a bona fide PhD for the New Statesman, which was at that time the ranking guardian of British high culture, tickled people in the British, and later the American, jazz scene. The middle 50s were an ideal time to start writing about jazz. For the first time Brits could regularly hear first-rate American artists live, and shortly after, not without some complications from those who guarded America against red subversion, I began to visit the USA. Meanwhile both musicians and serious jazz buffs were abandoning the pointless battles between Rampart Street and 52nd Street, all except the comic novelist Kingsley Amis and the poet Philip Larkin, who continued to see bebop as treason. Larkin even wrote an uncharacteristically sentimental poem about Bichet, full of French Quarter clichés. I wrote that column for about 10 years until remarriage and small children produced a major clash between the nocturnal timetable of a jazz writer and the daytime life of a family man. 18 of these columns from 1955 to 65 are reprinted for the first time in this edition. When jazz started to revive in the 1980s, I began to write about it again, in a different and more reflective manner, stimulated by the good luck of living and working within walking distance of Bradley's and the Vanguard in New York for part of the year. The introduction to the 1989 British reprint of the jazz scene, which the present edition reproduces, tried to bridge the gap that separated the jazz of 1960 from that of 1990. Meanwhile, Robert Silvers of the New York Review of Books gave me the chance to meditate again on why jazz is not only a marvelous noise but a central concern for anyone concerned with 20th century society and the 20th century arts. These 5 studies of the jazz revival of the 1930s and the 1980s, and of particular jazz artists in their social context, Ellington, Basie, Bichet, are essentially about the interaction at one particular moment of American history, between the makers of jazz, the self-contained democracy of professional working musicians, the community of night people with folk roots, and the fans who recognized that they were witnessing the birth of art. These pieces are, I hope, logical extensions of the original jazz scene. So, one way or another, this book is one person's reaction to 60 years' experience of jazz. 60 years? You must be joking. I wish I were. Where, after all those decades, during which the writer has survived most of those he wrote about and too many of those to whom he owes his jazz education, does jazz stand at the end of the century? The jazz revival I surveyed in the New York Review in 1987 has lasted on both sides of the Atlantic, though hit by the depression of the early 1990s. In November 1991, Hot House, the Jazz Nightlife Guide distributed in the New York area, listed 41 clubs and halls playing the music in Manhattan that month, plus another 13 in New Jersey. The number of these venues was still rising, but rather slowly. And yet, there was something strange about this revival, even though that strangeness made it more familiar to such ancient jazz lovers as the present author. The jazz of the early 1990s looked back. Suppose we look at the Downbeat Critics poll of 1991, which lists as its Jazz Artists of the Year Wynton Marsalis, Benny Carter, Sonny Rollins, Jackie McLean, Dizzy Gillespie, Cecil Taylor, Henry Threadgill, and David Murray. 5 of these 8 were household names in 1961, 2 came up in the hard years of jazz exile and are now middle-aged, and only Wynton Marsalis, a second-generation jazzman, belongs to the 1980s. The Reader's Poll, December 1990, is not noticeably fixture-oriented, though it gives more space to middle-aged talents who paid their dues in the dark years, Jack DeJohnette, Marcus Roberts, Phil Woods, Pat Metheny. Suppose we look at what they play. The basis of what is played today is essentially what was played in the 40s and 50s. Everyone is a bopper. It is not that nothing has been happening in jazz since then, but rather that the innovations of the past 30 years, from free jazz to fusion, have been silently marginalized. Even the most enthusiastic obituaries of Miles Davis, the key figure in the development of jazz since the early 1950s, grow noticeably more ambiguous about his last 20 years and prefer to keep quiet about his last 10. This suits senior citizens who have no trouble remembering the marvels of the first quintet, of Miles Ahead and Kind of Blue, but surely the generation gap should not look quite so narrow? Tradition is the key word now, a term once heard more often among jazz fans deploring the end of Dixieland and their youth, than among musicians. And yet, here is a 25-year-old sax player, out of Parker and Adderley, as recently reported. Bird is the main influence because he covers so many eras and styles in his playing. He stood for the tradition and I figured if I studied enough Bird I'd get hold of it. Did Bird think of himself that way when he was 25? Indeed, the mode retro goes back a long way beyond the original boppers. There has been a return to the standard ballads, even if they are now played with avant-garde flourishes by men returned to the mainstream from the more inaccessible frontiers, like Archie Shepp, the terror of the 1960s. There are even signs of the black rediscovery of the original New Orleans tradition, which I predicted in the jazz scene, admittedly from Wynton Marsalis, who is both from New Orleans and a man in favor of traditions. There has been, above all, an extraordinary return to the blues. Last year's reissue of Robert Johnson is said to have sold 500,000 copies. Benson and Hedges sponsors a blues festival in New York. Blues bars are opening right and left in Chicago, to the deserved benefit of old men who could do with a buck or two, and, as I write, they are being imported into a new New York club advertising nothing but Chicago blues. All this is both comforting and familiar to old stagers, though it is impossible today to feel, as we did in the later 1950s and in the years from 1936 to 1942, that we are living through a golden age of jazz again. There is just a lot of jazz to listen to, and no shortage, at least in the New York area, of piano players who are both adventurous and accessible. But it is also a danger sign. Jazz cannot survive like Baroque music, as a form of pastiche or archaeology for the cultured public, even among blacks. But this is precisely the danger that threatens it. Black kids do not sing the blues today. They are performed, at best, by elderly artists for elderly neighborhood audiences and, at worst, as in many of the new Chicago blues rooms, in white neighborhoods, by the same grayheads, for white students. Black kids do not dream of playing horns, except, paradoxically, among young Caribbeans in Britain, who have no indigenous jazz tradition, but of being in great rap groups, a form of art which, in my opinion, is musically uninteresting and literary doggerel. In fact, it is the opposite of the great and profound art of the blues. There are good reasons for this. What is one sax compared to the ghetto blaster, but it cuts off the roots of jazz. The flourishing black media and art scene, what might be called the Spike Lee belt, is impregnated with jazz, and so, obviously, are musicians black or white. But jazz has always lived not by the hipness of the public, which has, with the rarest exceptions, always been a minority public, but by what Cornel West calls the network of apprenticeship, the transmission of skills and sensibilities to new practitioners. The cords of this network are fraying. Some of them have snapped. Is jazz then being transformed beyond redemption into another version of classical music, an accepted cultural treasure, consisting of a repertoire of mostly dead styles, performed live by artists, some of them young, for a financially comfortable middle-aged and middle-class public, black and white, and the Japanese tourist? Will it be, once again, accessible to its potential mass constituency basically through radio and recordings, as it was to my European generation half a century ago? To listen to most jazz stations today is to be back in the esoteric world of those who have the true faith, where 3 days devoted exclusively to, say, recordings of Clifford Brown are seen as 3 days well spent. Is jazz becoming terminally fossilized? It is not impossible. If this should be the fate of jazz, it will not be much consolation that Clint Eastwood has buried Bird in a celluloid mausoleum and that every hairdresser and cosmetics store plays tapes of Billie Holiday. However, jazz has shown extraordinary powers of survival and self-renewal inside a society not designed for it and which does not deserve it. It is too early to think that its potential is exhausted. Besides, what is wrong with just listening and letting the future take care of itself? E. J. Hobsbawm. London, 1992. Introduction to the 1989 edition. This book was first published almost 30 years ago, under the pseudonym Francis Newton, based on Frankie Newton, the trumpeter, which was then intended to keep the author's writings as an historian apart from his writings as a jazz journalist. The attempt did not succeed, so it is now republished under my own name. To reprint a work of 1959 to 61 may seem like reprinting an old telephone directory. 3 decades are a large enough chunk of the life of a human being, but they are a much larger fraction of the history of so rapidly evolving, so constantly changing a music as jazz. However, the jazz scene may be a reminder of the days when Armstrong and Ellington were still alive, when it was possible to listen within a few days or weeks to the living Bechet and Basie, to Ella Fitzgerald, the dying Billie Holiday and the glorious Mahalia Jackson, to Gillespie, Miles Davis, Coleman Hawkins and Lester Young, to Mingus, Monk, Pee Wee Russell, Jack Teagarden, Hodges and Webster. It was a golden age for jazz, and we knew it. What is more, the years between 1955 and 1961 were one of the rare periods when the old and the new coexisted in jazz and both prospered. The sounds of New Orleans were alive, played both by old men now dead and young white disciples. So, but only just, were the big bands. In fact, the great Ellington was just entering on a new lease of life with the Newport Festival of 1956. Bebop had re-entered the mainstream of jazz, out of which its revolutionaries had emerged and against which they had rebelled. Dizzy Gillespie could already be seen, not simply as an innovator but as Armstrong's successor to the crown of jazz trumpeters. And a new generation of rebels had already come together in what looked like a new avant-garde, organizing, in 1960, an anti-festival to the Newport Jazz Festival which, in the 1950s, had come to be the major ecumenical attempt to bring the best in jazz together. While the older battles between the traditionalists and modernists faded into the historical background, Ornette Coleman, Archie Shepp, Eric Dolphy, Don Cherry and others were now joined, in the ill-defined area of free jazz, by established avant-garde stars like John Coltrane, Charles Mingus, or Cecil Taylor. In fact, most of the developments of the 1960s and 1970s were already being anticipated in 1960, when the author, on his first visit to the USA, found the nights too short to listen to everything that could be heard in New York, from the half note and the 5-spot in the Village to Small's Paradise and the Apollo in Harlem, and further west in Chicago and San Francisco. But is it enough merely to recall a golden age? And if not, what else can justify reprinting a book which plainly can't tell readers much about the state of jazz in the late 1980s, and does not intend to? But then, even in 1960 it was not the object of the jazz scene to provide a survey of the scene at that time. It tried to do 2 things. First and foremost, I set out to see jazz, which is one of the most significant phenomena of 20th century world culture, in historical perspective. I set out to trace its social roots and history, to analyze its economic structure, the body of its musicians, the nature of its public, and the reasons for its extraordinary appeal, both in the USA and elsewhere. This was one of the first books to investigate jazz in this manner. I hope a good deal of what it says retains its interest, and much of its argument can still stand, even if certain chapters, for instance the study of the jazz business in the later 1950s, which was based on first-hand documentation, is now only of historical interest and the pop music it discusses is dead. In any case, the jazz scene is a contribution to the history of jazz, and especially of the jazz public, in Britain, a subject which is still not adequately known. In the second place, the book set out to provide a general introduction to jazz for the generation of fans and sympathizers which had discovered it in the 1950s, and for the educated and cultured readers in general, who were just then becoming aware that they ought to know something about it. For it was in the middle 1950s that the guardians of established culture for the first time felt that they had to inform their public about jazz, which is why the Observer commissioned a jazz column from a fashionable novelist, and, inspired by this, I talked myself into becoming jazz correspondent for Kingsley Martin's New Statesman. Jazz has always been a minority interest, like classical music, but unlike classical music the taste for it has not been stable. Interest in it has grown by spurts and, conversely, there have been times when it was in the doldrums. The later 1930s and the 1950s were a period when it expanded quite strikingly, the years of the 1929 slump, in the USA at least, when even Harlem preferred soft lights and sweet music to Ellington and Armstrong. The periods when interest in jazz has grown or revived have also, for reasons obvious to publishers, been the times when new generations of fans wanted to know more about it. But we are once again in a period when interest in jazz is reviving quite dramatically in both Britain and the USA. For, shortly after the jazz scene appeared, the golden age of the 1950s came to a sudden end, leaving jazz to retreat into rancorous and poverty-stricken isolation for some 20 years. What made this generation of loneliness so melancholy and paradoxical was that the music that almost killed jazz was derived from the same roots that had generated jazz. Rock and roll was and is very obviously the offspring of American blues. The young, without whom jazz cannot exist, hardly any jazz fan has ever been converted after the age of 20, abandoned it, and with spectacular suddenness. 3 years after 1960, when the golden age was at its peak, in the year of the Beatles' triumph across the world, jazz had been virtually knocked out of the ring. Bird lives could still be seen painted on lonely walls, but the celebrated New York jazz venue named after him, Birdland, had ceased to exist. To revisit New York in 1963 was a depressing experience for the jazz lover who had last experienced it in 1960. This did not mean that jazz disappeared, only that both its musicians and its public grew older, and were not reinforced by the young. Of course, outside the USA and Britain, which were the main centers and sources of rock, the youthful public for jazz, though probably socially and intellectually select and upmarket, remained substantial and commercially far from negligible. More than one American jazz player found it convenient for this reason to emigrate to Europe in those decades. In France, Italy, and Germany, Brazil and Japan, Scandinavia, and commercially less relevant the USSR and Eastern Europe, jazz remained viable. In the USA and Britain its public was confined to middle-aged men and women who had been young in the 1920s, 1930s or, at best, in the 1950s. As an established English saxophone player put it in 1976, "I don't think I could make a living totally in this country. I don't think anyone could. There aren't enough people, there isn't enough money. The band has been to Germany more times in the last couple of years than it's done gigs in this country." Such was the reality of jazz in the 1960s and much of the 1970s, at any rate in the Anglo-Saxon world. There was no market for it. According to the Billboard International Music Industry Directory of 1972, a mere 1.3% of records and tapes sold in the USA represented jazz, as against 6.1% of classical music and 75% rock and similar music. Jazz clubs went on closing, jazz recitals declined, avant-garde musicians played for each other in private apartments, and the growing recognition of jazz as something which belonged to official American culture, while providing a welcome subsidy to uncommercial musicians through schools, colleges, and other institutions, reinforced the youthful conviction that jazz now belonged to the world of the adults. Unlike rock, it was not their own music. Only a certain exhaustion of the musical impulse behind rock, which first became obvious in the later 1970s, began to leave room for a revival of interest in jazz, as distinct from rock. Some jazz musicians had, of course, devised a fusion of jazz and rock, to the horror of purists especially from the avant-garde, and it was probably through this merger that jazz retained a certain public presence in the years of isolation, through Miles Davis, Chick Corea, Herbie Hancock, the British guitarist John McLaughlin, and the Austrian-American combination of Joe Zawinul and Wayne Shorter in Weather Report. Why should rock have almost killed jazz for 20 years? Both derived from the music of black Americans, and it was through jazz musicians and jazz fans that the black blues first came to the attention of the public outside the southern states and the northern ghettos. Since they were among the few whites who were familiar with the artists and repertoire of race record catalogs, diplomatically renamed rhythm and blues in the late 1940s, white jazz and blues lovers were instrumental in launching rock. Ahmet Ertegun, who founded Atlantic Records, which became a leading rock label, was one of two brothers who had long formed part of the tiny international community of jazz record collectors and experts. John Hammond, whose crucial role in the development of jazz in the 1930s is recorded in the jazz scene, also developed the careers of Bob Dylan, Aretha Franklin and, later, Bruce Springsteen. Where would British rock have been without the influence of the handful of local blues enthusiasts like the late Alexis Corner, who inspired the Rolling Stones, or the trad jazz enthusiasts who imported American country and city blues singers like Muddy Waters and made them familiar in Lancashire and Lanark long before more than a handful of Americans outside some black ghettos even knew of their existence. Initially there seemed to be no hostility or incompatibility between jazz and rock, even though attentive readers of the jazz scene will register the note of gentle contempt with which critics and, above all, the musical professionals of jazz, then treated the early triumphs of rock and roll, whose public seemed unable to distinguish between a Bill Haley, Rock Around the Clock, and a Chuck Berry. A crucial distinction between jazz and rock was that rock was never a minority music. Rhythm and blues, as it developed after the Second World War, was the folk music of urban blacks in the 1940s, when 1.25 million of blacks left the South for the northern and western ghettos. They constituted a new market, which was then supplied chiefly by independent record labels like Chess Records, founded in Chicago in 1949 by two Polish immigrants connected with the club circuit, and specializing in the so-called Chicago blues style, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Sonny Boy Williamson, and recording, among others, Chuck Berry, who was probably with Elvis Presley the major influence on 1950s rock and roll. White adolescents began to buy black R&B records in the early 1950s, having discovered this music on local and specialized radio stations which multiplied during those years, as the mass of adults transferred its attentions to television. At first sight they seem to be the habitual tiny and untypical minority which can still be seen on the fringes of black entertainment, like the white visitors to Chicago ghetto blues clubs. Yet as soon as the music industry became aware of this potential white youth market, it became evident that rock was the opposite of a minority taste. It was the music of an entire age group. Almost certainly that was the result of the economic miracle of the 1950s, which not only created a Western world of full employment, but also, probably for the first time, gave the mass of adolescents adequately paid jobs and therefore money in the pocket, or an unprecedented share of middle-class parents' prosperity. It was this children's and adolescents' market that transformed the music industry. From 1955, when rock and roll was born, to 1959 American record sales rose by 36% every year. After a brief pause, the British invasion of 1963, led by the Beatles, initiated an even more spectacular surge. U.S. record sales, which had grown from $277 million in 1955 to $600 million in 1959, had passed $2,000 million by 1973, now including tapes. 75 to 80% of these sales represented rock music and similar sounds. The commercial fortunes of the record industry had never before depended so overwhelmingly on a single musical genre addressed to a single narrow age band. The correlation of record sales with economic development and income was utterly obvious. In 1973, the highest per capita expenditure on records occurred in the USA, followed, in rank order, by Sweden, West Germany, the Netherlands, and Britain. All these countries spent between $7 and $10. In the same year, Italians, Spaniards, and Mexicans spent between $1 and $1.40 per head, and Brazilians 66 cents. Almost immediately, rock music thus became the all-purpose medium for expressing the desires, instincts, feelings, and aspirations of the age set between puberty and the moments when adults settle down in some conventional social niche, family or career, the voice and idiom of a self-conscious youth and youth culture in modern industrial societies. It could express anything and everything within this age range, but while rock clearly developed regional, national, class or politico-ideological variants, its basic idiom, like the equally demotic populist costume associated with youth, notably jeans, crossed national, class and ideological barriers. As in the lives of its age groups, in rock music the public and the private, feeling and conviction, love, rebellion, and art, acting as doing and as stage behavior, were not distinguishable from each other. Older observers, for instance, used to keeping revolution and music apart in principle and to judging each by its own criteria, were apt to be perplexed by the apocalyptic rhetoric which could surround rock at the peak of the global youth rebellion, when Rolling Stone wrote, apropos of a 1969 rock concert, "An army of peaceful guerrillas established a city larger than Rochester, New York, and showed itself immediately ready to turn back on the already ravaged city and its inoperable lifestyles, imminently prepared to move onto the mist-covered field and into the cool, still woods. And they will do it again, the thread of youthful dissidents in Paris and Prague and Fort Lauderdale and Berkeley and Chicago and London crisscrossing ever more closely until the map of the world we live in is viable for and visible to all of those that are part of it and all those buried under it." Woodstock was obviously a marvelous experience for the participants, but even then its political significance and the strictly musical interest of a lot of its performers were not as obvious as all that. A universal cultural idiom cannot be judged by the same criteria as a special kind of art music, and there was and is no point in judging rock by the standards of good jazz. However, rock deprived jazz of most of its potential new listeners, because the young people who flocked to rock found in it, in a simplified and perhaps coarsened version, much, if not everything, that had attracted their elders to jazz: rhythm, an immediately identifiable voice or sound, real or faked, spontaneity and vitality, and a way of directly transferring human emotions into music. Moreover, they discovered all this in a music which was related to jazz. Why would they need jazz? With rare exceptions, the young who would have been converted to jazz now had an alternative. What made that alternative increasingly attractive, and helped to reduce the space for an embattled and isolated jazz still further, was its own transformation. As the bebop revolutionaries rejoined the mainstream of jazz in the second half of the 1950s, the new avant-garde of free jazz, moving towards atonality and breaking down everything that had hitherto given jazz a structure including the beat round which it was organized, widened the gap between the music and its public, including the jazz public. And it was not surprising that the avant-garde reacted to the desertion of the public by taking an even more extreme and embattled stance. At the start of the new revolution it was perfectly easy to recognize in, say, Ornette Coleman's saxophone the blues feeling of his native Texas, and the tradition of the great horn players of the past was obvious in Coltrane. Yet those were not the things the innovators wanted the public to notice about them. But the situation of the new avant-garde in the dark decades was paradoxical. The loosening of the traditional framework of jazz, its increasing shifts towards something like avant-garde classical music developed from a jazz base, opened it to all manner of non-jazz influences, European, African, Islamic, Latin American and especially Indian. In the 1960s it went through a variety of exoticisms. In other words, it became less American than it had been, and far more cosmopolitan than before. Perhaps because the American jazz public became relatively less important in jazz, perhaps for other reasons. After 1962 free jazz became the first style of jazz whose history cannot be written without taking account of important developments in Europe and, one might add, of European musicians. At the same time and equally paradoxically the new avant-garde which broke with jazz tradition was unusually anxious to stress its links with the tradition, even when they had previously taken very little notice of it, as when Coltrane, 1926–67, in 1961 took up the soprano saxophone, hitherto virtually monopolized by the recently deceased Sidney Bechet, and was followed by numerous young avant-garde horn players. Bechet had been little more than a musically irrelevant name to most musicians of Coltrane's generation. This reassertion of tradition was political rather than musical. For the third aspect of the paradox, the 1960s jazz avant-garde was consciously and politically black, as no previous generation of black jazzmen had been, though the jazz scene already noted the links between jazz experimentation and black consciousness. As Whitney Belyat put it in the 1970s, free jazz is actually the blackest jazz there is, black and politically radical. Thus Charlie Hayden, Liberation Music Orchestra, 1969, contained 4 Spanish Civil War songs, a number inspired by the riots at the 1968 Chicago Democratic Convention, a commemoration of Che Guevara and a version of We Shall Overcome. Archie Shepp, tenor and soprano sax, one of the major figures of the avant-garde, created a musical commemoration of Malcolm X and an Attica blues inspired by the well-known Black Prison Riot. Political consciousness continued to link the avant-garde to the mass of the American black people and its musical traditions, and therefore provided a possible way back to the mainstream of jazz. However, in the short run it must have made the isolation of that avant-garde from an uncomprehending black public particularly frustrating. A rejection of success, except on those uncompromising terms proposed by this artist, is characteristic of avant-gardes, and in jazz, which has always lived by the paying customer, concessions to the box office seemed particularly dangerous to the player who wanted the status of artist. How could they compromise with rock? There is a certain political position involved in the choice of those who seldom refer to the more readily assimilated rock rhythms. And yet, for 3 reasons, rock had to influence jazz. The first is that American, and British, jazz musicians born since the 1940s grew up in an atmosphere drenched in rock, or its ghetto equivalent, and therefore could hardly avoid assimilating some of it. The second is that rock, an art of amateurs and the musically or even the alphabetically illiterate required, and because of its limitless wealth could call upon the technical and musical competence of jazz professionals, and jazz musicians could hardly be blamed for wanting to cut themselves thin slices of so huge and sweet a cake. But third, and most important, rock was musically innovative. As so often in the history of the arts, major artistic revolutions come not from self-described revolutionaries but from those employing innovation for commercial purposes. As the early movies were more effectively revolutionary than Cubism, so the rock entrepreneurs have changed the musical scene more profoundly than classical or free jazz avant-gardes. The major innovation of rock was technological. It secured the mass breakthrough of electronic music. Pedants may point out that in jazz there were pioneers of electrified instruments. Charlie Christian revolutionized the guitar that way, and Billie Holiday transformed the use of the human voice by marrying it to the personal microphone, and that revolutionary ways of generating sound, such as synthesizers, were pioneered for classical avant-garde music concerts. However, it is undeniable that rock was the first music that systematically substituted electrified instruments for acoustic ones and systematically used electronic technology not for special effects but for the normal repertoire accepted by a mass public. It was the first music to turn the technicians of sound and recording studios into equal partners in the creation of a musical performance, chiefly because the incompetence of the actual rock performers was often such that no adequate records or even performances could have achieved otherwise. It is evident that such innovations could not but interest musicians of genuine originality and talent. The second rock innovation concerns the concept of the group. The rock group not only developed an original instrumentation behind the voice or voices, basically, percussion and various kinds of electric guitars, the bass guitar taking the place of the bass, but consisted essentially of a collective rather than a small group of virtuosos who expected to demonstrate their skills. Of course, the members of very few rock groups, unlike those of jazz combos, had any individual skills to demonstrate. Moreover, the group was ideally characterized by an unmistakable sound, an auditory trademark by means of which it, or rather its studio technicians, attempted to establish its individuality. And, unlike the old big band of jazz, the rock group was small. It produced its big sound, which does not necessarily mean a large volume of sound, though rock preferred ultra-strong amplification, with a minimal number of people. This helped to bring small jazz groups back to something had commonly been lost sight of in the days of the bebop succession of solos, namely the possibility of collective improvisation and small group texture. Sophisticated rock arrangements like the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper, not unreasonably described as symphonic rock, could not but give intelligent jazz musicians ideas. The third interesting element in rock was its insistent and pulsating rhythm. While initially it was plainly much cruder than jazz rhythm, the combination of various rhythm instruments which made up the rock group, for all its keyboards, guitars and percussion, would normally have belonged to the rhythm section of a jazz band, produced its own potential complexities, which jazz players could transform into multilayered and shifting ostinatos, and rhythmic counterpoints. And yet, while, as we have seen, some of the most talented jazz musicians developed a jazz-rock fusion in the 1970s, Miles Davis's Bitches Brew of 1969 set the pace. The merged style did not permanently shape the future of jazz, nor did the injection of jazz elements provide a permanent life-giving blood transfusion for rock. What seems to have happened is a growing musical exhaustion of rock in the course of the 1970s, which may or may not be connected with the retreat of the great wave of youth rebellion which reached its peak in the late 60s and early 70s. Somehow, insensibly, the space for jazz seemed to become a little less cramped. One began to observe that intelligent or fashionable fifth or sixth formers once again began to treat parents of their friends who possessed Miles Davis records with a certain interest. By the late 70s and early 80s there were undeniable signs of a modest revival, even though by then much of the classical repertoire of jazz had been frozen into permanent immobility by the death of so many of its great and formative figures. Ancient and modern, the jazz life has not favored longevity. For by 1980 even some of the formative new music stars had disappeared, e.g. John Coltrane, Albert Uller, Eric Dolphy. Much of the jazz which the new fans learned to love was thus incapable of further change and development, because it was a music of the dead, a situation which was to provide scope for a curious form of resurrectionism, by which live musicians reproduced the sounds of the past, as when a team under the direction of Bob Wilber reconstituted the music and sound of the early Ellington Band for the film Cotton Club. Moreover, initially a very high proportion of the live jazz the new fans could hear came from musicians ranging from the rather middle-aged to the very ancient. Thus at the time I wrote a similar introduction for an Italian reprint of the jazz scene which appeared in 1982, jazz lovers in London had the choice of listening to a variety of veterans, to Harry Sweets Edison, Joe Newman, Buddy Tate, and Frank Foster, who had been enrolled in the Basie Band of long ago, to Nate Pierce, known since the days of Woody Herman, Shelly Manne and Art Pepper, familiar from the cool days of the 1950s, Al Gray, who went back to the swing bands of the 30s. Trummy Young of 1912 vintage, who had spent long years with Louis Armstrong, and other members of the older generation. Indeed, among the important players performing that week perhaps only the pianist McCoy Tyner, born 1938, known for his work with Coltrane in the 1960s, would not have been immediately familiar to most jazz lovers in 1960. The jazz revival has continued since then. It has, inevitably, benefited the diminishing band of survivors, some of whom, returning from exile in Europe or in the anonymity of television, film, and recording studios, have reconstituted groups dissolved long since, at least for occasional engagements and tours, such as the Modern Jazz Quartet, the Art Farmer, Benny Golson Jazz Tet. It has been a particular blessing for the survivors of the first jazz revolution, for it is bebop that has emerged or re-emerged as the central style of 1980s jazz and the basic model for youthful musicians. Conversely, the new revival has left out the old, the first return to tradition of those who wanted to recapture the music of New Orleans, and the 20s. Trad, Dixieland, or whatever it may be called, the longest lasting of jazz styles, the one which, based on the happy nostalgia of white middle class and increasingly middle-aged amateurs, best resisted the cavalry charge of rock, but also the one which, it has been said, created nothing of musical value, has not felt the new wind in its sails. The players who have probably benefited most from it are the gifted musicians who soldiered on through the dark days of the avant-garde in the 1960s and 1970s and who are tempted back into the jazz mainstream by the reappearance of a living jazz public. Such players were not young by the standards of the days when an Armstrong won a world reputation in his 20s, a Charlie Parker was dead at 35, and nobody was surprised that the jazz guitar was revolutionized by a player, Charlie Christian, who was scarcely out of his teens. Thus the members of the influential World Saxophone Quartet, which made its reputation in the 1980s, Hamiet Bluiet, Julius Hemphill, Oliver Lake, David Murray, were born, respectively, in 1938, 1940, 1942 and 1955, that is to say all except one were, at the time of writing, 1988, in their late 40s. Where we find new American jazz stars with a reputation while in their 20s, they are, very likely, second-generation players like the brothers Marsalis. Wynton, classical and jazz trumpet, was born in 1960, Branford, a saxophonist, in 1961. Genuinely youthful first-generation musicians of major achievement are still scarce in the U.S.A, or at least they have not yet emerged, although in Britain the jazz revival has inspired a substantial number of the young, especially in the Black West Indian community, which has produced players of brilliance and originality such as the saxophonist Courtney Pine. The shape and development of the present jazz revival cannot yet be seen in perspective, and if they could, a few introductory pages to a book republished after almost 3 decades are not the place to make the attempt. Even the size and scale of the revival are not yet clear. However, its existence is undeniable. The resuscitation of the jazz scene is a small and marginal symptom of it. Moreover, one or two things about it, which distinguish it from its predecessors, are already discernible. It occurs at a time when jazz has had time to establish itself as a recognized part of 20th century culture, including musical culture, as was not yet the case in the 1950s. It would today no longer be necessary to assume complete ignorance about it on the part of the sort of people for whom Francis Newton wrote in The New Statesman, and whose ideal type was defined for him by its great editor Kingsley Martin as a civil servant in his 40s, i.e. an educated person of the professional classes in early middle age. Conversely, jazz musicians are no longer, to any extent, musical illiterates of untutored natural talents. Most of them are today musically educated, sometimes as in the case of Wynton Marsalis from the jazz end of the scale, the pianist Friedrich Gulda from the classical end, equally well known in jazz and classical music circles. It is no longer necessary to make the case for jazz. Second, in the course of its 20-year exile, jazz probably moved both economically and intellectually upmarket as its public grew older, i.e. away from the simple foot-tapping or dancing entertainment and towards a more self-conscious, and certainly a more expensive, experience. An evening for two at Ronnie Scott's in London is not designed for the impecunious, and neither is taking in a set in Greenwich Village. Indeed, the now fashionable Manhattan combination of restaurant dinner to live jazz accompaniment underlines the shift away from the demotic milieu. It seems equally probable that the new white jazz public contains a large middle class and intellectual component, as witness the multiplication of serious books about jazz, a very high proportion of which in the USA are published by university presses. This, as well as the emergence from the underground of the population of academic jazz buffs, among them the present author, has had a beneficial effect on our knowledge of the jazz phenomenon. Third, I have already suggested that live jazz by now be a little overshadowed by the corpus of its own dead classics, the substantial body of the great records of the golden ages, and notably the 1940s and 1950s, so that current creative musicians are more inspired by the past than their predecessors were. This, it has been suggested, and not only by disappointed supporters of the avant-garde, may be the first era of neo-traditionalism among the original talents, for the earlier New Orleans traditionalism was a movement of fans rather than players, even though some fans became players. Nevertheless, a jazz revival means the recruitment to jazz of a new generation of the young, including the impecunious and the unstablished, and certainly those not content with things as they are. In Britain jazz venues are cheap and multiplying. It is unlikely that the music the young play or listen to can or will remain confined within the limits of what is culturally and institutionally recognized, or what can be bought with a middle-class income, or even of what Charlie Parker and the Miles Davis Quintet played. Jazz is unofficial, unstablished, and unpredictable, or it is nothing. The only thing that can be safely said about it is that it has survived the most difficult years of its extraordinary career. New relays of men and women will once again hear its marvelous sounds for the first time in their lives, and fall in love with it as we did, generally at the age of first love, as we did. They will not know that, 50 years later, through it one can relieve the miraculous revelations of youth, and if they knew, they would not care. But it is true. The book is republished as it appeared in 1961. I have updated nothing but the guide to further reading. For the list of records then recommended, see Chapter 2, are themselves a historical record of what was available to the British jazz lover at the start of the 1960s. The jazz scene was translated into French, Italian, and Japanese shortly after its original publication, and into Czech in the early 1970s, thanks to the devotion to jazz of Lubomir Doruzka, an aficionado since 1943. It was reprinted in the USA in 1975 and has been republished, with new introductions in Italian, 1982, and, newly translated by Mr. Takis, in Greek, 1988. Of those who helped me while I prepared the jazz scene, 3 friends are now dead: Dennis Preston, John Hammond Jr. and Ralph Gleason. I would like to dedicate this edition to the memory of all 3, but especially of Ralph Gleason and Jeannie Gleason, who is still alive, in memory of days and nights in San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, and London. As they used to sing, a good man is hard to find. He was one of the best. E.J.H. Introduction. This book is about one of the most remarkable cultural phenomena of our century. It is not merely about a certain type of music, but about an extraordinary conquest and a remarkable aspect of the society in which we live. The world of jazz consists not only of the noises which emerge from particular combinations of instruments played in a characteristic way. It consists also of the musicians who play them, black and white, American and non-American. The fact that British working-class boys in Newcastle play it is at least as interesting as and rather more surprising than the fact that it progressed through the frontier saloons of the Mississippi Valley. It consists of the places in which they play, the business and technical structure which is built round the sounds, the associations they call up. It consists of the people who listen to it, write about it, and read about it. You who read this page, I who have written it, are not the least unexpected and surprising parts of the world of jazz. What business have we, after all, with what was not so long ago a local idiom of blacks and poor whites in the southern states of the USA? It also consists of that vast section of modern popular entertainment and commercial music which has been profoundly transformed by the influence of jazz. In fact, this book is not simply about jazz as a self-contained phenomenon, the hobby and the passion of what is by now a rather large public of enthusiasts, but about jazz as a part of modern life. If it is moving, it is because men and women are moving, you and I. If it is a little lunatic and out of control, it is because the society in which we live is so. At all events, leaving aside the value judgments, jazz in society is what this book is about. For this reason I have not confined myself to writing about the history and stylistic development of jazz, the subjects dealt with in parts 1 and 2, but have also included sections on jazz as a business and jazz and people, the jazz musician and the jazz public, and jazz and the other arts. At the moment I write this, in the spring of 1958, there is probably no major city in the world in which someone is not playing a record of Louis Armstrong or Charlie Parker, or of players influenced by these artists, or improvising on the theme of the St. Louis Blues, or Indiana, or How High the Moon. W.C. Handy, who first turned the blues into a written form, has died and been laid in his grave to the accompaniment of 100 or 200,000 fellow citizens of Harlem, and a wall of verbiage by white politicians and journalists as solid, if not as relevant, as the wall of blue sound which emerges from Miss Carrie Smith and the Back Home Choir of Newark, New Jersey, formerly Savannah, Georgia, singing I Want Jesus to Walk With Me. Louis Armstrong has been invited to the Edinburgh Festival. The Demo-Christian Party in the Italian election campaign is hiring Dixieland bands to cheer up its meetings because its rival, the Communist Party, proved in the last local elections that they pulled in the crowds. The late Boss Crump, whose election campaign in 1909 produced the Memphis Blues, had the same idea. An international band, composed of players from virtually all European countries between Portugal in the west, Czechoslovakia, and Poland in the east, is to play at an American jazz festival. Jazz bands and skiffle groups accompany the march of the opponents of the nuclear arms race to Aldermaston. A Mr. Jack Kerouac has published a novel designed to symbolize the fate of the Beat Generation. It is symbolized largely in terms of cool jazz. A fashionable novelist and literary figure reviews jazz for the most intellectual of the London Sunday papers. Before me there lies a pile of records brought back by a friend from Johannesburg. In Sophiatown and the rest of the South African ghettos the jive bands play what is patently jazz, derived from American records of the 1930s. The Birmingham Mail's Jazz Panorama column reports on the latest jazz clubs to be opened among and by the juveniles of the British Midlands, and records the fact that the most popular jazz records in the second city of England at present are by Duke Ellington, Oscar Peterson, and Miles Davis. And yet, when men and women now barely middle-aged were born, none of this existed. This very word jazz entered print and printable meaning a little over 40 years ago, say around 1915. Even if we trace the music back beyond its present label, the lifetime of an elderly, but not a very old, man spans its entire history. In the early 1900s even Southern blacks from outside the Mississippi Delta heard it with surprise. When the original Dixieland Jazz Band came to Reisenweber's in New York in 1917, the management had to put up notices pointing out that this music was intended for dancing. Since then jazz has conquered and evolved in a wholly extraordinary fashion. It is hard to find a parallel for its unique history. Other local musical idioms have had the power to proselytize, the Hungarian, Spanish, Latin American. Our age and culture is one that needs periodic blood transfusions to rejuvenate tired and exhausted or thin-blooded middle-class art, or popular art whose vitality is drained by systematic commercial debasement and overexploitation. Since the aristocrats and the middle class first began to borrow the waltz from the lower orders and the polka from the peasantry of an exotic and revolutionary nation, since the romantic intellectuals first discovered the thrill of the Andalusian Carmens and Don Josés, they have been significantly transposed into a jazz setting in the film Carmen Jones. Western civilization has been a pushover for exoticism of all kinds. And yet, the triumph of jazz is greater, more universal, and all-embracing than that of previous comparable idioms. It has become, in more or less diluted form, the basic language of modern dance and popular music in urban and industrial civilization, in most places where it has been allowed to penetrate. It has done more. Most exotic idioms have created for themselves a body of enthusiasts who appreciate them not only as the bringers of some new musical tinge or sensation, but as arts to be studied, discussed, and generally taken seriously. Most of these bodies of aficionados have remained small self-contained groups without wider influence, and consist mainly of people with a first-hand knowledge of their subject. We know of the existence of these communities dedicated to the attractions of the gypsies, bullfighting, flamenco, Romanian folk music, or West African dancing, but only as we know of the existence of the small groups who have fallen in love with Ethiopian culture or with the Basques. They are of no general importance. But the community of jazz lovers is not only larger, more influential, but also more international, and of more significance on the cultural scene. After all, how many serious or frivolous daily papers, intellectual weeklies, periodicals devoted to the arts, outside the countries directly concerned, print regular columns of flamenco criticism or discussions of Indian dancing? The social history of the 20th century arts will contain only a footnote or two about Scottish Highland music or gypsy lore, but it will have to deal at some length with the vogue for jazz. Moreover, jazz itself has changed with startling rapidity. Folk music and similar idioms are not, of course, as unchanging as romantics like to believe. There is a great difference between the first flamenco songs of the 1860s and the flamenco of today, unless it deliberately, and often unsuccessfully, strives for archaism. But this difference is as nothing compared with the gap which separates the New Orleans street music of the early 1900s from, say, the series of miniature flugelhorn concertos of Miles Davis and Gil Evans in 1958. Jazz, in fact, has developed not only into the basic idiom of popular music, but also towards something like an elaborate and sophisticated art music, seeking both to merge with, and to rival, the established art music of the Western world. Compared to the musical idioms which might at first sight appear to belong to the same order, it is not only vastly more successful but more unstable and far more ambitious. How are we to get this remarkable phenomenon into some sort of perspective? It is not really the business of this book to construct general theories, or a sociology of jazz. If it were, there would be enough awful examples to scare at least this author back into caution. My main object is to survey the world of jazz for the benefit of the intelligent layman, who knows nothing about it, and perhaps also for that of the expert who has hitherto overlooked some of its non-technical corners. Nevertheless, it is impossible to look at jazz with any sort of curiosity without trying to find out, however crudely, how it fits into the general framework of 20th century civilization. Ever since the beginnings of jazz, observers have speculated about this. Their speculations are often totally valueless, except as an indication of their own prejudices and desires, though these also belong to the world of jazz, in so far as they deal with it. If before sketching the sort of approach I have found useful I quote an awful example of such earlier speculation, it is simply to warn the reader that my own ideas may turn out to be quite as silly in time as these. Thus it used to be customary in the 1920s in intellectual circles to talk of jazz as the music of the future, the one whose rhythm and clang reproduced the quintessential sound and movement of the machine age, the robot's melody. Admittedly, such statements were normally made by people who had rarely been inside a 20th century factory or heard any jazz which we would today recognize as such. Nevertheless, this does not excuse their almost total irrelevance. For in the first place, as we shall see, the very essence of jazz is that it is not standardized or mass-produced music, though jazz-influenced popular music is, and in the second place jazz has very little connection with modern industry. The only machine which jazz has ever tried to imitate in sound is the railway train, which is, throughout American folk music of the past century, a universal and most important symbol of the multiple kind welcomed by the literary analysts, but never a symbol of mechanization. On the contrary, as scores of railway blues demonstrate, it is a symbol of movement which brings personal freedom. Gonna catch myself a train 15 coaches long. When you look for me, I'll be gone. It is a symbol of the flux of life, and therefore of fate. 219 took my babe away. 217 will bring her back someday. It is a symbol of tragedy and death, as in the numerous songs about railroad disasters and the suicide blues. Gonna lay my head on that old railroad line. And let the 215 pacify my min. Of yearning and grief, How I hate to hear that freight train go boo-hoo, of the labor in building it, as in the great ballad of John Henry, of male power in the running of it, of sex, as in Bessie Smith's Casey Jones. Indeed, the most usual use of mechanical metaphors in jazz, e.g. telephones and cars, is for sexual symbolism. Got forward movements in my hips. The railroad is a symbol of man's journey to paradise or perdition, as in numerous black sermons, the gospel train. Jazz players, especially blues pianists, have reproduced the sound and sensation of this, the only product of the Industrial Revolution to have been fully absorbed into poetry and music, with uncanny power, as in Meade Lux Lewis's Honky Tonk Train Blues or Red Nelson, Clarence Lofton's Streamline Train. But if this reflects any phase of industrialization, it is not the mass production of the 20th century but the unmechanized society of the late 19th. There is nothing in railroad jazz which could not have been created in the 1890s. All this is a warning against wild and comprehensive generalizations based on insufficient knowledge. And yet one might as well generalize, and I propose to do so. Readers who feel unhappy about such general discussions may perhaps skip the remainder of this introduction and go straight on to the more down-to-earth sections of this book. The history of the arts is not one history, but, in every country, at least two, that of the arts as practiced or enjoyed by the wealthy, leisured, or educated minority, and that of the arts as practiced or enjoyed by the mass of the common people. Beethoven's last quartets, for instance, belong almost entirely to the first. It is reasonably certain that even in Vienna very few members of the average football crowd would accept even free tickets to hear them. On the other hand, in Britain certain kinds of music hall comic belong almost entirely to the second. I dare say a number of, say, university lecturers have at one time or another seen Lucan and McShane, or Frank Randall, but almost certainly without pleasure, nor would they normally think of putting them into a history of the 20th century arts, assuming they were to write one. There are, fortunately, overlaps. Education or national and social pride turn minority artists into universal ones. Democracy, modern mass media, or national pride make the minority public aware of the common tradition, and there are art forms which, even without these aids, are sufficiently powerful to press inexorably into new territory. Jazz is one of them. But it is still true, outside countries whose major cultural tradition is the popular one, and even sometimes within them, that when the books are written, culture or the arts means minority culture and the minority arts. Arnold Bennett, Thomas Hardy, G.K. Chesterton are in the Oxford History of England, but not Marie Lloyd, or the Cup Final as an institution. Sterndale Bennett and the London Philharmonic Society are in, but not the Northern Brass Band movement and the choral societies singing their Messiah. If it comes to that, even the Americans, who have much less excuse for neglecting their popular tradition, spend a great deal more time on analyzing the adequate but by no means sensational classical composers they have produced than they do on their folk music and jazz, which are far more original and influential contributions to world culture. Little need be said about the place of jazz in minority culture, the official arts. As we shall see, until recently it has had only a marginal place among them, partly because the official arts were ignorant of it, partly because they resented it as a sort of populist revolt against their superior status and claims, or as an aggression by Philistinism against culture. It is both these things, though it is also a great deal else. In so far as jazz has been absorbed by official culture, it is as a form of exoticism, like African sculpture or Spanish dancing, one of the noble savage types of exoticism by means of which middle and upper-class intellectuals try to compensate for the moral deficiencies of their life, especially today when they have lost the 19th century confidence in the superiority of that life. This is no criticism of jazz. A blues singer from North Carolina, a trumpeter from Old New Orleans, a professional showman musician, the veteran of decades of bread and butter touring and dance hall playing, are not responsible for the fact that European or American intellectuals, including, I suppose, the writer of these observations, read the answer to their frustrations into their music. they would be well advised to listen to the voice of Mr. Rex Stewart, the trumpeter, and that stuff about us not being sincere. Listen, when a band walks into a studio to do a session, the boys don't sit down to get sincere. They just play. That's all there is to it. Or of Mr. Harry Carney, the saxophonist, the critics take it too serious. They keep writing theories about it and talking about its history and the jungle and tom-toms and white man's influence. You got to take it easy. You play jazz for the kicks in it, not to make up history. Well, it is not as simple as all that. In any case, the intellectual jazz lover cannot take it easy. If he could, he would probably not feel the need for jazz except perhaps as a good rhythmic music for dancing. Where jazz plays its really important part and has its real life is in the common tradition of culture. This lies in analytical darkness, lit only by a few vague and sometimes misleading generalizations. I suppose the best known of them, which also reflects the incurable romanticism of most people who deal with the subject, runs something like this. Popular culture today, in industrial and urbanized countries, is a matter of commercialized, standardized, and mass-produced entertainment, disseminated by mass media like the press, TV, the cinema, and the rest, and producing cultural impoverishment and passivity, a people of watchers and listeners who take in packaged and pre-digested stuff. Sometime the past, just when depends on the point of view of the observer, popular culture was lively, vigorous, and largely self-made, as in rural folk song, folk dance, and similar activities. There is much rough truth in this. The trouble is that such generalizations leave out everything which might help us to understand the world of jazz, and a great deal about the problems of popular culture besides. In the first place, they leave out the question, what really happened to the flourishing old, pre-industrial popular culture? Some of it undoubtedly died out with industrialization, like most rural English folk song, or survived merely in remote corners of the countryside to await the tape recorders of the itinerant folk song enthusiasts. But other kinds of popular culture were more adaptable, and succeeded in flourishing quite vigorously in an urbanized or industrialized society, at least until the rise of mass-produced and standardized entertainment, for instance, English music hall song and comedy acts. Yet others were resistant and powerful enough to survive even the environment of mechanized entertainment, or even in part to dominate it. Jazz is the chief among these. If I had to sum up the evolution of jazz in a single sentence, I should say, it is what happens when a folk music does not go under, but maintains itself in the environment of modern urban and industrial civilization. For jazz in its origins is folk music of very much the type studied by the collectors and experts, both rural and urban. And some of the fundamental characteristics of folk music have been maintained in it throughout its history, for instance, the importance of word-of-mouth tradition in passing it on, the importance of improvisation and slight variation from one performance to the next, and other matters. Much of it has changed out of all recognition, but that, after all, is what we should expect to happen to a music which does not die but continues to evolve in a dynamic and tempestuous world. In the second place, the generalizations about popular culture leave out the question of how the mass production entertainment industry, which unquestionably takes over from pre-industrial forms of culture, gets at the standardized entertainment it purveys, how it standardizes it, and how that standardized entertainment conquers the public. For Tin Pan Alley no more invents its tunes and fashions in a sort of commercial laboratory than the canning industry invented food. It discovers what it most profitably processed and then processes it. This is particularly important to remember, for unlike other modern industries, which sometimes create genuinely new demands, for instance for aeroplanes, the entertainment industry caters for demands which have remained substantially unchanged through the ages. Nowhere is the contrast greater than between the technically revolutionary methods by which entertainment and the arts are today brought to the people, TV, jukeboxes, films, and the rest, and the conservatism of the actual matter brought to them. A medieval fairground showman would be lost in a television studio, but perfectly at home with most of television entertainment. Now the original raw material of mass entertainment is chiefly an adapted form of earlier entertainment, and even to this day the industry continues to revive itself from time to time by drawing on this source, and finds some of its most fruitful activities in the oldest and most perennial, the least industrialized forms of popular creation. Consider the Western, which has maintained a steady, perhaps even an increasing, popularity throughout a period of dizzying technical revolutions. At bottom the Western is a system of myths, morality, and adventure tales of the kind which can be found in any society. This particular set happens to have been devised by the most vigorous and lively tradition of popular culture in the modern Western world to fit the needs of that world. It has merely been taken over, tricked out, modified from time to time, and mass-produced by the entertainment industry. Other pre-industrial popular arts and themes have been taken over in a much more distorted and diluted form. Jazz is among these, though it has also been strong enough to maintain a separate life of its own. There are sound reasons why the idiom which has become fundamental to Western popular music should be drawn from an American source, and within it, from an Afro-American mixture, though some of them are still obscure. But when we consider the vast, tepid lake of modern, more or less jazz-colored pop music, we must remember not only the commercial processing which makes it so insipid, but the cold and authentic springs from which it has drawn, and sometimes still draws, its water. We must remember this, because the phenomenon of popular culture, even today, cannot be understood at all unless we constantly remember how contradictory it is. When people switch on their television they expect to be taken out of themselves, but at the same time they expect to be brought back to themselves. The same people in Victorian music halls clap the songs about impossibly dressed toffs twirling canes and mustaches, Champagne Charlie, and those about mothers-in-law, rent, and pawnbrokers. The same people in yesterday's cinemas applauded the Never Never Land of supernaturally beautiful, rich, and trouble-free divinities and Charlie Chaplin's accusations of the helpless poor against the powerful rich. Popular art is myth and dreamland, but also protest, because the common people always have something to protest about. The tabloid papers, which have time and again discovered that the profitable formula is a combination of cheesecake and radicalism, know what they are about. At the same time the demand to be taken out of and brought back to oneself is both an acceptance and a rejection of the entertainment industry. For in the nature of its technical and economic structure that industry tends, if left to itself, to develop one side of this demand more than the other. In this sense the prophets who have for a century predicted that commercialism would turn the masses into a collection of blank faces waiting to be spoon-fed, into TV morons, are not wholly mistaken. The industry produces ready-made articles for sale to audiences, and the most convenient audiences are those who come in regularly and quietly and sit back in darkness to enjoy the spectacle open-mouthed. The vastest audiences, those who sit at home, alone or in small groups, looking at the paper or switching on the radio or TV. If the industry has not succeeded in turning the public into an aggregation of morons, it is because the public does not only want to sit back as a statistical population to enjoy the show. It also wants to make its own entertainment, to participate in it actively, and above all socially. There are British working men who go to football matches in sleet and frost rather than see them, better and more conveniently, on the telly, because the active partisanship, the roar of the crowd which makes the team play better, is as much part of their enjoyment as the mere sight of the players. There are far more citizens who would not enjoy their television unless they could also talk about it, argue the merits of each program, or perhaps simply gossip, a tendency as natural as that of most people to take their drinks together rather than in solitude. Among young people this desire for making and actively participating in social entertainment is naturally much stronger. It was the young who abandoned cinemas and television screens in Britain in the 1950s for jazz clubs and skiffle groups. The demand of popular culture is both commercial and anti-commercial, though of course it belongs to the scheme of things that as soon as an anti-commercial demand is large enough it automatically, under conditions of capitalism, becomes commercial and is supplied, to the best of the industry's ability, until it in turn is diluted into pap. The appeal of jazz has always been due to its capacity to supply the things commercial pop music ironed out of its product. It has made its way as a music which people made and participated in actively and socially, and not one for passive acceptance, as a hard and realistic art and not sentimental maundering, as a non-commercial music, and above all as a music of protest, including the protest against the exclusiveness of minority culture. It has been astonishingly and universally successful. But it has made its way by two routes. One route has led through the ordinary, commercial, popular entertainment industry, within which jazz lived, and still lives, and which has constantly borrowed from it those things it could not give the public unaided, until it enfeebled its borrowings. Jazz has made much of its way as part of the pop world, as a special flavor in an increasingly jazz-influenced pop music. But jazz has also made its way independently, as a separate art, appreciated by special groups of people quite separately from, and generally in flat opposition to, commercial pop music. However, pop music has never quite let jazz out of the reach of its tentacles, and so long as it remains part of the popular tradition in the arts, it is difficult to see how it can. For, as I have tried to argue, the popular entertainment industry is merely a processing and adaptation, almost always a debasement, of that tradition. Jazz has been kept in this odd and complicated family relationship with popular music for another reason, or, if you like, by another facet of its populism. Throughout most of its history it has been largely ostracized or ignored by the official minority arts. It has not belonged. No eyebrows have normally been raised in the circles where it would be fatal not to have heard of Wozzeck or Petrushka when a citizen thought that Art Tatum was a boxer or Charlie Parker somebody's old school chum. More than this, among very many educated and cultured persons now barely into middle age, and especially among musical ones, jazz has been actively disliked and despised, partly perhaps because the world of jazz was, and is, to some extent a rebellion against the values of minority culture. Nowadays jazz has come to be much more widely accepted. Too much so, perhaps, for its own good, for it is quite possible that jazz will flourish as poorly in the atmosphere of conservatoires and chamber music recitals as Marie Lloyd would have done in country house drawing rooms. But there is no doubt that the long relegation of jazz to a world below that of the official arts has had its effect. For one thing, it has caused jazz to have much less influence on the other arts, and to be much less seriously studied and analyzed than one would have expected. I think it needs such study and analysis, though this book does not pretend to do more than survey the world of jazz, to get it into some kind of perspective, to introduce readers to its different regions. It is a completely and utterly fascinating world, even to the man or woman who has no intention of analyzing it, or who does not particularly like the noise which ceaselessly emerges from it, the noise of music, the noise of the tapping of fans' feet, the noise of businessmen talking one another into deals. But it is twice as fascinating if we consider it not simply as a film show of human behavior, often in technicolor, but as one of the keys to the problem that concerns us all. The old New Orleans banjo player Johnny St. Cyr once told an interviewer, "You see, the average working man is very musical. Playing music for him is just relaxing. He gets as much kick out of playing as other folks get out of dancing. The more enthusiastic his audience is, why, the more spirit the working man's got to play. And with your natural feelings that way, you never make the same thing twice. Every time you play a tune, new ideas come to mind and you slip that one in." If we need an illustration of the sort of art, and the sort of relation between art and the people, of which William Morris dreamed, an art made by the people for the people as a joy for the maker and the user, we might do worse than this. It is a good deal. It is demonstrably far from the reality of the arts in our Western urban and industrial society, and the chances are that every decade, by industrializing and standardizing the production of mass entertainment, shifts it farther away. How are we to restore the arts to their proper place in life, and to bring out the creative capacities in all of us? I do not claim that jazz holds the answer. Indeed, much of it has gone down one or other of the blind alleys which bedevil the arts in our world, either into commercialized pop music, or into esoteric art music. But the history of jazz, that remarkable noise from the Mississippi Delta which has, without benefit of patronage or advertising campaigns, conquered an astonishing range of geographical and social territory, can supply some of the material for an answer. We can see how one genuine and exceptionally vigorous and resistant popular art actually works and changes in the modern world, and what its achievements and limitations are. We can then draw conclusions. It is not the business of this book to draw them. I have written an introduction to jazz, not a program for the arts. But it might be as well to point out that if readers are so inclined, they can get more than information and entertainment from the world of jazz. Riding, rocking, and rolling are words applied both to the railroad and to coitus. In the prison and labor camp songs, the railroad is also the vehicle which brings the prisoner's girl to him. It is possible that the increasing spread of middle class or lower middle class standards among the working class may really create cultural moronism, for the practice of sitting back and soaking in individual cultural impressions as an end in itself is much more characteristic of the middle classes than of any other. What is culturally harmless, or even beneficial when done with Rembrandt, becomes pretty gloomy when done with a daily sketch portrait study of the royal family. How to recognize jazz. This interlude may be safely skipped by the informed reader. It is addressed to readers who, while interested in the subject, know nothing whatever about jazz, are unable to recognize a jazz record when they hear one, and do not care to consult friends or relatives on the subject. It is also addressed to readers who have put the question "what is jazz?" to aficionados and who have been met, as is extremely likely, by noise and confusion. It contains a fairly cursory description, or rather recognition model, of jazz, and a brief list of some of the chief artists and some of the characteristic records in this music. There can be no firm or adequate definition of jazz, except in the most general or non-musical terms, which are of no help in recognizing it when we hear it. As we have seen, jazz is neither self-contained nor unchanging. No frontier line, but a vast border zone, divides it from ordinary popular music, much of which is in varying degrees tinged by it and mixed up with it. No fixed frontier divides it from the older types of folk music out of which it has emerged. Until the last war, the frontier between it and orthodox art music was much sharper, but even that has been made hazier by raids across it from either side. As we have also seen, jazz has in its short history changed to a remarkable degree, and there is no guarantee at all that it will stop changing. Just as a definition of jazz which described it adequately in 1927 had to be modified and widened to describe the jazz of 1937, and again to describe that of 1957, so it is extremely probable that any incautious description today will in turn grow out of date. Jazz lovers and jazz critics, inhabitants of an argumentative and exclusive universe, have tried to find arbitrary definitions which will safely separate jazz from pop music, or whatever they consider the true jazz from its degenerations. It cannot be done, not because it is impossible to make and establish such conventional definitions. The orthodox arts are doing it all the time, but because jazz, being a modern popular art, has hitherto lacked the authorities and institutions which can make such definitions stick. Army musical schools, singing masters, and ballet academies may impose a correct way of playing cornets, singing coloratura, or moving one's feet, which can be broken only by deliberate technical revolution or secession. Tradition, in custom-bound pre-industrial societies, can impose an equally correct repertoire for the player, dancer, or singer. But jazz is in the position of the famous Hollywood producer who, when told he could not put a rendering of Mozart playing the Blue Danube Waltz into a film biography of that composer, said, "Who's going to stop me? Nobody." There is a difference between jazz in the strict sense and commercial pop music. There may well be a point in the evolution of jazz where it might be better to stop calling it by that name. But it is in its nature a music without precise boundary lines. Nevertheless, as a rough guide, it may be said that jazz, as it has developed up to the present, is music which contains the following 5 characteristics. Jazz-colored pop music contains some of the first 3 or 4 but not the last, or the last only in considerable dilution. 1. Jazz has certain musical peculiarities, which arise mainly from the use of scales not usually employed in European art music, but derived from West Africa, or from the mixing of European and African scales, or from the combination of African scales with European harmonies. The best known expression of these peculiarities is the combination of the blue scale, the ordinary major scale, with the third and seventh approximately flattened, which is used for melody, and the common major scale, used for harmony. The flattened notes are the so-called blue notes. Jazz leans heavily, and probably fundamentally, on another African element, rhythm. Not indeed in the African forms, which are normally much more complex than most jazz. However, the element of constant rhythmic variation, which is quite vital to jazz, is certainly not derived from the European tradition. Rhythmically, jazz consists of two elements: a steady and unchanging beat, normally 2 or 4 to a bar, at least approximately, which may be stated or implied, and a wide range of variations round it. These may consist of various kinds of syncopation, the placing of an accent on a normally unaccented beat, or the omission of an accent from a normally strong one, or of a much subtler ranging round the beat, placing the accent just before or after it, or of other devices such as attack and intensity. The interplay of the various jazz instruments, each of which has rhythmic as well as melodic functions, complicates the matter further. Rhythm is essential to jazz, it is the organizing element in the music. It is, however, extremely difficult to analyze, and some of its phenomena, such as that vaguely called swing, have so far resisted analysis altogether. They can merely be recognized. It is, for instance, difficult to see why good drummers, while maintaining a rock-steady beat, can and do give the sensation of continuous acceleration, or driving. Jazz employs peculiar instrumental and vocal colors. These derive in part from the use of instruments uncommon in art music, for though jazz has no specific instrumentation, it happens that the jazz orchestra has evolved out of the military orchestra, and therefore normally uses string instruments very little and brass and woodwind for purposes unusual in symphony orchestras. It also uses exotic instruments from time to time, e.g. vibraphones, bongo drums, and maracas. However, in the main the color of jazz comes from a peculiar and unconventional technique of playing all instruments, which developed because many of the pioneer jazz musicians were entirely self-taught. They therefore escaped the long-established conventions of European art music as to the correct way of using instruments or trained voices. This standard European convention has aimed at the production of a pure, clear, accurate instrumental tone and of a voice as nearly as possible like a special kind of instrument. The simplest way of explaining the jazz tone is to say that it automatically and spontaneously took the opposite road. Its voice is the ordinary untrained voice, and its instruments, so far as possible, are played as though they were such voices. It is even reported that the great cornetist King Oliver, when on bad terms with his bandsmen, refused to talk to them and talked to them only by means of his cornet, or that 85% of what Lester Young says on the sax you can understand. 1 There is no such thing in jazz as an illegitimate tone, vibrato is just as legitimate as pure tone, dirty ones as clean ones. Some players, influenced by orthodox music, have from time to time, notably in cool jazz, experimented with orthodox instrumental tones, but so far as jazz is concerned this is merely another proof that any sound which comes out of the instrument is a legitimate sound. Jazz players are also great experimenters who try to explore the utmost technical resources of their instruments, for instance, by trying to play a trumpet with the flexibility of woodwind, or a trombone in the normal register of the trumpet. Such pieces of often excessive craftsman's bravura produce their own unorthodox tone colors. But at bottom jazz has used instruments as voices for most of its history. Since the voices on which the instruments based themselves, and what they had to say or felt, belonged to a particular people living in specific conditions, the colors of jazz all tend to belong to a particular and recognizable spectrum. For instance, it is rather likely that, if brass and reed instruments had been developed in an analogous way by Bengalis or Chinese rather than by Southern Negroes, their sounds, though equally unorthodox by conventional European standards, would be very different. The pitch and inflection, the general pattern of expression, are obviously not the same in Dhaka or Canton as in Vicksburg. For jazz has developed certain specific musical forms and a specific repertoire. Neither are of very great importance. The two main forms used by jazz are the blues, and the ballad, the typical popular song adapted from ordinary commercial music. The blues, an extraordinarily powerful and fruitful foundation of jazz, is normally in music a unit of 12 bars and in words a rhyming couplet of iambic pentameters, the blank verse line, with the first line repeated. The pop ballad varies, but is often of a standardized 32-bar type. Both, in simple or complex forms, serve as the basis of musical variation. The repertoire consists of so-called standards themes which, for one reason or another, lend themselves to profitable jazz playing. They may be drawn from any source, the traditional blues and the current popular song being the most important. Standards tend to vary from one style or school of jazz to another, though some have proved suitable for all. The listener who hears a band announce the title of one of these, either a blues, say, or one of the evanescent pop songs of the past which have been given permanent life as jazz standards, can be pretty certain that the band at least intends to play jazz. It does not follow that it will. Once he knows his way around, he will probably also know by the title what type of jazz the band intends to play. There was a time when Margie or Avalon would almost certainly produce a Dixieland number, Christopher Columbus a number in the style of the 30s, How High the Moon or a Cole Porter number, modem jazz. By now a body of more elaborate jazz compositions or arrangements is also in existence. 5. Jazz is a player's music. Everything in it is subordinated to the individualities of the players, or derives from a musical situation when the player was supreme. A musician or impresario who wishes to get together a jazz band looks round not merely for so many trumpets, trombones, reeds, etc., but like a producer casting a play, or a selector of a good sports team, for a Buck Clayton on trumpet, a Henry Coker on trombone, a Sonny Rollins on tenor sax. Until recently the composer, the key figure in Western art music, was, with rare exceptions, a wholly secondary figure in jazz. His place was taken, if at all, by the modestly and correctly named arranger. The conductor remains totally unimportant, at least in his orthodox role. The traditional jazz composition is merely a simple theme for orchestration and variation. A piece of jazz is not reproduced, or even recreated, but ideally at least created and enjoyed by its players every time it is played. Hence once again ideally no two performances of the same piece by the same band should be exactly alike, and if two performances of the same piece by different bands sound identical, even in the same arrangement, then one of them is deliberately imitating the other. Every jazz player is a soloist, and just as the operatic listener ought to be able to recognize the voice of Flagstad or Schwarzkopf after a bar or two of an aria, so the jazz listener ought to be able to identify Armstrong, or Hodges, or Miles Davis, or, if he is very expert, some scores or hundreds of lesser recorded players after a few notes. It is therefore natural that individual and collective improvisation plays an immense part in jazz. A good deal of nonsense is naturally talked about this. Jazz musicians play a limited repertoire far too often, and the possibilities of improvisation on a given theme are in practice too limited for their performance not to become standardized to some extent. Literate musicians find scored music too convenient not to use it. Just so it is quite certain that even such improvised performances as those of the old Commedia dell'arte in time settled down into routines, collections of standardized gestures, expressions, and business which actors would string together, quite possibly recording them in a rough sort of notation. To talk as though the only legitimate jazz was the one which was never heard before is silly romanticism. Anyway, what is wrong with a player who, having hit on a good idea and elaborated it in a series of performances, decides to stick to what he now regards as an adequate solo? Jazz is not simply improvised or unwritten music. But it must, in the last analysis, be based on the individuality of particular musicians, and very likely on their actual improvisations, and it ought to leave room for improvisation. Nor is this difficult, for even with great technical efforts jazz cannot at present be adequately noted down on paper, and if it could, would almost certainly be far too complex for players to sight read, and perhaps even to learn from the score. A piece of jazz, unless recorded, copied by ear, and checked against the record, which in jazz takes the place of the score, time and again, cannot be reproduced by anyone else even in approximately identical form. The effort to do so has sometimes been made, for instance by devoted traditionalists attempting to reproduce with complete fidelity the sound of some cherished band of the past. But for most jazz purposes and especially for the routine of ordinary bread and butter performance the effort is too great to be worth the time and trouble. Most jazz scores, if they exist at all, are therefore rather simple and rough approximations, which leave at least the detail of tone, rhythm, inflection, and the like to the jazz instincts of the players. I do not propose to discuss the attempts to define jazz in narrower terms which have often been made, for instance, the one which holds that its essence is collective improvisation and that anything which lacks this characteristic is not jazz. Such definitions are normally manifestos of what jazz ought to be, not descriptions of what it actually is. Nor is there any need to describe jazz-influenced popular music. It is extremely unlikely that any man or woman in the Western world has escaped the constant bombardment by barrages of such music from theaters and cinemas, records, dance bands, radio, and television. Much of this music, though disavowed by the strict jazz lovers, claims to be jazz generally by adopting one of numerous trade names such as jazz, hot, swing, jive, cool, ragtime, blues, bop, syncopation, rhythm, Dixieland, and the rest, not counting the names of dances. Such trade names change rapidly with fashion. A dance band wishing to advertise its connections with jazz would, in the early 1920s have said it played jazz or syncopation, in the late 20s hot or dirty, in the 30s swing and so on. Just as there has always been a public which actively dislikes the idea of jazz, so there has always been one, including the jazz lovers but much more numerous, which is strongly attracted by the idea of jazz. Since pop music exists by selling itself on the market to buyers, the jazz trademark has been a distinct selling point from time to time. At the risk of offending purists, it must be said that such hybrid and diluted jazz has a perfect right to the name. Though the jazz lover may have fits at the idea, the reporter can no more deny the right of the late Paul Whiteman to call himself a jazz musician, the late Al Jolson a jazz singer, or the least and most cretinous rock and roller to claim jazz citizenship than the literary critic can deny the right of the average businessman to claim that he writes English. The world of jazz as a cultural phenomenon of our times includes anything that calls itself jazz, or borrows enough from the jazz idiom to be significantly affected by it. However, just as the critic who writes about English literature will not spend his time on business letters or Christmas card doggerel, so the jazz lover need not trouble much about the technicalities of pop music, except in so far as it has influenced the sort of jazz which is, rightly, the subject of critical enjoyment and appreciation. A few brief notes may help to guide the reader into the world of this more valuable kind of jazz. The subject is discussed at greater length in chapters 6 to 8. Here I merely wish to help the beginner find his or her bearings by listing some characteristic records which jazz lovers of one kind or another find powerful, moving, enjoyable, or interesting. It is not a list of the best jazz records, for no such list could be drawn up with any hope of agreement. However, it contains examples of the work of most jazz artists of agreed stature, and a wide enough range from which the listener can conclude what jazz sounds like, and whether he or she likes it. The references are to British record catalogues, where available. Readers should be warned that the unpredictable behavior of record companies will make it certain that several of the records they want will be out of print, or will have changed their labels and numbers by the time they need them. This also applies to the following list. A. Black folk music and the blues. 1 Murderer's Home, Nixa NJL 11. Work songs, blues, etc., recorded in a Mississippi labor camp in 1947. One of the fundamental records for the student of jazz or of black and any other folk music. 12. 2. The Country Blues, Folkways RF1. The best anthology of the male blues singer. 12. 3. The Saga of Leadbelly, Melodisc, 4 records. Black folk singer whose style and repertoire have been extremely influential even beyond the jazz public. 4. Gospel Singing at Newport, Columbia 33 CX 10112. Good examples of contemporary black gospel song groups. 12. 5. Harlem Congregation, London Dooker Ted Thompson TKL 93119. Tape recordings of actual modern urban church services. 12. 6. Mahalia Jackson, Vogue LDE 005. The finest gospel singer of the present day and one of the great artists of our time. 10. 7. The Bessie Smith Story, Phillips, 4 records. An adequate selection of the work of the queen of classic blues singers, often with extremely fine accompaniment. All 12. 8. Piano Jazz, Vol. 1, Vogue Choral LVA 9069. A selection of urban honky-tonk and blues piano. 12. B. Early Jazz. 9. Ragtime Piano Roll, Vol. 1, London AL 3515. Old pianola rolls by the leading composer-players of this earliest jazz style. 10. 10. King Oliver's Creole Jazz Band, London AL 3504. The classic New Orleans Orchestra as recorded in 1923. 10. 11. The King of New Orleans Jazz, RCA, RD 27113. Jelly Roll Morton. The most sophisticated development of orchestral jazz in the New Orleans tradition. 12. 12. The Louis Armstrong Story, Phillips, 4 records so far. The chief works by the unquestioned genius of early jazz. 12. 13. Mesroladnier Quintet, HMV, DLP 1110. Among the first, and still the most original and effective records reviving New Orleans jazz after its eclipse in the 1930s. 10. 14. Mesrobichet Quintet, Really the Blues, Vogue Lat 12017. Modern music in the New Orleans idiom. 15. Chicago Style Jazz, Phillips BBL 7061. Jazz as played by the young white players in the Middle West. 12. 16. The Bixby-Beck Story 2 and 3, Fontana TFE 17060, 17061. The greatest of the early white jazzmen, generally accompanied by inferior players. 7. See Middle Period Jazz. 17. Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra I, Vogue Choral LRA 10027. 10. 18. In a Mellow Tone, RCA, RD 27134. 12. 19. Historically Speaking, Parlophone PMC 1116. 3 stages, 1927-31, 1940-2, 1956, in the evolution of the most significant jazz composer and the finest jazz orchestra. 12. 20. Spike Hughes and his Negro Orchestra, Decca LK 4137. A black band of remarkable players in top form, Hawkins, Carter, Wells, Catlett, Berry, Allen, performs the works of a British composer critic. 12. 21. Dickie Wells in Paris, HMV, 1054 Chilean pesos. A 1937 record of a first-rate trombonist with excellent accompaniment, including Django Reinhardt, the gypsy jazz guitarist. 12. 22. Art Tatum, Columbia 33 CX 10115. The most impressive piano virtuoso of the middle period. 12. 23. Benny Goodman Quartet, HMV, DLPC 6. Excellent small group jazz of the 30s, with Lionel Hampton, Vibes, Teddy Wilson, No. 10. 24. Lester Young Memorial Album, 1 and 2, Fontana TFL 5064, 5065. A major soloist and innovator against the background of the finest swing band. 12. 25. The Real Fats Waller, Camden CDN 131. The most charming of pianists in characteristic performances. 12. 26. Spirituals to Swing, 1, top rank 35/064. A cross-section of jazz in 1938-9, a golden year. 12. 27. Billie Holiday, Commodore 30008. The finest recording by the most superb and tragic of jazz singers. 12. 28. Charlie Christian, Philips BBL 7172. A revolutionary guitarist and a first-rate group play jazz on the borders between middle period and modern. 12. 29. Lionel Hampton, Jiving the Vibes, Camden CDN 129. The most extrovert and talented of rhythmicists in casual small group jazz of golden quality. 12. 30. James Rushing, If This Ain't the Blues, Vanguard PPL. 11008. Jazz of the perennial kind, played and sung by musicians in the Kansas City tradition. 12. 31. Vic Dickinson Septet, 1, Vanguard PPT 12000. Easy, relaxed, jam session music by players in the middle period idiom. 10. D. Modern Jazz. 32. The Immortal Charlie Parker, London, 5 Records. 1944-48 Works by the genius of modern jazz and other musical revolutionaries. 33. Charlie Parker Dizzy Gillespie Quintet, Columbia 33C 9026. The Leading Modernists in 1952. 10. 34. Thelonious Monk, Brilliant Corners, London LTZU 15097. A wayward and notable pianist-composer produces small group ballads and blues in the modern idiom. 35. SPJ Jazz, Esquire 32, 049. Bud Powell, the leading modern pianist, with Sonny Stitt, an excellent saxophonist. 12. 36. Miles Davis, Milestones, Fontana TFL 5035. Characteristic and superb performances by the leading artist of the 1950s and excellent accompanists, Coltrane, Adderley, Red Garland, Philly Joe Jones Chambers. 12. 37. Sonny Rollins +4, Esquire 32, 025. A first-class modern drummer, trumpet, and tenor. 12. 38. West Coast Jazz, Voglat 12038. Examples of the cool white school in 1955, Mulligan, Baker, Sims, Konitz, et al., 12. 39. Modern Jazz Quartet, One Never Knows, London LTZK 15140. Cool jazz chamber music, beautifully played and directed by the sophisticated musical intelligence of John Lewis. 12. 40. Ornette Coleman, Tomorrow is the Question, Voglac 12228. The Revolutionary of 1959-60. 12. One further record must be recommended. It is What is Jazz, an illustrated lecture by Leonard Bernstein, pianist, composer, and conductor of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, Philips BBL 7149. It is the clearest and wittiest brief musical introduction to jazz for the layman published so far. Notes. 1. C. Chilton, Jackson, and the Oliver Band, Jazz Music 3, 6, 1947, N. Shapiro and N. Hentoff, The Jazz Makers, London 1958, 263. Particular jazz styles and periods have very characteristic instrumentations, and some instruments lend themselves better to jazz playing than others. But there is no reason why someone should not play jazz on any instrument, and someone generally has done so, even on the organ and the flute. To a much slighter extent this is true of any music. But in European art music this difficulty is minimized by its rhythmic simplicity and by the fact that the orchestral instruments are trained to produce a much more standardized sound. Part 1. History. 1. Prehistory. Jazz emerged as a recognizable music around 1900. At least that date seems as good as any, a few years one way or the other hardly matter. Before that lies its prehistory, with which this chapter deals, the period when the various social and musical components of the future jazz emerged and fused. After that comes the double story of the evolution of jazz and of its unique and triumphant expansion. The components. There is not much disagreement among the experts about the African components of jazz. Most of the slaves imported into the southern states of the USA were West Africans, the French, in whose Louisiana territory jazz first emerged, having a special preference for slaves from Dahomey. Little of the social organization of the West African blacks survived in the slave society, except certain religious cults, notably the Haitian and Louisianan voodoo, with its ritual music, and this, as Marshall Stearns points out, survived better under Catholic than under Protestant slave owners, for the Catholics did not greatly worry about their slave souls and tolerated a barely Christianized paganism among them. Hence Africanism survived in a purer form in the French zone of the USA. In the Protestant zones, African cults went underground, or were transmuted into shouting revival music with far greater European admixtures. Among the musical Africanisms which the slaves brought with them were rhythmic complexity, certain non-classical musical scales, some of them, like the ordinary pentatonic, familiar in non-classical European music, and certain musical patterns. The most characteristic of these are the call and response patterns which dominate the blues, and indeed most of jazz, and are preserved in their most archaic form, as one might expect, in the music of primitive black gospel congregations, with its echo of shouting dances. Certain types of functional songs were no doubt also brought over by the slaves, field hollers and work songs in general, satirical songs and the like. Such characteristic African musical practices as vocal and rhythmical polyphony, and the ubiquitous improvisation also belong to the slaves' musical heritage. The only instruments they brought with them from Africa were rhythmic or rhythmic melodic ones, and voices, but the characteristic timbres and inflections of the African voice have colored every jazz instrument since. It may be well to point out, as clearly as possible, that none of these musical elements need be connected with race, in the biological sense of the word. There is no proof that the black sense of rhythm is inborn, it is learned like anything else. The herding together of blacks as slaves and their subsequent social segregation are quite enough to account for the great and persistent strength of the original Africanisms. Nor do these make jazz into an African music. One has only to listen to West African music of any sort to see the difference, and as a matter of fact, modern West Africans have been rather slower to take to jazz than South Africans or young Englishmen who have no traditional link with it. They prefer, if anything, the Caribbean forms of Afro-American music. Reasonably pure African music survived in America, partly in ritual music, pagan and more or less Christianized, and in such things as work songs and hollers. In Louisiana it was to some extent officially encouraged as a safety valve for the slaves, perhaps much as tribal dancing is encouraged by the South African authorities among their serfs. The officially sponsored voodoo drum dances on Congo Square in New Orleans did not die out until the middle 1880s. They seem to have been started after the Napoleonic Wars. However, black music rapidly began to fuse with white components, and the evolution of jazz is the result of the fusion. Jazz arose at the point where three different European cultural traditions intersected, the Spanish, the French, and the Anglo-Saxon. Each on its own had produced a characteristic Afro-European musical fusion, Latin American and Caribbean music, Caribbean French music, as in Martinique, and various forms of Afro-Anglo-Saxon music, of which the spiritual gospel song, and country blues are, for our purposes, the most important. On the North American continent we can probably neglect the Indian component. The Mississippi Delta, with its Protestant Anglo-Saxon hinterland, its arms opening on the Spanish Caribbean, and its native French culture, combined all these as no other region did. Afro-Spanish influence affected jazz only as a Spanish tinge, To quote the pioneer New Orleans musician Ferdinand Jelly-Roll Morton, an admixture of certain rhythms such as the tangana, or the habanero which, as W. C. Handy already noted, roused a particularly vivid response among continental blacks. The deliberate adoption of Afro-Cuban rhythms in modern jazz, which included the importation of Afro-Cuban ritual drummers such as Chano Pozo, does not belong to the prehistory of jazz. It is fair to say that Afro, Latin American music, which is probably the only modern musical idiom which can rival jazz in its capacity to conquer other cultures, went its own way, and only overlapped at the edges with jazz. The French musical tradition is far more important, particularly as it was fully assimilated by the peculiar class of freed slaves which grew up in New Orleans, the gens de couleur or Creoles. They were normally former black mistresses of French settlers and their descendants. The Creoles in turn brought it among the lower caste blacks in the 1880s, when the progress of segregation deprived them of their privileged position. The instrumentation of early New Orleans jazz, which is essentially that of the military band, the instrumental technique, particularly obvious in that French speciality, the woodwind, the repertoire of marches, quadrilles, waltzes, and the like, all are unmistakably French, as indeed are the dialect and the names of many of the early, Creole, New Orleans musicians, Bechet, Dominique, Saint-Cyr, Bigard, Picou, Perrin, and the rest. It has been pointed out, incidentally, that Martinique, where similar conditions obtained, has developed a musical blending which is remarkably similar to that of New Orleans Creole music. Equally important, probably, is the French, or perhaps more exactly the Mediterranean or Catholic social tradition of New Orleans, the profusion of public festivals, carnivals, fraternities, which merged easily with the strong African penchant for secret societies, and parades, in which New Orleans jazz grew up. The jazz band, after all, is the most characteristic product of jazz, and only an area with a very large and constant demand for bands was likely to produce it. The Anglo-Saxon components are in many respects the most fundamental. They consist of the English language, the religion and religious music of the colonists and, in a smaller way, their secular folk songs and folk music. After the emergence of jazz, a fourth component became, alas, of growing importance, commercial popular music, which is itself a mixture of all sorts of elements, including, even before the triumph of the diluted jazz idiom, some colored ones. The English language provided the words of black speech and song, and in it black Americans have created, with the jazz idiom, the finest body of English folk poetry since the Scots ballads, the work song, gospel song, and secular blues. The secular music of the colonists, perhaps mostly the Scots-Irish poor whites of the South, provided a mass of songs, many of which, taken up and modified by the black traveling minstrels, entered the jazz repertoire. Careless Love, the Kentucky Mountain Ballad, or St. James Infirmary, whose derivation from an early English original A. L. Lloyd has traced, are examples. After 1800, religion, more especially the Great Awakening, which swept the Southern and frontier poor, black and white, into a frenzied, egalitarian, democratic Protestant sectarianism, provided the musical framework. The harmonies of the blues, as distinct from semi-African melodies and rhythms, are those of Moody and Sankey's type of hymn. But perhaps more important than the juicy harmonium chords, which were thus later to be strangely adapted to jazz, was the fact that the Great Awakening achieved the first systematic blending of European and African music in the USA outside New Orleans. Moreover, since this was not the imposition of organization and orthodoxy from above, but a largely spontaneous mass conversion from below, the two were equally blended, the African component not being subordinated to the European. More, it did not even subordinate European folk music to European art music. Culturally, the Great Awakening was the counterpart to the American War of Independence, or perhaps more precisely, to the rise of Jacksonian frontier democracy. It ensured that religious music, white and black, should remain a people's music, just as the defeat of Hamilton's by Jefferson's ideals ensured that American secular music should remain a people's music. From our point of view, the important thing about this was that even black music thus won its right to independent development. For the crucial factor in the development of jazz, as of all American popular music, the factor which more than any other accounts for the unique American phenomenon of a vigorous and resistant folk music in a rapidly expanding capitalist society, is that it was never swamped by the cultural standards of the upper classes. English musical working-class culture in the 19th century consisted of a patently dying rural and pre-industrial folk music, a musically extremely shoddy music hall song, and the twin pillars of organized working-class music, the classic oratorio and the brass band. But however admirable the Messiah or the test pieces at the brass band festivals, they are working-class conquests of orthodox culture, not independent folk music. American popular and folk music in the 19th century retained the initiative, and its persistent supremacy over Britain, even in the field of commercial pop music, derives largely from this. The evolution of black folk music. Once the initial blending of the components had taken place, black folk music began to evolve fairly rapidly. The details of this evolution before the 1890s are largely obscure, since it was not systematically observed. The sung blues, the heart of jazz, may have emerged in its most primitive forms even before the Civil War, though almost certainly not yet in the standard 12-bar form, and quite certainly as yet without using European or any other harmony. Possibly, as Wilder Hobson suggests, it may originally have consisted merely in the singing, over a steady, percussive rhythm, of lines of variable length, the length being determined by what phrase the singer had in mind, with equally variable pauses, the accompanying rhythm continuing, determined by how long it took the singer to think up another phrase. Possibly it emerged out of field hollers or work songs, or secularized pieces of gospel music. After black emancipation, its evolution was greatly speeded up, if only because of the emergence of professional black beggar minstrels, often blind, who roamed the road, some of whom have fortunately been recorded in our century. However, it appears not to have acquired its name before the early 20th century. Point 2. The important point about the blues is that it marks not merely a musical, but a social evolution, the emergence of a particular form of individual song commenting on everyday life. No doubt the banjo, an African instrument which could be adapted for melody, was used to accompany it. The blues turned into an instrumental form on the pianos of barrooms, barrel houses, honky-tonks, and brothels of the South, most probably in those of navvies and other laborers' camps, perhaps in the Southwest. It has been traced back to the 1880s. The first women who sang it publicly were almost certainly prostitutes like Mamie Desdaum of New Orleans, a hustlin' woman. A blues-singing poor gal. Used to play pretty passable piano around them dance halls on Perdido Street, as Bunk Johnson recalls. Point 3. But that was probably not before 1900 or so. The first spirituals go back much earlier, before 1800 certainly. The various stages of their evolution from the primitive ring shout to modern forms need not detain us, and the evolution of the special branch of the concert spiritual need not concern us, for this most Europeanized form of American black music has evolved far away from jazz. Spirituals and gospel songs at all stages of evolution continue to be sung or chanted, and all of them have continued to provide an inexhaustible reservoir for jazz in general and for particular jazz pieces. Thus the blues How Long is said to derive from a spiritual. St. James Infirmary echoes Keep Your Hand on the Plow, Hold On, and the last chorus of the St. Louis Blues, according to its composer, owes much to the eloquence of Brother Lazarus Gardner, presiding elder of the African Methodist Episcopal Church of Florence, Allah. We need merely note that the separation of blacks into holy black churches, mostly by secession from mixed churches in which they occupied a lower rank, began on a significant scale in 1816, when the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church became an independent sect, but became a mass movement in the Civil War period. Perhaps from our point of view the crucial decade in this development, which naturally intensified the black character of spiritual music, was the segregation of the Black Baptists, between 1865 and the 1880s, for this denomination and the 20th century, and therefore segregated, shouting sects like the Pentecostal holiness churches, Churches of God in Christ, and the like, have made the most powerful single religio-musical contribution to jazz. Meanwhile, a second phase of the blending of African and European music took place. This time and forever after, it was not religious song, but commercial popular entertainment, which stirred the mixture. Blacks naturally entered the profession of entertaining whites early, partly because they were good at it, partly because it was their best chance of leaving the worst forms of slavery or laboring, partly because slave owners would naturally recruit their musicians, like their house servants, from among the slaves. A good many blacks thus learned white music, and no doubt in performing it imbued it with some of their traditions. In turn, white composers like Stephen Foster introduced some characteristic Southern black touches into white song, and in the North a flourishing industry of imitation black entertainers developed, black-faced and banjo strumming. One may hope that Hitler is kept restless in his grave by the thought that it was pioneered by a German, Gottlieb Graupiner, who sang the gay Negro boy to banjo accompaniment in the opera Oronuco at the Federal Theater, Boston, in 1799. Most of the minstrels, who became the rage from 1830 to the beginning of our century, they still live a shadowy existence on remote British seaside piers, were whites, but elements of black music penetrated through them into American popular music. In fact, it was the most important channel through which black influences first passed into pop music. But it also served as a training ground for black musicians in European-style popular music, and later as an employer of early jazz and ragtime players. Minstrelsy was a channel which could be navigated both ways. By the 1890s this mixture was about to reach boiling point. In and around St. Louis, where West Midwest and South meet, the first identifiable style of jazz emerged, ragtime. This was almost exclusively a style of solo pianists, trained in European music and often with high musical ambitions. Scott Joplin, its most noted composer-player, composed a stillborn ragtime opera in 1915, and James P. Johnson, the glory of Harlem's ragtime pianists, created equally unsuccessful symphonies, choral works, and concertos. The black tradition was dominant, because ragtime was syncopated rhythm, limited, because it was nothing else. By 1900 Tin Pan Alley had taken it over. Thus the perennial pattern of an original jazz style, almost immediately absorbed and vulgarized by pop music, was established from the start. Perhaps a little later the second independent jazz style appears, the classical blues, sung by professional women entertainers on the music hall stage. The mother of the blues, Ma Rainey, Gertrude Purgett, a trooper's daughter, soon to be married to William Rainey of the Rabbit Foot Minstrels, seems to have begun singing the stage blues around 1902. The last decades of the century were also, as we have seen, the formative period in the development of the blues piano. Meanwhile, there is a little evidence that in southern cities like Atlanta, Mobile, and Charleston, the elements of an Afro-American band music were also emerging. For none of these were yet within range of Tin Pan Alley. It is therefore obvious that jazz was not simply born in New Orleans. In one way or another, the mixture between European and African elements was crystallizing into musical shape in many parts of America. Nevertheless, New Orleans can defend its title as the cradle of jazz against all comers, for there, and there alone, did the jazz band emerge as a mass phenomenon. How massive is indicated by the startling fact that the city of, say, 89,000 black inhabitants, the size of Cambridge in 1910, contained at least 30 bands whose reputation has survived. The priority of New Orleans cannot be disputed. No other jazz players who have since become more widely known were born as early as the 1870s, like Bunk Johnson, TPT, Alphonse Picou, CLT, or Manuel Perez, TPT, not to mention the legendary Buddy Bolden, who led the first historically attested jazz band around 1900. Why did jazz emerge at the end of the 19th century? Why did it emerge above all in New Orleans? The second half of the 19th century was a revolutionary period in the popular arts everywhere, though this has been overlooked by those orthodox observers of the arts who are snobs. Thus in Britain the music hall separated from its parent, the pub, in the 1840s and 50s. By general agreement it reached its peak in the 1880s and 90s, which also saw the startlingly rapid rise of the other phenomenon of working-class culture, professional football. In France the period after the Commune produced the working-class chansonnier, and after 1884 his culturally more ambitious bohemian derivation, the Montmartre cabaret. The great Aristide Bruant produced his famous collection of lumpen proletarian art dans la rue in 1889.6. In Spain an evolution strikingly similar to that in America produced the Cante Hondo, the Andalusian flamenco, which, like the blues it so much resembles, appeared as a professionally transformed folk song in the musical cafés of Cádiz and Seville, Malaga, and Cartagena, from the 1860s to 1900s. All these phenomena have two things in common: they arose out of the professional entertainment of the laboring poor, and they arose in big cities. They are, in fact, the product of urbanization, commercially, because it became worthwhile at a certain point to invest a fair amount of money in such entertainment; culturally, because the town poor, including the recently settled immigrants from the country or abroad, needed a special kind of entertainment. An analogous development for the middle classes occurred at the same period, the rise of musical comedy or operetta, but this had very little bearing on the evolution of the working class arts. Now such working class entertainment was of two types: either it might grow out of the professional entertainments which had always been provided in pre-industrial times, especially in permanent great metropolitan towns, as in the variety theatre, which combined, and still combines, aspects of the circus, the freak show, the sporting event, song and dance, and the rest. The New Orleans Jazz Band was clearly a development of such a metropolitan tradition of entertainment, in this case the public musical parade. It is significant that it owes little to official dance music, as witness the virtual absence of stringed instruments. Or else such entertainment might be a straight development of rural or urban amateur folk song, as in the case of the flamenco and the blues. It is obvious that all country blacks knew the blues, equally so that a commercial demand for public performance of it could only arise when those blues, cotton-picking Negroes, what they called in the old days yard and field Negroes, became a box office force. This process is not recorded for the blues, but for the flamenco it is remembered by the old minstrel Fernando L. de Triana, who claims to have been the first to carry the original miners' fandangos of Alazno into the wider world. All the world knows that for the past 40 years pretty nearly all retail shops in Spain were run by sons of this famous mountain pueblo. There was no capital city in Spain without its group of alozneros, who, in their leisure hours, kept only their own company. As they were always great lovers of song, they frequented the singing cafés, and since I was in those days the idol of the alozneros, and traveled all over the place, singing professionally in the cafés, I always came across them in all parts of Spain. 7. The emancipation of the slaves and the northern migration produced a black proletariat technically free to choose its own entertainment. A glance at the figures of black urban population in 1987,000 in Washington, D.C., 78,000 in New Orleans, 61,000 in New York and Philadelphia, 79,000 in Baltimore, 30 to 50,000 in several other cities shows that they already provided a modest public. But then, the entrepreneurs who catered for them were also modest, like those who ran the tent shows and the Savannah joints, in which, by 1903, a low form of vaudeville is carried on. 8 However, by 1910-14 the first ambitious theaters for an exclusively black audience were being built, e.g. the New Palace in New York, the Booker T. Washington in St. Louis, the Pekin and the State in Chicago. 9 What is equally to the point, the striking increase in the demand for entertainment among the white poor in the rapidly growing cities accelerated the development of music among black entertainers. But among these cities New Orleans occupied a special position as the unique metropolis of the South. With 216,000 inhabitants in 1880, a population almost doubled since 1850, it is very much larger than its rivals in the Deep South. This rapidly swelling metropolis, export port, and capital of the plantation country of the Mississippi Delta has odd parallels with the very similarly placed port cities in which the Andalusian flamenco began its career, Seville and Cadiz. Two things helped to precipitate jazz as we know it there: the breakdown of the old traditional slave culture and the fall of the free Creoles of color. The 1880s are the crucial period for both. The Congo square dances were abandoned and systematic racial discrimination came. The end of formalized African entertainment left the way free for a much less inhibited mixture of European and African idioms in the street parades and other brass band music which flourished like poppies in a cornfield after the Civil War. The fall of the Creoles brought European musical know-how into the new popular idiom, but above all, it secured the musical supremacy of the low-caste, black, uptown, blues blacks. There are plenty of Creoles in New Orleans jazz, but, except perhaps for the clarinets, they had to learn to play dirty and improvise like the uptown boys. As the disgusted old Creole Paul Dominguez told Alan Lomax, a fiddler is not a violinist, but a violinist can be a fiddler. If I wanted to make a living I had to be rowdy like the other group. I had to jazz it or rag it or any other damn thing. Bolden did that. Bolden and Bunk Johnson and Johnny Dodds and Louis Armstrong and Mutt Carey and Jim Robinson and other descendants of slaves from the Anglo-Saxon hot gospeling Protestant upcountry. Out of this mixture New Orleans jazz, perhaps still much like ragtime European marches, appeared, like a black Venus out of the foam. And we may still hear it, in its primitive form, in the famous funeral marches reconstructed by Jelly Roll Morton and Louis Armstrong for the gramophone, and in the classic description of old Bunk Johnson. On the way to the cemetery with an odd fellow or a mason they always buried with music, you see we would always use slow numbers, such as Nearer My God to Thee, Flee as a Bird to the Mountains, Come Thee Disconsolate. We would use most any 4/4, played very slow. They walked very slow behind the body. After we would get to the cemetery, and after the particular person were put away, the band would come onto the front, out of the graveyard. Then the lodge would come out, and they called roll, fall in line, and then we'd march away from the cemetery by the snare drum only, until we got about a block or 2 blocks away from the cemetery. Then we'd go right on into ragtime, what people call today swing ragtime. We would play Didn't He Ramble, When the Saints Go Marching In, That Good Old Piece Ain't Gonna Study War No More, and several others we would have, and we'd play them just for that effect. 11. And meanwhile, in the honky-tonks, there were the hustlin' girls and those blues players that didn't know nothing but the blues, like the Game Kid, who played them all night long in the good time houses, for a couple of dollars worth of drinks. I could sit right here and think 1,000 miles away. Yes, I could sit right here and think 1,000 miles away. Got the blues so bad, I cannot remember the day. 2. Expansion. Jazz was born. But the unique thing about it is not its existence. There have been plenty of specialized local musical idioms, but its extraordinary expansion, which has practically no cultural parallel for speed and scope except the early expansion of Mohammedanism. This is what we must therefore consider next. It falls, broadly, into phases. C. 1900 to 17, when jazz became the musical idiom of black popular music all over America, while some of its gimmicks, e.g. syncopation and ragtime, became a permanent component of Tin Pan Alley. 1917 to 29, when strict jazz expanded very little, but evolved quite rapidly, and when a highly diluted infusion of jazz became the dominant idiom of Western urban dance music and pop songs. 1929 to 41, when strict jazz began its conquest of European minority audiences and avant-garde players, and a much less diluted form of jazz, swing, permanently entered pop music. The real international triumph of jazz, the penetration of yet purer jazz idioms into pop music, New Orleans jazz, avant-garde modern jazz, and the country and gospel blues have come since 1941. The traditional picture of the diffusion of jazz is as simple as it is mythical. It stayed in New Orleans until the American Navy closed down the Red Light Quarter in 1917, after which the musicians, some already with experience on the riverboats, migrated up the Mississippi to Chicago, and thence all over America, notably to New York. This picture not only lacks much relation to the facts, but also makes it totally impossible to understand how jazz developed as it actually did. For it implies that other musicians learned their jazz relatively late, and that they learned it in terms of New Orleans music. But this is demonstrably not so. Though New Orleans musicians were highly appreciated and very influential, New Orleans jazz as a style had virtually no lineal descendants, except among a group of young white jazz fans from the Middle West who anticipated later fashions among the jazz public. Plenty of jazz who played in black bands by the early 1920s, but it was not in New Orleans style jazz, except when played by groups actually hailing from that city. Plenty of black bands were started in that period, but they contained surprisingly few players from the Delta, or even the Mississippi River line, and very few indeed from Chicago. In fact, jazz emerged after the First World War as a highly varied music, played by musicians all over the country, the New Orleans style being only one among many, though still the most fully formed. Purists may of course argue that what the rest played was not real jazz, but this type of argument need not detain us. The truth is that New Orleans players began to tour the hinterland and the rest of the country almost immediately, even getting as far as Europe, though nobody took much notice of them there before 1919. It would be tedious to list such of their movements as have been traced. We need only recall that in 1907 Jelly Roll Morton reports how he went to Chicago, then to Houston, Texas, then to California, then back to New Orleans via Texas and Oklahoma, getting a new girl in each place and winning a lot of money at pool. Touring was part of the economy of entertainers anyway, and New Orleans, a major reservoir of musicians even before the rise of jazz, must have been frequently tapped. W. C. Handy recalls how his road company, Mahara's Minstrels, took over two New Orleans clarinetists between 1900 and 1903, when black players took over that instrument, hitherto to preserve of whites. Obviously bandmasters would think of New Orleans. 1 The Delta musicians themselves soon discovered the possibilities of engagements further afield. No doubt they stimulated musicians wherever they went, nothing advances jazz more than a mixing of players. No doubt they influenced ambitious boys, who in turn taught others within the radius of their music. But, as we have seen, all black America was ready to burst out into one form or another of the jazz idiom anyway. Nor was the New Orleans influence the only one. The ragtime pianists, the blues singers in their tent shows, were already on the scene. In the East, for instance, a local piano style, based on ragtime and Appalachian gospel shouts, was almost contemporary with the New Orleans players. Walter Gould, One-Leg Shadow, born in Philadelphia in 1875, piano player and obscure salesman of lottery tickets, or U.B. Blake, born 1883, claimed to recall men who ragged quadrilles and schottisches even before their birth. Old Man Sam Moore, No Legs Casey, Bud Minor, Old Man Metronome French. 2 New Orleans was no pioneer to these Northeasterners, who were in any case out of its normal line of influence. How little the simple New Orleans myth reflects reality may be illustrated by the example of Paul Howard, born 1895 in Steubenville, Ohio, of free black ancestry, whose musical career started in church. Gospel music stood at one of his sides, military music at the other. He acquired a saxophone from an ex-soldier before 1910, becoming the first black saxophonist in Los Angeles, where he migrated in 1911. There, it is true, he discovered New Orleans jazz with Keppard's New Orleans Orchestra, which played a 2-week vaudeville season in 1915, and had some difficulty as a trained reading musician in adapting himself to collective improvisation. But how far from New Orleans jazz were contemporary local bands like the Black and Tan Band, which he joined, a cake-walking, ragtime brass band, originally from Texas, which reshuffled itself into a jazz band as soon as the word had a saleable value in 1918. 3 At most, New Orleans accelerated whatever tendencies towards jazz existed locally. By 1920, therefore, jazz was already a national idiom with different dialects. That is why the subsequent movements of jazz musicians reflect not only the traditional touring roots of vaudeville artists and minstrel shows, but, with some precision, the roots of migration of ordinary blacks. For this mass migration, rather than the temporary purity drive in New Orleans, pushed even the New Orleans musicians northwards. The best friends of the city will not claim that it has ever lacked a considerable and publicly tolerated nightlife for more than a few months on end. From about 1916 the blacks who had hitherto been remarkably immobile flooded north in extraordinary numbers. The combined black population of New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Detroit almost doubled between 1910 and 1920, and more than doubled between 1920 and 1930. In absolute figures, it rose from 226,000 in 1910 to 902,000 in 1930. In 1910 there had been only 3 cities with black populations of 90,000 or more, in 1920 there were 6, in 1930 11 including 3 with black populations of over 200,000. The black population of Chicago almost trebled, that of Harlem almost doubled between 1910 and 1920, and both more than doubled again in the next 10 years. To take a single year, in 1922 to 3 nearly 500,000 blacks migrated from the southern states. 4. Evidently jazz spread with the migrants. Just as ordinary blacks from Florida, Alabama, Georgia, etc., were likely to move along eastern routes towards Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York, so did the musicians from these areas. Duke Ellington's orchestra, 1926, contained no New Orleans man and only one player from St. Louis, but it did contain men from Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, South Carolina, Washington, D.C., and Indiana. This was natural, for it was a Washington-New York band. 5 Just as migrants from the Delta were likely to move upriver, so did the New Orleans and Memphis musicians. The black quarters of St. Louis were likely to attract migrants, and musicians, from the middle Mississippi Valley, those of Kansas City from the Oklahoma-Texas hinterland. There is, in fact, no great mystery about the geographical diffusion of jazz musicians. There is, however, a mystery about the notable musical centers which were established as the result of this mass migration. For some of the major black ghettos proved far more receptive to jazz than others, or rather, produced more musicians and independent musical activity than others. Obviously New York and Chicago led the field in the North, though Chicago, oddly enough, produced surprisingly few black orchestral jazz players of standing for a city so legendary for its jazz. The much smaller border metropolis of Louisville, Kentucky, compares favorably with it. Perhaps the youth of Chicago's Black Belt, or the competition of the famous out-of-town players who all passed through the city, accounts for this scarcity. Then there is the odd fact that the more industrial the city to which blacks migrated, the less fertile apparently its jazz. Detroit, Cleveland, and for that matter Chicago itself, are instances. Few black ghettos grew more rapidly than Detroit, which had under 6,000 colored inhabitants in 1910 and 120,000 in 1930. Few were more purely industrial. Yet thought the city contained a great deal of jazz, being the headquarters of both leading white and black bands, McKinney's Cotton Pickers and Gene Goldket's orchestra. It is extremely hard to think of a prominent jazz player of the pre-modern period who actually hails from there. In the modern period, however, Detroit became one of the most important breeding grounds of young musicians. Perhaps the relatively well-paid industrial jobs took away boys who would otherwise have been driven into entertainment. On the other hand, there is Pittsburgh, a typically industrial city, which has been extraordinarily fertile in producing original jazz musicians. But then, Pittsburgh seems always to have been an exceptionally thriving center of nightlife and entertainment for the Pennsylvania industrial belt, and perhaps because of local segregation of black consciousness. It is perhaps less surprising that cities on the fringe of the South should have been good nurseries for jazz, though a little puzzling why some of the older centers of the deep South, Atlanta, Charleston, have not been strikingly productive, or for that matter why, in the North, Philadelphia, which ran Harlem close in numbers until 1920, has made infinitely feebler contributions to jazz. But why is it that among the southern border cities Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, St. Louis and Louisville, Oklahoma City and Dallas, Kansas City, M.O., with barely more than 30,000 black inhabitants in 1920 and not yet 100,000 in 1940, should have become so abnormally important in the evolution of jazz? Because it was a great center of communication? Perhaps. As Ian Lang has said, the list of Kansas City's railroads is more than a catalog, it is almost an incantation. 6. Chicago Great Western, Union Pacific, Missouri Pacific, Frisco System, Chicago Burlington and Quincy, Atchison Topeka and Santa Fe, Chicago Milwaukee and St. Paul, Chicago and Alton, Wabash Kansas City Southern, Chicago Rock Island and Pacific, Missouri Kansas and Texas, Leavenworth Kansas and Western Kansas City, Mexico and Orient, St. Louis Kansas City and Colorado, Quincy Omaha and Kansas City, St. Joseph and Grand Island. Because it never suffered from the Depression, as some say? Perhaps. Certainly, being run by the most corrupt political machine in the USA, it remained as wide open as the Kansas cattle towns in the great days of the West, and a much bigger employer of musicians than most cities. Actually, its jazz history goes back to the 1890s, when it was one of the pioneer centers of ragtime. The truth is that, though we may guess at the answers to some of these questions, we do not know. A great deal more will have to be discovered about the sociology of black immigrant communities, a great deal more information will have to be collated about their entertainments, a good deal more careful biographical analysis of players and their careers will have to be done, before such fascinating historical puzzles can be solved. In the meantime, we can note them only in passing. This huge increase in the black public produced the phenomenon which has given us our basic documentation of jazz, the race record. 7 From 1920 on, gramophone companies found it worthwhile to issue records purely for the black market, and from 1923 several companies systematically built up such race catalogs. The most famous of them is that of the OK Company, 1923-35, which included, among much rare folk material, most of Louis Armstrong's early small group work. Thanks to the extraordinary growth of this market between 1923 and 1927, almost every artist who had ever been heard by anyone connected with show business had a chance of at least 1 or 2 recording sessions. Some of those recorded on race series, especially the most primitive singers and pianists, remain to this day little more than names, perpetuated on 2 or 3 historically invaluable discs: Bessie Tucker, Montana Taylor, Speckled Red, Romeo Nelson, Dobby Bragg, Henry Brown. Black orchestral jazz did not long remain confined to the race series, but such series have continued, rebaptized rhythm and blues in deference to black susceptibilities, to this day. The recent rock and roll vogue rests almost entirely on the pillaging of such catalogs by Tin Pan Alley. Authentic undiluted jazz made no great impact on the general white public, though the Northern Tour and the records of the white, original Dixieland Jazz Band in 1917 caused a temporary sensation, and conveniently served to mark the beginning of the Jazz Age. Both the date and the label are misleading, for the Jazz Age had begun, though not under that precise trademark, some years earlier, and it was not so much an age of jazz as of the mass conversion of ordinary pop and dance music to some idea vaguely involving syncopation, rhythm, instrumental novelty effects such as barnyard imitations, and the like. This new idiom was undoubtedly influenced by jazz, but it is safe to say that 97% of what the average white North American and European heard under that label between 1917 and 1935 had as little to do with jazz as the costume of drum majorettes has with battle dress. The triumph of this hybrid jazz is so important a phenomenon that we must look at it more closely. In the first instance, it was almost certainly due to the triumph of ballroom dancing, and especially among the younger 20th century generation of a fairly fast type of dance. The typical 19th century pop music number, on which the fortunes of Tin Pan Alley then rested, was designed for singing solo or in chorus, and indeed was rather hard to dance to, as may be tested by trying to do so to Stephen Foster or the classical pub and barbershop repertoire, say Nellie Dean. But from about 1910 on, publishers seem to have observed that no song was likely to become a smash hit unless it was also danceable. Within a decade practically all songs would automatically be supplied with a dance orchestration in strict time, however little suited to them. The pop term ballad for any song which cannot be otherwise classified echoes the sound of these Victorian warblings, 8 ragtime and jazz rhythms, which can be used to adapt practically any tune for dancing, were naturally invaluable. The history of ordinary popular dancing is, as usual, rather obscure, and we do not know exactly how and why the vogue for ballroom dancing grew, though we can trace it in its more commercial and publicized aspects. The first dance marathon put on by Sid Grauman, of Grauman's Chinese Theater in Hollywood, in 1910, the vogue for the dancers on the eve of the First World War, which made the fortunes of the famous dancing team of Irene and Vernon Castle, the small American neighborhood dance halls grossing $2,500 a week on a dime admission, the penny dances in parks organized by the Cincinnati City Fathers in 1914, and the rest. 9 British dance halls came later, the Hammersmith Palais in 1919, characteristically with the original Dixieland Band as resident orchestra. Fortunately, it is the fact of the dancing vogue rather than its explanation which concerns us here. I dare say it was closely connected with the loosening of Victorian conventions of social behavior, and especially with the emancipation of women. At all events, the dancing fashion was also a search for newer, faster, and less conventional dance rhythms and dance sounds which edged aside even the very resistant dances of the late 19th century, above all the waltz with more exciting rhythmical Africanisms, North or South American. From 1900 the invention of new rhythmic dances became a minor industry. The crop of 1910 to 15, turkey trot, bunny hug, etc., produced the most lasting formula, the foxtrot. It is safe to say that without the foxtrot and its cousins, the shimmy, originally a Barbary Coast indecency, was particularly popular in Europe in the 1920s, the triumph of hybrid jazz in pop music would have been unthinkable, just as the advance of Latin American rhythms rested firmly on the adoption of the tango, also on the eve of the First World War. Subsequent innovations, the black bottom, Charleston, Lindy Hop, Big Apple, Truckin', and the rest, mostly borrowed from those abundant sources of new dances, the Western and Midwestern cabarets, and later the big Harlem dance halls, have been mainly temporary crazes. The dancing vogue automatically brought an infiltration of Afro-American idioms into pop music. Even the Castles had a black band, and a craze for drumming and drum solos, such as has periodically seized the more moronic part of the public, was already running its course in 1914 to 16. From 1912 or so the blues entered popular music. W. C. Handy published some of his finest pieces between then and 1916, Memphis Blues, St. Louis Blues, Yellow Dog Blues, Bale Street Blues, and 1916 saw a battle between pop music publishers over the priority of their respective blues. From about the same time the term jazz, or jazz, came to be used as a generic label for the new dance music, since few knew that it had hitherto been an African slang word for sexual intercourse. It was adopted rapidly and almost universally, no doubt. Because by 1916 to 17 the need for such a label was obvious. There was not only the original Dixieland Jazz Band, which was a jazz band, but a host of competing inventors of the jazz dance, and of Tin Pan Alley numbers of the genus Everybody's Doing the X Now. Cleopatra had a jazz band, Everybody's Crazy 'Bout That Doggone Blues, Mr. Jazz himself, by Irving Berlin, who was quicker off the mark with jazz than with ragtime, all from 1917. Former minstrel and quasi-military bands like Wilbur Sweatman's, Isham Jones's, and Paul Whiteman's drove their bandwagons in the new style, and those who could not, added a saxophone to their string trios and called themselves jazz bands anyway. Towards the end of 1917 jazz bands were already being formed in Britain. 11. This mixture was not without its repercussions on authentic jazz. It was from the pop bands that the saxophone came. New Orleans players hardly knew or used it. Straight minstrel bands had borrowed it from the military long since, as when Mahara's minstrels picked up a quartet of saxophones in Chicago who contributed wonderfully to the religioso when W.C. Handy played the Holy City as a cornet solo. 12 This mawkishness, which became the trademark of sweet pop music in the 1920s, was about their limit then. Saxes entered jazz because they were popular with the audiences. King Oliver was prevailed upon to try a couple in the early 1920s because another band was attracting the customers with these instruments. 13 Again, the pop song of the immediate post-war period provided a high proportion of the standards for the jazz repertoire of the 20s, especially among white bands, and stimulated the publication of a good many straight jazz and blues numbers. The characteristic repertoire of Dixieland jazz was to consist largely of such numbers: Indiana, 1917, After You've Gone, Jada, 1918, Someday Sweetheart, The World Is Waiting for the Sunrise, I've Found a New Baby, I Wish I Could Shimmy Like My Sister Kate, Royal Garden Blues, Ain't Gonna Give Nobody None of My Jelly Roll, 1919, Margie, Avalon, Japanese Sandman, Ida, 1920. 14. The interesting thing about this vogue is that from the beginning it was seen not simply as just another, and perhaps abnormally deplorable, fashion in pop music, but as a symbol, a movement, at any rate something important. Moralists, of course, declared war on it immediately, as usual with a splendid inability to make up their minds whether they objected to it because of its association with low life or the lower classes. The New Orleans Times-Picayune's outburst is well known, June 20, 1918. Why is the jazz music and, therefore, the jazz band? As well ask why is the dime novel or the grease-dripping donut? All are manifestations of a low streak in man's tastes that has not yet come out in civilization's wash. Indeed, one might go further and say that jazz music is the indecent story syncopated and counterpointed. Like the improper anecdote, also, in its youth, it was listened to blushing behind closed doors and drawn curtains, but, like all vice, it grew bolder until it dared decent surroundings and there was tolerated because of its oddity. It gives a sensual delight more intense than the Viennese waltz or the refined sentiment and respectful emotion of an 18th-century minuet. In the matter of jazz, New Orleans is particularly interested, since it has been widely suggested that this particular form of musical vice had its birth in the city. We do not recognize the honor of parenthood, but with such a story in circulation, it behoves us to be the last to accept the atrocity in polite society. Unspeakable jazz must go, cried the Ladies' Home Journal in 1921. Rabbi Stephen T. Wise, with the natural talent of clergymen for this type of statement, held that when America regains its soul, jazz will go, not before, that is to say it will be relegated to the dark and scarlet haunts whence it came and whither, unwept, it will return after America's soul is reborn. 15 The revulsion of conservative musical classicists was equally astonishing. Readers may find juicy examples in the files of the Musical Times. On the other hand, the cultural avant-garde hailed it with equal enthusiasm and almost equal ignorance as the music of the machine age, the music of the future, the revitalizing force of the primitive jungle, and so on, normally on the strength of hearing bands like Mr. Jack Hilton's, which the author remembers as the accepted last word in jazz in Central European secondary schools, 1928-33. A characteristic, if late, example of this woolly rhapsodizing may be found in an article on the heart of jazz, by a certain J.H. Levesque, L.E. Jazz Hot, No. 23, 1938, which quotes Bergson, Stravinsky, Valery, Minkowski, Blaise Cendrars, Runel, Thomas Aquinas, Apollinaire, and Lecomte de Noé, and argues that jazz is the intensity of life as shown in other fields where life is manifested powerfully and freely. Napoleon, Georges Carpentier, Theodore Roosevelt, Chaplin, and cartoon films, Cochet the tennis player, Henry Ford, Rambo, Cendrars, Casanova, Picabia, Marcel Duchamp, Nuvolari, and Malcolm Campbell the racing drivers are given as examples. There is, oddly, no reference to Cocteau, Picasso, or Freud. As a matter of fact, avant-garde musicians who actually heard some authentic jazz, such as Ernest Ansermet and Darius Milhaud, commented on it with considerable acumen and open-mindedness, though some of them were reluctant to tear themselves away from the beauties of this music which is as mechanized and as precise as a machine. Darius Milhaud, 16, to consider unmechanized jazz, and though their borrowings from it were superficial. Within hybrid jazz itself there were also strivings and ambitions rarely found among the modest craftsmen of Tin Pan Alley. In a vague sense, not wholly determined by the advertising value of classiness, they felt it to be serious in a way in which the idiom of, say, Ireland must be heaven, for my mother came from there, or there's a broken heart for every light on Broadway was not. Paul Whiteman's famous Eola and Hall concert of 1924, designed to establish the academic credentials of symphonic jazz, may deserve all the musical sneers of the really serious cats, but they rarely object to it because it tried to bring jazz to the concert platform. Incidentally, Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, which had its first performance then, is a very reputable piece of jazz-influenced light music. Jazz has had a hankering for recognition as something more than dance music ever since it emerged from the Deep South, and with reason. Hybrid jazz spread with uncanny rapidity round the world, aided by the gramophone, the upper-class fashion for Anglo-Saxonisms and Americanisms, e.g. LE 5 o'clock, the tea dance, and the prestige and horrible fascination of the USA in the heyday of Henry Ford, Wall Street, Lindbergh, and Prohibition. At the tail end of the 20s, however, we observe the tiny beginnings of an expansion of the thoroughbred jazz among small obscure and untypical communities in Europe, and to a much lesser extent, in America the imported gramophone records of white New York musicians, and later of the great black players, were almost entirely responsible in Europe at least for the creation of these small groups of devotees. It is fortunate that by the time the Depression swept across the USA a few hundreds they could hardly yet be counted in thousands of European jazz fans were ready. No doubt jazz historians have exaggerated the catastrophic effect of the slump on their music, though it is evident that bad times must decimate any industry which depends on the spending of spare money, except in so far as it relies on the rich who are never short of cash. Jazz did not die in America between 1929 and the start of the swing craze in 1935. The new big black jazz bands, playing for dances, survived, though sometimes a little shakily. They were capable of competing with the cinema. Ellington, Lunsford, McKinney's Cotton Pickers, Benny Moten, Earl Hines, Fletcher Henderson, Cab Calloway, Louise Russell, Andy Kirk, and others saw the Depression through, aided by the flourishing big clubs of gangster, and therefore wide open, cities like Chicago and KC, and by the major Harlem ballrooms. Indeed, for the big bands these were the formative years of their style. But innumerable marginal musicians and singers, men of traditional or inadaptable styles who had been carried by the modest prosperity of the black market, innumerable men who had preferred the casual high-stepping life of small combos in small clubs and gigs, found themselves on the streets. 17 And for the record industry the slump was an unbelievable catastrophe. Between 1927 and 1934 its sales dropped by 94%. The small European market could at least ensure that some records were made of certain kinds of jazz for which the American demand had virtually folded up. The most notable examples are those made by the great jazz mecenas, John Hammond Jr., for the English Gramophone Company from 1933 on. Europe could also provide temporary jobs for American musicians, though political and union action cut down the scope for foreign touring in the 1930s. Armstrong toured here 1932 and 1933-5, Fats Waller spent much of the 30s on this side of the Atlantic, Benny Carter was in Europe from 1935 to 1938, Coleman Hawkins from 1934 to 1939, Sidney Bechet toured frequently from 1928 to 1938, while several musicians expatriated themselves for long periods. The trumpeter Bill Coleman in Paris from 1933, the pianist Teddy Weatherford in China, joined in temporary exile by Buck Clayton 1934-6, the clarinetist Rudy Jackson in India and Ceylon. Their presence naturally helped to increase the number of European jazz lovers. European combinations trying to play authentic, or hot jazz also began in the late 1920s. Fred Elizalde's group in 1927 is the British pioneer. These were mostly small groups playing in odd nightclubs, or pick-up bands for recordings into which the already existing fifth column of jazz fans sometimes managed to talk the gramophone executives. Why, after all, should they not risk the £45 which covered all the salaries and expenses of Spike Hughes' pioneer British for a session? 18 From the early 30s on, the hot public was large enough to found clubs and therefore modest audiences. The first Norwegian jazz club dates back to 1928, a now highly prosperous music publisher found it worthwhile to organize hot record recitals in London in 1930, and by 1935 Denmark, which claimed to be the world's hottest country, had jazz lectures in its schools and 3 jazz concerts a year organized by the leading serious newspaper. 19 The most ambitious musical enterprise of these sects, and also the most original enterprise of European jazz up to the present, was the famous quintet of the Hot Club of France, 1934-9, whose star was the remarkable gypsy guitarist Django Reinhardt, 1910-53. A number of mixed European-American recording sessions were also organized mainly in Holland and France, which became increasingly the European headquarters of jazz, thanks to the loudly and well-blown intellectual trumpets of its jazz writers and collectors. If the Depression had almost exiled authentic jazz from America, that country was triumphantly reconquered in the middle 1930s. In 1935-40 pop music once again capitulated to jazz, now called swing, as it had done in 1914-20. Moreover, the jazz it capitulated to was a great deal more like the real thing than it had been in the days when anxious band leaders put some saxes behind their stands, some syncopation in their arrangements, and played the Blue Danube as the Blue Danube Blues. In fact, pop music adopted, almost in toto, the instrumental techniques and arrangements elaborated by the black players, and especially the black big bands, in the 1920s. This was all the easier, since these innovations in authentic jazz had themselves been the result of pop music influence, not to say the natural desire of black entertainers to jump on the white pop musicians' gravy train. At all events, the difference in genre between Benny Goodman's hot band, which became the queen of the musical battlefield, and the ordinary sweet band itself infiltrated by hybrid jazz was a great deal smaller in 1935 than such differences had been in 1917, when patrons at Reisenweber's in New York had actually to be instructed that the original Dixieland jazz band's sound was intended for dancing. Why swing conquered in the middle 1930s is therefore not quite so difficult a question as why jazz conquered pop music in 1914-20. It could in any case not have done so much earlier. The instrumental and orchestral innovations, and indeed the very rhythmical swing from which the Vogue took its name, were hardly elaborated before the second half of the 20s, and the Depression intervened after that. Swing made its appeal by a combination of increasingly insistent rhythm and considerable noise. A series of brazen walls of sound advancing inexorably on the listener like Pacific breakers, a driving drum pulse occasionally breaking out into volleys of virtuoso sharpshooting, such was its basic formula. Its appeal was almost exclusively to adolescents. The modern phase of pop music, in which the crucial section of the public stretches from the age of 21 backwards as far as pocket money will allow, begins with the middle 1930s. At any rate, youth, especially white college youth, made the fashion. Glenn Gray Noblafa's Casa Loma Orchestra, anticipating the later Glenn Miller Band, which catered largely to college audiences in the early 30s, is said to have been the first white band with a deliberate jazz policy, and the pioneer of swing. It was probably not quite the first. Benny Goodman's band, formed in 1934, sold to business by an ex-college boy executive, had little success until it hit the teenage and college public in California in the middle of 1935. The swing public was a dancing public, but with a difference: for the athletic, acrobatic dances it evolved, jiving, jitterbugging, were simple releases of physical energy by rhythm rather than excuses for anticipating sexual caresses. It is extremely difficult to be very sexual when one is throwing one's limbs about and whirling partners at arm's length, especially in the aisles of concert halls and theaters. This also anticipated later developments. Indeed, swing was no longer primarily a dancing music, but quite as much a music for active listening, tapping the feet, agitating the torso, but listening. The crowd of fans surrounding the bandstand, which have become characteristic of jazz occasions since, began in this period. This tendency to listen rather than to dance was not confined to swing. The leading suite band, Guy Lombardo's Royal Canadians, claimed to owe its success largely to the discovery that its vast radio public rarely bothered to dance to it. 20 Perhaps the triumph of broadcasting accounts for this rediscovery of pop music as something which can be passively taken in. Consequently, the characteristic product of the swing era was the touring big band giving concert or variety performances as well as playing for dances, a formula which has lasted. However, since bands of this type and standard were virtually confined to the USA, swing made its foreign conquests, perhaps with the partial exception of Britain, mainly by means of the gramophone record. Its public abroad was therefore more restricted than that for the hybrid jazz of the 1920s and seems to have been largely a rather expanded version of the public for authentic jazz. Meanwhile, developments were taking place which were to make authentic jazz itself into an international mass movement, and eventually to commercialize it. These were the so-called revival movements, which produced their first important results in 1938-9 and their massive consequences, almost simultaneously in America and Europe, in the last years of the war and the first post-war years. They were quite unique phenomena, for they arose neither out of the internal logic of jazz development, i.e. the tendencies evolved by the players themselves, nor out of the logic of commercialism. They were almost wholly the products of intellectual doctrinaires who aimed, in the first place, at the rediscovery of the forgotten and pure sources of jazz and the folk music behind it. In America, Roosevelt's New Deal gave them a powerful political impetus. An era which proudly claimed to go back to the grassroots of American politics among the poor, the disinherited, the radicals, revolutionaries, and populists, found it only natural to go back also the grassroots of American culture, and to rediscover the astonishing wealth of the American popular idiom. Nor was this mere archaeology. After all, organizers in southern Illinois, Tennessee, and Alabama encouraged their militants with trade union blues, trade union hillbilly songs and trade union spirituals, for the simple reason that these were still a living, cultural language. Minstrel fiddlers and guitarists like the great Lead Belly, who was discovered and recorded for the Library of Congress at this period, made up Union songs as naturally as gospel songs, and in the same manner. Have you belonged to disunion? Do you belong to disunion? We are Union people. Yes, Lord, we went to dat office. And show have signed. Got our name on the record. And we show done joined. The period from 1930 to 1941 therefore saw intellectuals going to the people, collecting, recording, and singing their music with passionate satisfaction. American folk songs, old and new, became part of the atmosphere of the American left. No party in Greenwich Village or the Hollywood scriptwriter's belt became complete without someone who could sing John Henry to a guitar. Most of the material thus collected was pre-jazz, but among the forgotten music thus resuscitated was early jazz also. The Lomaxes of the Library of Congress produced the most impressive single document of New Orleans jazz in 1938, when they opened their recording shops to a dapper elderly Creole Benvenuto Cellini with gold rings and a diamond set in gold in his front incisor, who wished to defend his claim to be the only inventor of jazz, Ferdinand Jelly Roll Morton. In doing so they helped to create a classic. A parallel movement was gaining force among the specialized jazz lovers and collectors, whose ranks, of course, overlapped a good deal with those of the musical or political New Dealers, friends of the Spanish Republic, communists, and others, in Britain as in the USA. Here it took the form chiefly of a protest against the increasingly commercial tendencies of jazz in the swing era. Now that even good authentic jazz was in the headlines, the nostalgia for the old days, when only those in the know could find and appreciate it, became irresistible. From about 1938, collectors and critics began systematically to organize the recording of forgotten jazz and blues artists, but especially of attempts by the original players to recapture the quintessential jazz, which was that of New Orleans. Out of the many signposts in these years to deserve our special attention, the recording, by the French critic Hugues Panissy, of a splendid group of New Orleans discs with Sidney Bechet, Tommy Ladnier, Mez Mesro, and one or two others, 1938, and the publication in 1939 of an erudite and nostalgic volume, Jazzmen, the first major fruit of years of devoted historical scholarship. 21 In the international world of jazz lovers, every one of these records and publications, imported at first in single copies from America, created a sensation. In America itself the archaeologists went farther, and, by the middle of the war 1943 is the crucial year, had reached the point of actually restoring retired old New Orleans players to activity, buying them dentures and trumpets in the process, and launching them on a receptive public of young whites. California was the center of this movement. Even before the first gray-haired player tested his new denture on his new horn, young white players, for reasons to be discussed later, the young black ones were quite immune to revivalism, had begun the painstaking reconstruction of the original New Orleans style. Lou Waters and the Yerba Buena Band, who opened around San Francisco at the tail end of 1939, strongly supported by the Stanford and Berkeley students 22, were the pioneers of this movement, which is probably and paradoxically the most characteristically white style in the history of jazz. The slowness with which records were issued in Europe, not to mention the impossibility of issuing American jazz in Nazi-occupied territories, postponed the emergence of the young revivalists outside America. However, by 1943 Australia had some, the Graham Bell Group. By 1944 the star of New Orleans rose over the Red Barn pub in the unlikely Bethlehem of Bexley Heath, Kent, George Webb and his Dixielanders, while after Liberation revival bands emerged, with fanatical purism in Paris, Claude Luter, with a little more freedom in Holland, where their foundations had been laid as far back as 1939, Dutch Swing College, and elsewhere. The characteristic small cellar jazz band with its trumpeter trying to play like Louis Armstrong and its clarinet like Johnny Dodds, became part of the West and Central European scene. For political or rather quasi-moral reasons it was kept out of Eastern Europe. Why the Soviet authorities took against jazz, about which they knew virtually nothing, is obscure. The prejudice against it long antedated the Cold War, though it was confined entirely to the Russians, Western communists, and left-wingers being among the most enthusiastic champions of the music. 23 I dare say it was regarded as decadent because it did not fit into the pattern of Puritan social respectability which the Soviet authorities sought to inculcate. Nor did it. The most enthusiastic champions of jazz, and those most convinced of its moral harmlessness or positive value, will not claim that it has a historical or natural affinity with Puritanism. At all events the Russians kept it out, with the result that East Europeans had to get their jazz from the broadcasts of the AFN network and Radio Free Europe, or from Western visitors to youth festivals. However, it is significant that when the restrictions of the later Stalin period were lifted in 1955-6, what emerged in Poland, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia was the Dixieland revival. Meanwhile jazz had made an even more important conquest, Africa itself. The astonishingly rapid urbanization of Black Africa since 1940 produced the need for an urban popular music, which for obvious reasons the orthodox pop industry was slow to satisfy. In West Africa the music which thus emerged was chiefly based on local idioms, crossed with Caribbean influences, and a dash of New Orleans, but not very much. In South Africa, on the other hand, especially in Johannesburg, the urbanized black population took to American jazz, mainly derived, by the sound of it, from the big bands of the swing era. Probably South Africa is today the most flourishing center of creative jazz outside America. By the middle 1950s, therefore, jazz had become a world idiom. It met with the greatest resistance in countries whose musical tradition was wholly non-European or non-African, e.g. in the Muslim world, and Asia, except for Japan, always open to Western influences, and in countries with particularly vigorous popular musical traditions, such as the Iberian and Iberian American ones. Indeed, from these it actually encountered opposition. The Andalusian flamenco, in the lifetime of jazz, has shown considerable powers of propagation within the Hispanic areas, though outside them it has had no popular influence. Latin American music, on the other hand, has disputed Western popular music with jazz, its attack spearheaded by the tangos, rumbas, and sambas, while it has, since the 1940s, actually encroached upon jazz itself with the fashion for mixed Cuban jazz music. Caribbean music has made modest progress in America, Britain, Scandinavia, and West Africa, mainly through the miserable doggerel of the calypso, but perhaps, except for West Africa, only as a novelty. Flourishing traditions of light and popular music elsewhere have also imposed some limitations on jazz, though they have not prevented it establishing bridgeheads, the Italian canzone, the French chanson and accordion-type music, and various other older idioms have resisted it. Of course, except among particular age groups or social groups, jazz, however diluted, has nowhere ever had a musical monopoly. Even in the USA other forms have maintained themselves, and everywhere such older kinds of dance as the waltz persist, though in a more modest position than before. Again, except in the most urbanized Anglo-Saxon areas, jazz has been far slower to penetrate the countryside than the town, the small town than the big city. But there can be no doubt that it is today a world idiom, not only in the hybrid form of jazz-tinged dance music, but in a much more thoroughbred version. Nor that, but for political factors, it would be even more widespread. How much of this is due to the prestige and propaganda of the USA and to the dominant position of the American entertainment industry is a matter for debate. Probably not very much, except perhaps for the original spread of hybrid jazz. The main international agency for the dissemination of the American way of life, Hollywood, has paid very little attention to jazz, since this was and remains a minority taste in America. The American pop music industry has been much less capable of international penetration outside the Anglo-Saxon radius than jazz alone, until almost the present. Tin Pan Alley has not substantially disturbed the national pattern of the French, German, Italian, Spanish, etc., song hits. In fact, jazz, especially authentic jazz in its various forms, has made its way under its own considerable power. Only when it had done so did the American government recognize it as an agent of propaganda for the American way of life in the Cold War, and use it to penetrate the East-West barrier, flooding the air with daily jazz broadcasts and sending prominent musicians abroad as cultural ambassadors. Since 1947 the expansion of jazz has therefore almost certainly owed something to official sponsorship. However, jazz had traveled a long way without it, and would undoubtedly have continued to do so in any country in which jazz records were freely available. The most recent phase of the expansion of jazz is perhaps too early to assess. It is the entry of the almost undiluted rhythm and blues into pop music, as in the rock and roll or the British skiffle crazes. This is the product of the middle 1950s. In many ways it is probably the most formidable of the many advances jazz has so far made, for there can be no doubt that rhythm and blues have not only swamped ordinary pop music in America and Britain, at least in terms of the sales chart, but that their power to penetrate the jukeboxes of the world is far, far greater than that of any previous product of America's Tin Pan Alley. It is an awe-inspiring experience to see substantially the same selection of shockers on the automatic gramophones of little Italian towns as in Manchester, and no doubt Wichita, and to reflect that complete freedom of cultural competition would almost certainly put them on those of Moscow and Shanghai. Perhaps this is because this latest fashion has reduced the music appeal to its simplest elements, a relentless, elementary beat, and a shouting voice. In America the phenomenon was a creation of the pop industry, analogous to the jazz injections of 1914 to 20 and 1935 to 40. In Britain, however, it had much more interesting origins, in a wholly spontaneous and uncommercial popular movement of amateur music making with guitars and improvised rhythm instruments, with a repertoire of American folk songs. These skiffle groups, which flourished for a few months until killed by commercialization, were the direct children of the New Orleans revival, and indeed originally consisted of singers and guitarists from revival bands who entertained the audience with blues and lead-belly type songs while the rest of the boys had a drink. The public for skiffle and rock and roll was wholly adolescent or sub-adolescent. Indeed, the habitual rock and roll fan, unless mentally rather retarded, tended to be between 10 and 15 years of age. Probably the universal appeal of the fashion was due to this infantilism. Though it had begun to recede slightly by 1960, the rhythm and blues element remained powerful in pop music addressed to juveniles, who had been discovered to constitute the major market for Tin Pan Alley in the prosperous 50s. 3. Transformation. 40 years after the publication of the St. Louis Blues, 1914, jazz had become, in one form or another, an international musical language. A publicity-conscious American impresario could advertise a plan to recruit an international orchestra including players from 13 European countries, and he might as readily have recruited them from the other continents. However, international jazz remained almost entirely a second-hand version of the American music. The history of the evolution and transformation of jazz, as distinct from the history of its propagation, remains an American subject. Its musical details will be discussed in chapters 4 to 6. This chapter merely tries to get the whole business into perspective. This is very much worth doing, for the internal development of jazz has been quite as rapid and startling as its expansion, and even more surprising. The evolution of Western classical music, which is rather rapid and revolutionary by the standards of past history, is measured in centuries. Jazz has passed through equally profound and revolutionary transformations, though on a much more modest scale, in decades. The road from the New Orleans funeral procession to Mr. Charles Mingus's jazz experiments is at least as long as that from Monteverdi to Alban Berg. We may conveniently divide the history of jazz into 4 main phases. 1. The prehistoric from c. 1900 to 1917, 2. The ancient from c. 1917 to c. 1929, 3. Middle period from c. 1929 to the early 1940s, and 4. Modern from then on, or, in terms of the commercial labels attached to each, ragtime, jazz, swing, and bop or cool. The historian of the future may detect some subsequent turning points, for instance the rise of jazz to quasi-art music status and the eruption of the blues into pop music, but it is wisest to leave these discoveries to those who will be able to see the 1950s in perspective. Prehistoric and ancient jazz might also be conveniently considered together. Ancient jazz, e.g. in the New Orleans, Dixieland, Chicago, and New York styles, is a music of small improvising bands with rudimentary arrangements, of blues singers and pianists. Middle period jazz is essentially a music of larger commercial bands and the virtuosi they bred, a much more composed and arranged as well as a more technically demanding music. The modern period has fled back into improvisation, and the small group, whether in the form of a deliberate return to ancient jazz, the revival movements, or a deliberate leap forward into a revolutionary avant-garde music, bop, some of which has increasingly turned into a hybrid between jazz and classical music, cool. In the course of this it has dropped a good deal of improvisation for ambitious, sophisticated, if not always successful genres of jazz composition. Socially, ancient jazz was a music for Southerners or first-generation black migrants to the North, which was also adopted or listened to by minorities of whites. Middle period jazz was a music for blacks acclimatized to big city life, and for a mass American white public of youngsters. Modern jazz was and is avant-garde music for musicians and a coterie public of white intellectuals and bohemians, though its public has grown, as its original revolutionary sounds became familiar and accepted, much as have the Matisses and Picassos of our century in painting. Revivalist jazz is not a music for black audiences at all, but for white youths and intellectuals. In Europe, but not in America, it has increasingly become a standard type of dance music for adolescents. Beneath these fashions, however, one kind of music has continued comparatively unchanged, the quintessential sound of the urban and rural blacks, the blues. Speeded up in the cities, it has provided the jumping, shouting noise which is the heartbeat of the black ghetto, whether it emerges from dance halls, bar rooms, or churches. At bottom the public of unintellectual, city blacks, which is the fundamental audience for jazz, has remained faithful to this rather than to any particular phase of jazz, at any rate since the 1920s. This is why the middle period jazz of rocking and swinging bands like Chick Webb's and Lionel Hampton's, or of jumping saxophone players like Earl Bostic, has perhaps come nearest to permanent popularity in the black quarters than any other. Perhaps this is also why rock and roll, which is remotely based on the jump blues, made greater inroads on the black public than previous fashions in commercial music. The blues, urban and immigrant, has remained the constant background to jazz evolution. This outline, crude to the point of caricature, is not intended to provide the reader with an account of jazz evolution. It is merely supposed to give some rough orientation, like the maps on airline timetables, which are not to be judged as accurate geographical representations. But even such diagrams must draw attention to important traffic junctions. In the history of jazz there are two. The first marks its change from an old-fashioned folk music to a hybrid between folk and commercial music, and the growing isolation of the jazz musician from his old public. On the whole, the evolution of jazz up to 1941 can be chiefly accounted for in such terms. The second marks a much more deliberate musical break, the revolution which produced bop and cool jazz, but also neither modernists nor traditionalists will thank me for this observation, the deliberate return to archaism of the revivalists. In some respects this was the product of the tendencies which had dominated earlier jazz evolution, but it also reflected what can only be described as an ideological revolt, in which the political elements were incomparably greater. Let us put it another way. Jazz evolution up to the end of the middle period was the product of unself-conscious popular musicians, playing as such musicians have always played, for an unself-conscious public which wanted to be entertained. The self-conscious small jazz public appreciated but did not determine jazz evolution. Jazz evolution since 1941 or thereabouts, or, to be more accurate, since 1938 to 42, has also been the product of self-conscious musicians playing for a self-conscious public, i.e. it has had far greater affinities with modern minority culture. Modern jazz has not been played only for fun, for money, or for technical expertise, it has also been played as a manifesto whether of revolt against capitalism or commercial culture, or of black equality, or of something else. The line between the two periods is naturally not very clear. Just as there are ancestors of the modern approach before the end of the 30s, so a great deal of jazz has continued to move along the old tracks since, but this does not disturb the broad validity of the generalization. In terms of music, the break between the two periods is very sharp indeed. Jazz evolution until the end of the 30s proceeded in something like a single general direction, each successive style tended to derive from its immediate predecessors, adding to and modifying them. The modern evolution begins with a deliberate about-turn. The revivalists, a movement of the public rather than the musicians, deliberately rejected the existing jazz for a kind of music which had been virtually dead for at least a decade. The boppers, a movement of the musicians rather than the public, deliberately rejected the existing jazz for a music which, by existing standards, would sound dissonant, anarchic, and technically so difficult to play as to be almost beyond the reach of more than a small avant-garde. They also rejected, as we shall see in the chapter on the jazz musician, most of the social conventions of the older jazz musicians. The first crucial change was in the public for jazz. There is all the difference in the world between music played for a home or an away audience. For the New Orleans man the Canal Street Blues was about an identifiable street, the 219 Blues about an identifiable train. For the country minstrel who sings, "I'm goin' to Houston, Texas, Lightning Hopkins is the man I want to see. Oh, Houston, Texas, Lightning Hopkins is the man I want to see. Well now, if you can't stand my jiving, I'm gonna give you the third degree one." His blues has a specific purpose, in this instance the challenge of one guitar picker, Sam Lightning Hopkins, by another, Brownie McGee. For an outside audience it is just a blues, whose title and text and hence whose music mean as little as the records named after phrases of esoteric Harlem slang mean to Blackburn adolescents. Folk art inevitably loses much of its concreteness as soon as it leaves communities which recognize its detailed allusions and references. As jazz became the general idiom of music for the Black City immigrants, it inevitably lost some of its roots. This loss was temporarily camouflaged by the unlimited demand for nostalgia which uprooted communities produce, and which made homesickness into an endemic disease of 19th and early 20th century Europe. It also made the song recalling the idealized past into the most typical product of 19th century Tin Pan Alley, in which Irish mothers and Yiddisher mamas abounded, and home was on the range, where never is heard a discouraging word. Black migrants were fortunately immune from the temptation to idealize either good old Dixie or their childhoods, but the mass migration to the north and into the cities unquestionably multiplied the demand for music from down home. On its most modest levels this produced what has been called the urban blues singers circuits, the bar rooms and rent parties in Harlem or on the Chicago Black Belt, served by the guitar pickers and itinerant piano players. At a higher level it produced the mass public for the classic blues singers in the big urban vaudeville theaters, and the demand for New Orleans jazz in cities like Chicago. Commercially it produced the large crop of blues and other jazz pieces named after specific places in the South, St. Louis, Bale Street, Perdido Street, Memphis, Dallas, Nashville Woman's Blues, Milenberg Joys, and so on. However, the demand for the old music was strictly limited, if only by the vast contempt of urbanized and northern blacks for rural and southern ones. City ways, emancipation, and progress were what they wanted, except perhaps in religion. The rapid decline and fall of the great classic blues singers after 1927 illustrates the tenuousness of their loyalty to the old music. It is no accident that the black public has remained totally immune to the revival of traditional jazz and blues. The second crucial change, which almost followed from the first, was the retreat of traditional music before commercial pop music, or more precisely, the increasing encroachment of pop music on jazz. Once out of its traditional social setting, nothing is less resistant than folk art, for its artists and public practice it not because they have a strong preference for it, but because it is the only art they know. The new public, contemptuous of its miserable past, wanted new entertainment. The musician wanted to earn money. The established entertainment industry of the modern city provided the money and the standards. Why should the musicians object? Jazz became heavily and progressively infiltrated with pop elements. But it did not become pop music. It remained, in important respects, the dominant partner in the marriage with commercialism, because the jazz musician, while welcoming commercialization also, and inevitably, rejected it as boring and automatic, an activity unfit for the creative artist, Mickey Mouse music, as the hot players called it in the 30s. Much of the evolution of jazz was therefore determined by this mixed attraction and repulsion of the pops. Both transformed the jazz orchestra. As we have seen, jazz history from the early 1920s on is mostly that of progress towards the large swing band, but the big band with its characteristic instrumentation and arrangements is merely the result of the attempt to make jazz more like successful commercial entertainment. Jazz, however, transformed the big band which, in pop music, is merely a collection of musical zombies who do not greatly mind how they play. The big band of jazz musicians, who play well only when there is a creative spark about, required considerable musical innovation before it would work well. Some of the most important musical developments in jazz can be traced back to this need to adapt the big band to it, notably the constant and progressive improvement and sophistication of rhythm, on which the entire structure of jazz must always rest. The progress from the older beat to the supple swing of the middle period rhythm sections is an example. Again, commercialization transformed the jazz repertoire, which for obvious reasons rested increasingly on the current pop song, the ballad. The history of jazz since 1917 might well be written as that of its attempts to come to terms with the song hit. The ballad formed no serious part of the repertoire of New Orleans or the Old Blues. Any pop songs used were assimilated to the traditional marches, stomps, blues, etc., in the manner habitual among folk artists. Bessie Smith's well-known version of Alexander's Ragtime Band is a good example. At the other extreme, the repertoire of modern jazz is almost exclusively based on the ballad, the fundamental experiments of the boppers being simply transformed song hits like How High the Moon, or All the Things You Are. Even when playing the blues, a modern trumpeter like Miles Davis thinks automatically in terms of the way in which a ballad is played, rather than in terms of a traditional blues piece. Point 2 But jazz transformed the ballad out of all recognition. When playing or singing it straight, it either deliberately mocked it, as in Fats Waller's satirical piano songs, or it took it at its word, turning it into a touching or profound and perfectly sincere expression of emotion, as in the songs and trumpet solos of Louis Armstrong and the songs of the great women jazz singers like Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. When using it as the basis for jazz improvisation, it progressively elaborated it, until in modern jazz the actual theme of the song hit, as originally written, may not even appear at all. In both cases it selected. Each jazz style chose from among the mass of current hits a certain number of standards, pieces which practice had shown to be particularly suited for jazz elaboration, and these became the nucleus of its permanent repertoire. Thus, out of the 80-odd pop tunes published in 1928 and listed in Speeth's History of American Popular Music, only 4 have become anything like jazz standards: I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Dig-a-Dig-a-Doo, both written for the Black Show Blackbirds of 1928, Sweet Sue, and Nagasaki. Inevitably, however, commercialized music repelled and bored the jazz player, and the large band imposed awkward impersonal discipline on him. The history of Duke Ellington's band, surely the least lowbrow of successful jazz orchestras, is one of progressive disillusion and discontent among the players almost from the moment in which the small, freely blowing group of musicians turned into the organized and arranged band, no longer, as its historian says, was playing the exultant personal expression it had once been. If this was the case in fairly uncompromising jazz bands, it was naturally even more so in those which deliberately went out to please the crowds at all costs, not to mention the sweet and corny bands in which many white jazz musicians had to earn their living. The third crucial development in jazz is the consequence of this revulsion. The jazzmen learned to live in 2 musical worlds, the one in which they earned their living, and the one after hours in which they played to please themselves, the world of the jam session. Except for those who, like many early white jazz players before 1935, worked in purely commercial bands, the 2 worlds were not as sharply distinct as one might think. The jam session was often regarded merely as the experimental laboratory in which ideas later to be used in public were tried and elaborated. Moreover, all jazz players still dreamed, and continue to dream, of small combos in which they could both play as they please and please the public, or at any rate earn their living and play for a public which does not get in the way too much. The history of jazz is littered with such small groups, on temporary engagements in some club, but always turning into jam sessions as other musicians drop by to sit in, or got together for the recording studio. But the sharp distinction between playing for musicians and playing for the public was established, and so, increasingly, was the distinction between playing commercial and playing for interest. Well, Dizzy and Milt Hinton, says Danny Barker the guitarist, between those 2.5-hour shows at the Cotton Club, would retire to the roof. Dizzy would blow his new ideas in progressions, and he and Hinton would experiment on different ideas and melodic patterns, and they would suggest that I come up and join them. But after that 2.5-hour show, sometimes I'd go up and sometimes I wouldn't. Because what they were doing called for a lot of mental concentration on harmonies. It was very interesting, but I couldn't see going up there and wasting energies on something not commercial. 3. Jazz, originally an urban folk music, therefore simultaneously developed towards commercial pop music, and towards a special kind of music for musicians, i.e. the embryo of art music. The 1920s and 1930s in jazz evolution were dominated by the drift towards commercialism, though, as we have seen, this produced not pop music, but an independent music based increasingly on pop materials. The 1940s and 1950s have been equally dominated by the reaction towards musicians' music, the avant-garde semi-art music of the boppers and cool players, much of it designed to be incomprehensible to the non-expert. But, in spite of considerable efforts, it has not so far produced art music in the orthodox sense either, but an independent music increasingly infiltrated by elements of classical music. Suspended somewhere between its folk music origins and the pop and art music towards which it is simultaneously urged, jazz remains hard to classify. This difficulty, and with it most of the merits of jazz, arises from the fact that, at bottom, it had never ceased to be folk music. It has merely retired from the wider community of the traditional folk public and folk artist into the narrower but real and vivid community of the professional craftsman-musician. Within this community the music has gone on living the same sort of life as in folk music, fluctuating and shifting, personal, traditional, propagated by word of mouth and apprenticeship, created as it is played, reflecting all facets of the players' lives. Its terms of reference were more restricted. The titles of jazz records from the middle 20s on often reflect esoteric jokes and allusions, sometimes expressed in the Harlem slang of the hipster, which is deliberately designed to baffle the outsider. The cryptic titles of Ellington's numbers in the late 30s are good examples: Hip Chic, Old King Toogie, Portrait of the Lion, Willie, the Lion, Smith, a well-known New York pianist, Little Posy, nickname of one of Ellington's trumpeters, Wheelie, nickname of his arranger, Cottontail, etc. On the other hand, its evolution was vastly speeded up, for the life of the jazz player is, like that of the chess player, who resembles him in his exclusive devotion to his art, nothing but a succession of matches and tournaments, of constant comparisons of achievement, a mixture of cooperation and competition. The jam session, in which players get together after hours for their own pleasure, is both collective experiment and contest. Joe Jones the drummer, writing of Kansas City, recreates one aspect of it. Now those were pretty tough times, and yet the guys did take the time to study, and when they had found something new they would bring it to the session and they would pass it round to the other musicians, no matter what instrument they played. So they would try that particular riff or that particular conception at a session and perfect it. The idea of a jam session then wasn't who could play better than somebody else's, was a matter of contributing something and experimentation. Jam sessions were our fun, our outlet point for. But Mary Lou Williams, the pianist, writing about the same town at the same time, also recreates the other, competitive aspect of the session, the cutting, or trying to outplay someone else. The word went round that Hawkins, the best tenor sax player of the period, EJH, was in the cherry blossom, and within about half an hour there were Lester Young, Ben Webster, Herschel Evans, Herman Valder, and one or two unknown tenors piling into the club to blow. Bean, Hawkins's nickname, didn't know the KC tenor men were so terrific, and he couldn't get himself together, though he played all morning. I happened to be nodding that night, and around 4 a.m. I awoke to hear someone pecking on my screen. I opened the window on Ben Webster. He was saying, "Get up, pussycat, we're jammin' and all the pianists are tired out now. Hawkins has got his shirt off and is still blowing. You got to come down 5. The community of jazz players existed and exists in every city in which jazz is played, like the old communities of craftsmen, and as the old traveling journeyman would automatically visit the house of call in each town, to meet colleagues and pick up news and jobs, so the new or touring musician in every town from Los Angeles to London and Paris knows where to drop in, how to find those who can tell him who's in town, what music is on, and where a man can sit in with a band. For jazz is collective music, practiced and discussed only in common. The peculiar atmosphere of these half-anchored, half-freely floating communities of players, who know the pattern of each other's lives, which is not that of the squares or outsiders, whether musical or non-musical, made jazz. It has to be experienced, if only from the sidelines. The outsider will not really grasp it until he has seen an out-of-town, hard-bitten professional, with 20 years of touring behind him, put a good-looking chorus girl whom he has picked up for the night on some remote couch, while he spends 2 hours listening to and discussing jazz records with a few local musicians and collectors. And not even his own records, simply good and interesting records from which a musician can learn something. Perhaps a description by a player can give a slight impression of this milieu. 6. On Sunday afternoons, in the early 40s, some of the guys would get together at my house, we'd have a little session listening to records. We'd listen to a lot of Hawk's records. He was making some in Europe that we'd get. And we'd play things of our own. Then on Sunday nights we'd go to Louis-Son Stadium when the symphonic session was on. "We're going to church," we'd say. Then later that night we'd go to the Savoy to hear Chick Webb. That was a band that really swung. Then after the Savoy we'd go to Puss Johnson's, an after-hours spot, 130th and St. Nicholas, I think. Everybody would come in there. All the guys from the bands downtown. I remember one particular session. Ben Webster and Prez, Lester Young, were there and everybody knew about it. As for that session with Ben and Lester, there never could be a decision. The house was divided. Most of those there were musicians. There were very, very few outsiders except some real jazz fans. They used to sell lots of chicken and whiskey at those sessions. This particular place was especially for Sunday nights, that was the off night around New York at about that time. It would start about 3 in the morning and last to about 9 or 10 a.m. It was always bright daylight when we came out. It just blinded you. Naturally the music played in this community of craftsmen was not folk music in any traditional sense. But it grew out of the old folk music, because that was the mold in which the musicians, their techniques, and their entire idiom had been formed, and above all because the artists remained at all times creator players and never became mere executants. The craft pride of the players added to this the powerful elements of competition, experimentation, and the constant striving to master increasingly difficult technical problems. In doing so the players were untrammeled by conventional ideas as to what the capacities of instruments were. To play a trumpet with the flowing ease of the saxophone, a trombone with the glitter and speed of a trumpet, to make the drums play tunes as well as indicate the rhythm, such achievements would test the expert, and perhaps enable the good player to keep ahead of the copyist. "We're going to play something that they can't steal because they can't play it" is the refrain which runs through all the discussions of the revolutionary boppers. And as each phase of the musician's private music became in turn commercially successful, a thing half welcomed, half deplored by then, the incentive to push still farther ahead grew. That is why the latter half of the 30s was so crucial a point in jazz evolution. Until 1935 jazz itself had scarcely been commercial. The broad white public demanded the hybrid jazz-colored pop music, the true jazz fans were not yet numerous enough to make a market, the blacks were too poor to make a worthwhile one. Ancient jazz had dropped out of sight. Middle period jazz lived a submerged life anyway, flourishing best in the modest black ghettos like Harlem and Kansas City, where nobody minded what was played so long as it jumped, and in the joints and night spots where nobody minded what was played either so long as the musicians went on playing. Now black big band jazz turned out to be box office, though more for its lesser white practitioners, Goodman, Shaw, Dorsey, Glenn Miller, than for its genuine stars, the Ellington, Basie, Lunsford, and Chick Webb bands. The specialized jazz lovers themselves became a commercial public, demanding the impossible, to hear the spontaneous, unplanned jazz of the jam session played to order on the concert platform. Commercialization bit deeper and deeper into the private sector of the jazz world. And so both players and public began the unending search for the genuine unspoiled jazz that would be theirs alone, the former by advancing into the technically revolutionary territory of bop, the latter by retreating farther and farther towards the remote fastnesses of the Mississippi Delta. Alas for such hopes! As soon as the commercial value of true jazz was recognized, the pop men fell over themselves to adopt any innovation almost as soon as it was made. Within a few years of the end of the war, every commercial big band worth its name played bop arrangements, and the boppers were driven yet farther forward towards the Bartoks and Miyos who, heaven knows, have never yet produced a hit record, while the revivalists retreated from the Armstrong of 1925 to the Oliver of 1922, from Oliver to Bunk Johnson's Eagle Band of 1913, and thence to the putative sound of Buddy Bolden. But the hot breath of the box office was on their necks. Not that the professional players regretted it, they merely regretted the inevitable limitations on their inventions, experimenting, and freedom which it imposed, for instance the tyranny of the request number which forced them to repeat ad nauseam a limited repertoire of standards. From 1935 to the present the race has gone on, and the end is not in sight, though the pursuers have slightly changed in character. For whereas in the heyday of swing they were mainly the uninstructed square audiences, the running has been increasingly made by the growing mass of true jazz lovers, whose very weight tends to strangle the music they wish to embrace. It is easy to understand why the jazz of the early 1940s tended to take the form of manifestos against commercialism, or against the public, or against the excessively esoteric activities of the musicians, against one aspect or another of the unhealthy situation into which the music had, inevitably, drifted. However, there is more to the jazz revolution than this. From the point of view of the public, the specialized white jazz public, the revival was the first large-scale revolt within the framework of popular music, against art as mass production. There is historic justice in the fact that the very heart of Mickey Mouse music in its most literal meaning, the Walt Disney Studio, illustrates the revolt of the individual. One of the most characteristic revivalist bands, the Firehouse 5+2, overflowing with collective improvisation and the musical Simple Life, was composed of technicians, writers, and animators of that establishment. Another aspect of this nostalgia for the age before mass production also found a characteristic early outlet among these Californian intellectuals, the hankering after machines with rough corners. A leading member of the band was also a leading light in the Horseless Carriage Club, the American equivalent of the vintage car craze, and the band was actually named in honor of the 1914 fire engine the band bought and with which it played about. Nor was this revolt against modern capitalism and its works confined to a few intellectuals. It is fair to claim that the revival became a mass movement among the West European young on its anti-commercial as much as on its musical appeal. It was self-made music, or at least music made in the image of the amateur. Its bands in Britain at least resisted professionalization for the best part of 10 years. Moreover, in Britain and Australia, to a very marked extent, they had and maintained links with the political left. World Youth Festivals, anti-nuclear marches, May Day demonstrations, or other expressions of hostility to the social status quo have rarely lacked their quota of imitation New Orleans jazz players, blues and folk singers, or skifflers. The modern revolution bebop, which took shape in New York in 1942, was a musician's revolt, not a movement of the public. Indeed, it was a revolt directed against the public as well as against the submergence of the player in standardized floods of commercial noise. But it was also a much more profound and ill-defined manifesto in favor of black equality. The inventors of this revolutionary music were without exception young black players at most in their early 20s, mostly still unknown: John Burks, Dizzy Gillespie, the trumpeter, Charlie Bird Parker, the saxophonist, Thelonious Monk, the pianist, Kenny Clark and Art Blakey, drummers, Charlie Christian, guitar, the only one who had made a name for himself, Bud Powell, piano, Milt Jackson, vibraharp, Tad Dameron, arranger, Max Roach, drums, Kenny Dorham, trumpet, and the rest. The nature of their attitude is described more fully in the next chapter and the chapter on the jazz musician. What follows is only a brief general survey sufficient to place the jazz revolution into its general setting. The musical revolutionism of the early 1940s is inconceivable without the political upheavals of the 1930s, which gave American blacks increased confidence, while at the same time bringing them closer to the apparently insurmountable barriers which stood between them and equality. The bebop revolution was political as much as musical. The savage hostility to Uncle Tom musicians, which for the first time split the community of jazz players into bitterly feuding sections, the passionate insistence on inventing a music so difficult that they, the whites who always cash in on black achievement, will not be able to steal it, even the personal peculiarities of the new players, cannot be explained in musical terms alone. They stood for a certain attitude of the black artist and intellectual in his own world and that of the whites, whose slang name, Ophies from the Pig Latin for foe, sufficiently indicates the tension between the races. Theirs would be a music as good as the whites', even in terms of art music, but based on black foundations. But they also expressed the resentment and insecurity of blacks who had tried the old recipe for equality, emigration to the northern cities, and who found that the farther it took them from the world of Uncle Tom, the farther off did the world look in which there would be neither whites nor blacks but only American citizens. Moreover, they were isolated even within the black world. They had raised themselves by their talents and achievements above the level of the ordinary laborers from whom they had sprung, or they hoped to do so as artists and intellectuals, but they found themselves shut out not only from the white world but even by the black middle class, that puny body of white-collar and professional workers which hid its consciousness of impotence behind the attempt to construct a feeble caricature of white petty bourgeois respectability. 7. It is small wonder that their social behavior was anarchic and bohemian, their music a multiple gesture of defiance. Oddly enough, thanks mainly to the whites, for the black middle class failed to recognize them. 8. The achievements of the jazz revolutionaries were speedily recognized. White commercial men, ever on the watch for the cash value of novelty, turned bop into a slogan. Young white intellectuals and bohemians, recognizing a malaise and unspecified rebelliousness akin to their own, made modern jazz into the music of the Beat Generation, the American equivalent of the continental existentialists. Musical schools and institutions and universities, softened up by the propaganda of the 1930s, were prepared to recognize an important addition to Native American culture even when it came from an unexpected and unrespectable source. The American government itself, aware of the propagandist value of jazz as a cultural export, has sent Dizzy Gillespie abroad as a cultural ambassador, just like indeed earlier than Louis Armstrong. From 1949 to 50 on, modern jazz has been no more an art of outlaws than Cubism in the 1930s. Perhaps the shift from the bebop to the cool styles of modern jazz about this period reflects this greater acceptance. It certainly helped to make the cool period since 1949 one in which jazz has made more persistent and massive efforts than ever before to fuse with orthodox art music, though the artistic results of this hybridization were generally mediocre, in terms of the achievements of art music. It also, paradoxically, helped to turn modern jazz, whose founders were without exception black players of plebeian origin, into a music favored particularly by a host of young white players, notably in California, hence the name West Coast School. However, in the later 50s, cool jazz was in turn replaced by a yet more consciously musico-nationalist revolt of the black players, who favored a return to the blues, blue hot, or hard as the phrase went, advertised their connections with gospel song, and sometimes chose themes reflecting their hankering for Africanism. When the chronicler of jazz reaches this point, the question "what next?" automatically raises its head. I do not propose to answer it. Prophecy is not the business of this book, and the prophetic record of jazz critics, though no worse than that of, say, academic economists, is too poor to encourage speculation. The evolution of jazz has constantly snatched the victory of fine achievement out of the disasters of commercialization, and today perhaps out of academic etiolation. It has also left its victims, but that is only natural in an art which is by definition impure, i.e. which operates in a musical environment subject to permanent and increasing contamination. Jazz critics have expressed their fear and disquiet at these dangers by the invariable statement that jazz is in a state of crisis. Virtually every critical discussion ends on this note of potential doom, even that of M. Hodier, the standard bearer of modernism. 9 And so it is, inevitably. Developing as it does through a series of contradictions, actions, and reactions, jazz must be in constant crisis. It is quite possible that one of these crises will see jazz evolution either finally merging with commercial evolution or with the evolution of American art music. It is more than probable that whatever jazz is played in future will be unpalatable to many critics on musical or social grounds. However, at present there is no reason to believe that the history of jazz is finished. Even if it were, i.e. if the evolutionary progress of jazz as we have known it should end, it would not mean the end of the music. So long as men and women still sing the blues in Chicago bar rooms, so long as sax players and trumpeters still like to get together over some whiskey and chicken sandwiches to jam for their own pleasure, so long as craftsmen and artists in music resist the pressures to turn them into mere executants of someone else's product, some jazz will be played. It may be played in styles which have ceased to develop, but that does not make it less genuine. Jazz as an idiom and a way of playing is too well established to disappear from the scene for a long time, and the world is large. It may turn out to be as indestructible as the Wild West, which haunts the imagination of the world long after it has ceased to exist in its own country. Part 2. Music. 4. Blues and orchestral jazz. In this chapter and the following I propose to guide the reader in somewhat more detail through the maze of orchestral and instrumental jazz styles. Unlike some other chapters, these inevitably make very little sense unless the reader also has access to gramophone records and a desire to listen to jazz seriously, and readers who have neither are advised to skip much of the next pages. My survey is necessarily very condensed and elementary, but there is a fair amount of more specialized literature available for those who want to go farther. The blues. The blues is not a style or phase of jazz, but a permanent substratum of all styles, not the whole of jazz, but its heart. No jazz player or band which cannot play it can reach the peaks of jazz achievement, and the moment when the blues ceases to be part of jazz will be the moment when jazz, as we know it, ceases to exist. There is no real disagreement on this point. The most sophisticated and advanced modernists, full of 18th century classical echoes, will, like John Lewis, claim an affinity with the blues, and rightly so. The great and revolutionary Charlie Parker observed on the last day of his tormented life that it was a sad thing the way many of the young guys coming up didn't know or had forgotten their foundation, the blues. That's the basis of jazz, he said. Point 1. Ordinary jazz players merely say, again and again, unasked, apropos of nothing, the blues has to be there all the time, it's the way you feel. It is to jazz what the earth was to Antaeus in the Greek myth. If he lost contact with it, he lost his strength. Whenever in the blank patches of some session a musician calls out, "Hey, Charlie, let's play the blues," this contact is renewed. So far as jazz is concerned, the blues are both a mood and a feeling, not necessarily of sadness and depression, though mostly so, and a musical form or idiom, not necessarily the classic 12-bar blues. But the blues also exists as a folk music outside jazz and beside it, with its own evolution which runs alongside that of jazz, though not independent of it. There also it may mean two things: the general idiom of black folk song and a specific type of secular song. When Marshall Stearns speaks of the almost solid wall of blue tonality in Mahalia Jackson's gospel song, he means the first. When Sonny Terry, the singer and harmonica player, says, "If only Mahalia would sing the blues, she'd be the best of them all," he means the second. However, since the blues is so pervasive and important a part of American black music and jazz, most musicians or jazz lovers use the word fairly indiscriminately. There is little risk of misunderstanding. In the most rigorous sense of the word, the blues is a strict musical and poetic form. Musically it seems to have stabilized itself best as a theme of 12 bars, though earlier blues may have been shorter and composed blues may be more elaborate, like the St. Louis blues, which has two distinct 12-bar themes and a 16-bar one, and the Bale Street blues, which has two of 12 bars and one of 8. Poetically, the 12-bar blues consists of something like a blank verse couplet, the first line being repeated twice, as in, "I looked down the road far as I could see." Well, I looked down the road, far as I could see. Well, a man and my woman, the blues sure had poor me. Point 2. The verse line and rhythm, as one might expect, are extremely flexible, but the 5 main accents remain. The poetic aspects of blues couplet will be briefly discussed in Chapter 7. The blues in its original form is essentially an accompanied song, more precisely an antiphonal song, in the long African tradition of such calls and responses. The voice may make 2 statements, say of 2 or 2.5 bars length each in a 12-bar blues, and a response of equal length. These might occupy, for instance, bars 2 and 3, 5 and 6, 9 and 10. The remainder is filled by instrumental breaks. In fact, the accompanied blues becomes a duet between voice and instrument, which echo and respond to it. When singer and player are in sympathy and are good blues performers, the result can be of ear-trending beauty for the lover of such things, as in Bessie Smith's duets with Louis Armstrong, St. Louis Blues, Reckless Blues, with Joe Smith, perhaps her most sensitive accompanist, Weeping Willow Blues, or James P. Johnson, Backwater Blues. Solo instrumental blues are derived from vocal ones and preserve, so far as possible, the antiphonal characteristics, e.g. the famous 5 O'Clock Blues or How Long, by Jimmy Yancey. Being often played on the most unvocal instrument, the piano, this may not be obvious, but it remains true that virtually all primitive piano solos are the blues, so far as melody, harmony, and length of theme are concerned. Point 3. There is some argument about the characteristic blues scale and its harmony. It is probably best regarded as an adaptation of European scales to African ones, though many primitive blues and the vocal line of many classic ones are almost purely African, for it is easier to sing such things as quarter tones than to play them on some European instruments. The simplest way to recognize the blues scale is by its use of the blue notes, the, approximately, flat thirds and sevenths in the melody, but not the harmony, which is European. The conflict between the two produces the characteristic effects of the blues. This scale is remarkably deep-rooted in American black sound. Sermons in black churches, which tend to pass insensibly from speech to chant, will normally be found to settle down on the basis of 2 or 3 notes from the blues scale, say the tonic and the blue third above it. Point 4. In the vocal blues the theme is repeated, stanza-like ad-lib, with an infinity of variations. A fine example of this is Bessie Smith's 5-verse version of Careless Love. This song, which exists in innumerable versions, is not, as it happens, a native blues but an Elizabethan and later Appalachian mountain song turned into a blues by black singers, and into a most marvelous and haunting one. Love, oh careless love. You go to my head like wine. There is no particular reason why the 12-bar blues should be slow or sad. However, since the blues is also a mood, most characteristic secular blues are in fact slow or dragging in tempo and low down in feeling. Low down is a quality as difficult to define as lyrical, but it will be recognized by anyone who has ever heard any record by Bessie Smith. This essentially simple form has an infinity of artistic possibilities. In its vocal form it has produced not only melodies of great beauty, for instance C.C. Ryder, How Long, In the Evening, and Trouble in Mind, but an extraordinarily intense and sensitive expression of emotion. The blues is essentially expressionist. Technique is totally subordinated to content, and indeed determined by it. One has merely to listen to the wonderful flexibility of the blues line as sung or played by a fine artist to appreciate the way in which every slight variation in intonation, rhythm, or melody serves to express emotion with the utmost accuracy and power, like the movements of a great dancer. I do not think any form of art has ever been developed which can transform ordinary emotion, as felt by all of us, into artistically valid statements more directly and with less loss of intensity. This is perhaps a major reason why the vocal blues is one of the rare art forms which, like dancing and acting, are perfectly adapted to women, for whom the most natural kind of art is that least separate from body, gesture, and voice. In the blues, ordinary women, the sort who are generally inarticulate unless written about, painted, or filmed, have found their voice. If Carmen had spoken herself, she would not have said what Maramie and Bizet said, but what Bessie Smith sang in Young Woman's Blues. I'm a young woman, and I ain't done running round. Some people call me a hobo, some people call me a bum. Nobody knows my name, nobody knows what I've done. I'm as good as any woman in your town. I ain't no high yaller, I'm a deep yaller brown. I ain't going to marry, ain't going to settle down. I'm going to drink good moonshine, and run these browns down. See that long, lonesome road? Don't you know it's got to end? And I'm a good woman, and I can get plenty men. As Ian Lang has said of this great and terrifying singer, se Venus tout entiere a se proi attachi. But how often has Venus spoken, rather than been spoken about? It is therefore not surprising that the best women blues singers utterly outclass the men, good though these often are. At a more complex level, the blues has proved to be a uniquely suitable foundation for solo or collective improvisation in jazz, that is to say for jazz composition. The vocal secular blues has passed through several stages of evolution. 5 The country blues seems to have emerged as a recognizable form towards the end of the 19th century, perhaps among traveling minstrels. It may be heard, e.g. on the records of Blind Lemon Jefferson, of Galveston, Texas, c. 1875 to c. 1930. Country blues are still emerging from folk song, anonymous voices, distinguished only by having a special timbre or skill or trick, singing anybody's blues, not yet those of a recognizably unique individual. Recorded chiefly by men, the country blues has continued to be sung, though modified by the migration into the city, by the mixing styles, and lately by the demands of the jazz public. Good examples are on record by Big Bill Broonzy, Leroy Carr, Brownie McGee, Sonny Terry, and in America by Howlin' Wolf, Lightning Hopkins, and other splendidly named bards, most of whom are more sophisticated, a little more self-conscious, and to be honest, better artist craftsmen than their predecessors. The classic blues emerges with Ma Rainey, 1885 to 1939. It is exclusively a woman's art, whose greatest glory is Bessie Smith, 1900 to 37, followed by Ma Rainey herself and, a long way after, various lesser singers among whom Clara Smith, Sippa Wallace, and Bertha Hill may be mentioned. It was virtually dead by 1928. Being the song of professional music hall stars, the classic blues is individualized art in the full sense. Purists, of whom jazz is full, have regretted the loss of the anonymity and impersonal grandeur of the folk blues, which still echoes in Ma Rainey, but the gain in technique, expressiveness, and individualism more than offset this. It also had far more complex accompaniment from the mature jazz players and bands who served these prima donnas in the 1920s. There is no need to say much about Bessie Smith, the most impressive artist produced in any branch of jazz, for her numerous records form a sort of self-portrait. If we allow for their technical deficiencies, they were mostly cut between 1923 and 1927, they bring us all of Bessie Smith except that dense radiation of power and femininity with which she hypnotized her live audiences. She dominated the stage, says an old guitarist. You didn't turn your head when she went on. You just watched Bessie. You didn't read any newspapers in a nightclub when she went on. She just upset you. She was a big, handsome, raucous, drunken, and infinitely sad woman. She liked to sing her blues slow, she didn't want no fast stuff. She was that rare thing in jazz, or anywhere else, a major tragic artist, even in her moments of exultation, and nobody could exult more powerfully than Bessie singing "Got the World in a Jug," "Got the Stopper in My Hand," or "I'm as good as any woman in your town." She was raised in the slums of Nashville, Tennessee, and the traveling tent shows of the South. She was alone all her life, and sang of the transitoriness of money, friends, liquor, and men with the deep and wary bitterness of somebody who knows that you can't trust nobody, you might as well be alone. Lesser artists, or less percipient artists, have forgotten the penalties of the isolated, community-less life of the slum-bred entertainer in the temporary joys of his good times. Not Bessie, for whom the standard refrain of the blues singer, "You must reap just what you sow," had a constant and terrible reality. An individual rebel, bitter and undefeated, she died after a motor accident in the South. There has been nobody like her. From the early 1930s, the girls who might earlier have become blues singers, made their way as band vocalists, singing essentially a repertoire of ballads or normal pop songs, in a style and with a technique which kept pace with the evolution of orchestral jazz. Ella Fitzgerald, born 1918, is the finest of the singers of this kind produced by the 1930s, and perhaps, with the older music hall artist Ethel Waters, born 1900, the most gifted jazz singer on record. Sarah Vaughan, born 1924, is the finest singer produced in the atmosphere of the modern jazz school. The classic blues itself either dropped from sight, or developed in the 1930s into what may not unfairly be called cabaret blues, which differs from the classic music hall song as, let us say, Gracie Fields' early songs differ from Yvette Gilbert's. Incomparably the finest singer of this more sophisticated and intimate type is the magical Lady Day, Billie Holiday, 1915–59, who is incidentally the only blues singer to have made a total success out of an art song, the anti-lynching poem Strange Fruit. 7. But among the leading black secular women singers the evolution has been strongly away from the formal blues, so much so that some of them are today incapable of singing a classic blues at all. The post-classic blues tradition fell back into the hands of the modest city blues singer, who had probably emerged from the country blues shortly after the formation of the classics, let us say in the 1920s. Mostly men, but after 1928 also some women. Bessie Jackson, a pseudonym, and the Yas Yas Girl perhaps deserve mention. They developed the blues mainly as a song of urban lowlife. Musically perhaps the main development was the speeding up of the blues, which increasingly adopted the insistent jump beat, which has since made its fortune in pop music. The best performers in this genre were and are men, often very inadequately known on British records, such as Sonny Boy Williamson, who sang to his mouth organ, and the Kansas City Blues Shouters, who were the first group of male blues singers to be integrated into orchestral jazz, Joe Turner and James Rushing, the vocalist of Count Basie's band. Here again the evolution has been away from the traditional country blues, partly by the absorption of pop song influences, partly by a crossing with the rhythmic excitement of urban black church music. Black religious song differs from the secular blues in having remained primarily collective. The gospel choir and the gospel group to this day provide far more black church music than the individual gospel singer. The evolution of this music has not been studied anything like as fully as that of secular jazz or blues, largely because it has until recently been much less fully recorded. Consequently, it is at present impossible to summarize it, however sketchily, in any adequate fashion. However, a few general points may be noted. The first is that religion, a notoriously conservative institution, preserves archaic and sometimes African features in its song much more clearly than all but the most obscure rural work songs, field hollers, and other rapidly vanishing precursors of jazz. Secondly, it does so in the modern urban environment. The basis of modern gospel music lies in the swelling big city ghettos, in which the church, ranging from the bare storefront tabernacle to the highly capitalized temple of the middle class, provides the most important single community center for the immigrant. Since the 30s, and very markedly in the 50s, this vast and growing market has led to a commercialization of religious music, religion being perhaps the largest single business under black control. The professional or semi-professional gospel group, singing for churches and revival meetings other than its own, the local radio station for blacks with its unbroken program of revival meetings, gospel song, and rhythm and blues, are familiar to any student of the city black today. Thirdly, this commercialization has led to a musical modification of gospel song. My impression, and in the present state of our knowledge one must be tentative, is that it has tended to produce, at one end the increasingly Europeanized large choir, at the other the group exploiting the most obvious tricks for arousing revivalist hysteria, such as heavily accented and endless rhythmic repetition and hot gospeling call and response patterns. Choral gospel song has probably been little influenced by secular jazz, but its own influence has been profound, notably on the big swing band. Moreover, in the 50s the commercialized gospel technique was universally adopted for secular purposes as rock and roll. The immense vogue of church song also helped, towards the end of the 50s, to carry the heritage of the blues back into the mainstream of modern jazz, and among a generation of musicians who had been brought up to despise it as old-fashioned and primitive, and who were almost totally ignorant of the vocal blues, as of most pre-modern jazz. Some itinerant individual gospel singers similar to the secular bluesmen had long existed. One of them, Blind Willie Johnson, gained a short-lived popularity during the slump, when hunger and despair echoed his wild calls to God. 8 But in the main the solo gospel singer seems to have been gradually individualized out of the complex mixture of choral song and private improvisation in the traditional black service, where originally the only fully personal voice was that of the preacher, slipping insensibly from rhythmic prose into chanting. The most prominent of these singers are women, who began to record in quantity only in the 1930s. By far the finest of them is Mahalia Jackson, born 1911, a great artist who combines a superb voice with marvelous emotion, and an unerring sense of the construction of a solo. Formally the gospel song is often remote from the 12-bar blues, but the good gospel singers are nevertheless as blue as any secular singer, and the best of them can recreate the extraordinary emotional expressiveness of the classic blues, even though the emotion expressed is joy in salvation, or fervor of faith, rather than secular grief. As a member of the Sanctified Church in Mount Vernon is supposed to have said, Mahalia, she had more flowers and feathers than anybody, and they all is exactly right. That is the blues. But it may well be that the tendency of the gospel song has been towards a much more Baroque style than is to be found in the spare classicism of the best secular blues. The instrumental blues can be best discussed under the headings of jazz orchestral and instrumental styles. The styles of jazz. I have already given a brief list and sketch of the chief styles of jazz in Chapter 3. In the remainder of this chapter and the next I shall try to discuss these styles in greater detail. Like all art historians, jazz experts are naturally much given to arguing about where one style or school ends and another begins, and the subdivisions I have used are open to many such arguments, in which neither the reader nor the author need join. The only point to bear in mind is that the appearance of a new style does not mean the disappearance of the old. Today, for instance, all the styles discussed below are played by someone or other, except perhaps ragtime and the 1920s East Coast styles. Some of them have, however, ceased to develop. Ragtime 9 was essentially a pianistic rather than an orchestral style which, being a written music and a way of playing ordinary music almost any piece can be ragged, gradually grew away from the jazz traditions. Its fundamental musical characteristic is syncopation, on which various other rhythmic devices are superimposed. The form of its compositions is, as Stern suggests, a sort of rondo deriving from minuets, scherzos, and indeed marches. However, ragtime was adapted for the jazz band in the ancient period, notably by the extraordinarily talented and raffish pianist, arranger, and band leader Ferdinand Jelly-Roll Morton, 1885–1941, in whose Red Hot Peppers records of the middle 1920s this adaptation may be heard to perfection. Rags or rag-flavored numbers also became part of the staple repertoire of New Orleans jazz, or more exactly, of the white Dixieland music derived from it, and can still be heard in any traditionalist jazz band, e.g. Maple Leaf Rag, Eccentric, That's a Plenty, or Muskrat Ramble, Original Dixieland One Step, and Ostrich Walk. The earliest style of ancient jazz was that of New Orleans 10, whose origins in military band music are still evident. Its instrumentation normally consisted of cornet, from the mid-20s also trumpet, clarinet, trombone, tuba, later bass, and snares and bass drums. The banjo, later guitar, was added subsequently, as was the piano, which obviously had no place on the carts or in the hands of the perambulating musicians. It was a solo instrument for ragtime or blues. The saxophone never had a place in New Orleans music. The instrumental technique combines the African vocalizing of the uptown blacks with the orthodox French style of the Creole, especially obvious in the woodwind, Thus Johnny Dodds plays technically mediocre, but wonderfully blue and vocalized clarinet, while Bigard or Simeon play the liquid Creole clarinet. The repertoire, which even the gloomiest jazz haters admit to be jolly and tuneful, was again largely derived from European dances and marches, with the French influence dominant and a marked Spanish tinge owing to the proximity of the Caribbean. The actual derivations have in many instances been established, e.g. for Tiger Rag, which comes from a quadrille. Though New Orleans knew the blues, it seems never to have integrated it as fully into its jazz as the Kansas City Players or Duke Ellington did later, perhaps because of the strength of the Creoles and their dominant, and quite unblue musical tradition. The blues in New Orleans was regarded mainly as whorehouse music. Not until after 1914 or so was a link between blues and instrumental jazz firmly forged. As for the country blues, its absorption into the New Orleans tradition is the product or the invention of the intellectual jazz fans of the 1940s. When Lead Belly, the country minstrel, visited the city he hated it, and it ostracized him. 11. The chief vocal characteristic of New Orleans jazz was a three-part vocal polyphony. The cornet carried the main melody and the band, the clarinet, with its capacity to make itself heard over a mass of noise, filled in its own melody rather more elaborately between the lead notes and answered them. The trombone set up a brass counterpoint to the cornet. The rhythm section laid down a rock-firm beat, normally accenting 2 of the 4 beats to the bar, but initially with relatively little syncopation or rhythmic subtlety. The melodic and rhythmic complexity of the music emerged from the interplay of all the instruments, which normally improvised collectively, with not much scope for long individual instrumental breaks or solos. Later this tended to develop into a 3-part musical form, an opening section, in which the instruments, led by the cornet, played together, a middle section, in which the individual players could show their paces in solos or duets, and a final section in which everybody once again went to town, one of the most exhilarating sounds in jazz. The former style is illustrated by the, rather late, first recordings of black New Orleans jazz in the early 1920s from King Oliver's band, the latter by many of the ravishing records of Louis Armstrong's Hot Five. The black New Orleans style was adopted by white bands from the city, but though these played it less movingly, they added little to it, Dixieland style. In the 1920s, under the influence of the changed social and musical environment of the North, the style evolved towards greater instrumental and rhythmical finesse, and greater individualism. This evolution may be profitably traced in the records of Louis Armstrong who, according to the purists of the style, had ceased to play it by 1928. The only interesting experiments in composed and rehearsed New Orleans ragtime jazz also occurred in this period, under Jelly Roll Morton. 12 On the whole, however, the style as a style was unadaptable. Its only offshoot was the Midwestern white Chicago style, developed by young players who deliberately copied the New Orleans musicians. The Chicago style 13 differs from New Orleans in several important ways. It introduces, though only tentatively, the saxophones into New Orleans polyphony, drops the trombone and another absorption of pop music influences. It adopted the pop song as the basis of the jazz repertoire. Most of the classic Chicago records are hot versions of current song hits, Liza, Sugar, I've Found a New Baby, etc. However, the problem of how to use pop tunes as an adequate foundation for jazz was not really solved until later. Chicago jazz is also much more individualized. Chicago is the individual players, Bix, Teshemacher, Tuff, Spanier, Floyd O'Brien, much more than anything else. That is one reason why, as Berendt has acutely observed, there is no big or small band to represent this style, as King Oliver or the Hot Five represent late New Orleans. The other is economic. There are only the individuals, playing together in casually changing combinations. Lastly, though it is difficult to put a finger on this, there is in the best Chicago records a peculiar and distinctive atmosphere, which can best be described as not relaxed, or ill at ease. The metaphors which spring to mind for records like the Chicago Rhythm Kings' "I've Found a New Baby" or "There'll Be Some Changes Made" are the literary ones of the Scott Fitzgerald and Hemingway era, what Wilder Hobson calls the hard-boiled eloquence of a Chicago blues, like "Home Cookin'" is the Hemingway prose style translated into jazz. But in the last analysis, Chicago was much less a single style than a place where white boy met horn. Chicago music ranges all the way from performances which are virtually white New Orleans or white blues, to performances which, like those of Bix and Teshimachar, are quite original white developments. The white Eastern style of the middle and late 1920s is rarely called by this name, but the records made by Eastern-based pickup bands like Red Nichols and his Five Pennies, Miff Mole and his Little Molars, the Venuti Lang Blue Four and others, were so influential in their day, and have so consistent a character, that they deserve a separate label. Their origins were in ragtime and Dixieland music rather than in the main New Orleans tradition, although they came into contact with this at second hand through Chicago and Western migrants to New York in the late 20s. They were a white school derived from white players, but unquestionably an ancient one, for they flourished in the 20s and as yet made no attempt to play hot jazz in anything except the characteristic small combination. However, several members of the group became leaders of large swing orchestras in the 30s, the Dorseys, Glenn Miller, Benny Goodman, originally a Chicagoan. The white Eastern style is a sort of chamber music jazz, a line which seems rather suited to white musicians, and of which the Nichols groups, the Blue Four, and the Bix Trumbauer records are good examples. There is elegance and polish, but almost no blues feeling. Orthodox influences are marked, for instance in the instrumental smoothness. The instrumentation, though originally traditional, as in the original Memphis Five, trumpet, trombone, clarinet, piano, drums, is also eclectically derived from orthodox and light pop music. The violin, the guitar, saxophones, including freak instruments like the bass sax, a Roland, are normal. In fact, the nearest thing to the Easterners of the 20s is found in the small white cool combinations of the 1950s, though these approach orthodox light music via serious classical ambitions from hot jazz, rather than emerging a little way out of it through the influence of hot jazz. Like the Napoleon, Nichols, Mole, Venuti Lang combinations which produced a deal of tasteful and pleasant music in their time, the modern groups of this kind enjoy a grossly inflated reputation today. 1958. The Easterners are at present equally grossly underrated in jazz circles. Their most interesting achievements were in instrumental technique, and it is significant that the smooth, light, well-bred tones of their instruments have been influential among modern cool players, whose ancestor, the saxophonist Lester Young, claims to have imitated the leading white player Trumbauer 14. It is arguable that, had they continued to evolve, the Easterners and some of the Chicagoans might have been playing music much like bebop 15, in which case they would occupy an important place in jazz evolution. At all events, the claim of white jazz to have made really original contributions to the music must still rest mainly on the Eastern and Chicago traditions. In fact, however, both led into temporary blind alleys. Though middle period jazz belongs to the 1930s, certain developments of the 20s must be considered with it, for it is essentially the adaptation of jazz to the large band. By orthodox standards, this is still not very large, 14 or 15 players, as against the 7 or 8 of New Orleans. A typical lineup is that of Duke Ellington's orchestra in the early 30s, 3 trumpets, 3 trombones, 4 reeds, piano, bass, guitar, drums. This is still the basic pattern of the large band, allowing for variations or the addition of the occasional odd instrument. It will be obvious that the systematic use of the saxes and the enlargement of the band entailed fundamental musical changes, if only because it is impossible to have old-style collective polyphony, improvised or not, with 10 melody instruments. As Bornemann has pointed out, beyond 4 melodic lines this becomes unmanageable. In a word, the rise of the large band poses problems of instrumental style and of arrangement and composition. Since these were not solved in any universal way, it is difficult to fit the big bands into styles and schools. Fletcher Henderson, 1898 to 1952, 16. The pioneer of the big band, began with a black pop group which he turned increasingly toward jazz by importing suitable musicians and drawing on the New Orleans repertoire. The hot quality of his players imposed jazz even on his arrangements, which had, to begin with, been modeled on the ordinary sweet bands such as Paul Whiteman's. His talented arranger Don Redman, who later became the brain behind such large black bands as McKinney's Cotton Pickers, evolved what was later to be called the swing formula, which consists, essentially, of scored ensemble passages for all the horns, and alternating the various melodic groups brass and reeds, trumpets, trombones, and saxes, building up an antiphonal rhythmic background, intermit, when dramatically desirable, for the solo players. It is, as it were, the translation of the African and gospel song antiphony into terms of the band sections. Most of these early arrangements were awkward and sound dated, like a farmer in his first dinner jacket. The quality of the soloists and the swing and vigor of the ensemble passages give what permanent interest they have to bands like McKinney's, Louis Russell's, Claude Hopkins's, or the Blue Rhythm Band. Smaller combinations drawn from the same bands were more successful, for instance the admirable Chocolate Dandies. The practice of making up temporary subunits from the members of large bands has since become common. Duke Ellington has done so extensively. Of the early big bands only one achieved more than this, Duke Ellington's from 1926.17. It has about the same sort of relation to the rest of its competitors as Shakespeare had to the rest of the Elizabethan dramatists. Touts proportions guards and cannot therefore be fitted into any schools or measured by other musicians' standards. Ellington, born 1899, who is the most important talent produced in jazz so far, triumphantly, and at the first attempt, solved the triple problem of big band jazz, the composition of a jazz repertoire, the problem of jazz orchestration, and, by a judicious selection of players, the problem of the instrumental styles. Admittedly he did so in an extremely individual manner, beyond the reach of others who possessed neither his many talents nor his unique instrument, a permanent large band. Highly sophisticated though all his achievements are, they are almost invariably direct deductions from the fundamental principles of the original, popular, spontaneous, and improvised jazz. Ellington plays mainly his own compositions, which are naturally the result of collaboration between him and his musicians, but he has also brilliantly adapted the standard forms to his own ends. He has given the blues orchestral form by basing himself on blues harmonies, developing blues melody, and translating its antiphonies into terms of the band. The improvising musician retains his old freedom within a framework of composed jazz, even when deprived of the chance of a straightforward break or cadenza. Both the construction of Ellington's pieces and the lines written, or left free, for his soloists are primarily based on the blues antiphony, so that his compositions often tend towards the duet or the miniature concerto, and the solos of his players more often to the brief answering improvisations of the blues accompanist than to the long choruses of the freely improvising player. As for the pop ballad, he has dropped the melodic line, which was generally meaningless, and developed its diatonic chromatic harmonies 18, which, from the point of view of the jazz tradition, were new and interesting. Though Ellington's music looks logically forward from old-fashioned jazz towards some sort of art music, he has not attempted to introduce any of the intellectual architecture of classical music, as some modern jazz composers have done. His own preoccupation has been with the blending of orchestral colors and the expression of moods, to both of which the old jazz lent itself easily. Among classical musicians he therefore found composers like Debussy, Deleuze, or Ravel most useful, though they seem to have influenced him indirectly rather than at first hand. Ellington compositions are essentially, if we must use orthodox analogies, romantic rather than classical. If anything, they tend to paint small impressionist pictures which grow into suites, Creole Rhapsody, Black, Brown and Beige. To be frank, his success as an artist is probably less than as an innovator. How much of this is due to the immense difficulties of a man building a serious art music out of, and in, commercial mass entertainment, and virtually starting alone and from scratch, is a matter of debate. Though no composer or band has maintained a more constantly high level of musical intelligence and achievement, and though his plateaus 1929, 33, 1939, 41 are very elevated indeed, few of his records will be as certain of individual immortality as some of the masterpieces of Bessie Smith or Armstrong. Those which are certain of it may owe as much to the planned glory of their solos as to his composing, e.g. the remarkable Concerto for Cootie, of which A. Hodier has given a 21-page analysis. Ellington's music is a process of discovery rather than a series of achievements. It is characteristic of the man that he has, throughout his career, taken up, developed, and improved his earlier compositions so that pieces like his pioneer East St. Louis Tudoloo, 1926, or Black and Tan Fantasy, 1927, exist in a series of versions. His main weaknesses are an occasional tendency to sweetness and lushness less marked in the informal sessions of the Ellington band's subunits, an early tendency to obvious jungle effects, and indeed, an occasional pretentious vulgarism. However, his place in musical history is quite secure. He may be called a kind of Haydn of jazz, reconstructing all the old material of jazz in terms of the new sound demanded by his times, as Haydn brought together elements from folk song, comic opera, serenade, and street music and infused them into the budding symphony. 19. His most lasting gift to orchestral jazz is the discovery that bands can have a distinctive sound, i.e. orchestral color, the palette being mixed by the composer-arranger from the colors of the individual musicians, carefully chosen for the purpose. The Ellington sound is quite unmistakable. It contains a mixture of New Orleans colors, especially the liquid Creole clarinet which he alone of all band leaders has used consistently to the present day, the carefully controlled blue sound of the brass, especially as played with mutes, as a well-mixed reed sound, originally based on the interplay of the baritone sax, another instrument largely confined to his band, and the alto. He has evolved this mixture from the personalities of his musicians, notably Bubber Miley and Cootie Williams, trumpeters, Tricky Sam Nanton, trombone, Barney Bigard, clarinet, Harry Carney, baritone sax, and Johnny Hodges, alto sax, but the sound has survived their death or departure. Long after his pioneer work, other bands discovered the virtues of a sound as a trademark, and it has been widely exploited as its best in bands like Lunsford's, Flaruit 1934-9, and Basie's, from 1936, at its most commercial in bands like the late Glenn Miller's. The only other style of jazz which, in a much less conscious way, achieved a similar revolution was that of Kansas City. 20 here, building not so much on New Orleans jazz and the elements of light metropolitan entertainment music, but on the professional individual jazz musician and the urbanized country blues. The second integration of the blues into the big band style took place. This process was the very opposite of Ellington's, simplification rather than elaboration. Ensemble playing was reduced from the New Orleans counterpoint to simple repeated phrases, a rock-like foundation, allowing men to get a firm grip of the melody, the harmonies, and the rhythmic pattern before launching forth on the paths of their individual solos. The main themes for these improvisations were pop songs, but above all the 12-bar blues, whose chords and form everyone knew, and which allowed full freedom for development. The blues thus adapted was made the basis both of fast and of slow numbers. There is nothing in the blues form which imposes sadness and of ensemble work. There it was normally simplified down to the riff, the repeated melodic, blues, phrase played between and behind the solos, which is so characteristic of Kansas City's most successful product, the band of Count Basie. Since it was evolved by players for their own convenience, this apparent regression to primitivism had three major musical advantages. First, it provided a flexible framework for big band jazz which could be more widely adopted than the highly individual technique of Ellington, or perhaps even than the Redman formula, and it has been so adopted. Second, and more important, it allowed the big band to absorb directly the most flourishing and vigorous elements of black folk music, the sung blues and the blues piano. Kansas City style is the only one which has used unspoiled blues singers as band vocalists and integral parts of the orchestra, example James Rushing. Third, and most important, it allowed and even encouraged the utmost technical inventiveness and adventurousness among the players. For this reason Kansas City, more than any other style, became the incubator of the musical revolution in jazz, while at the same time its most radical innovators, like Parker, remained rooted in the blues. The style may be heard at its best in the early records of Count Basie's band, an unmistakable combination of brazen ensembles, solid rhythmic movement, and the solo blues. The other brands of middle period jazz, bred mainly in Harlem and other large northern ghettos, are less easy to reduce to type, unless it be the Harlem jump, the most constant rhythm developed in Jazz 21, an urbanized, speeded up beat, fusing the shouting rhythm of the city gospel congregation with the dance rhythm of the city ballroom. Point 22, often vulgar and showy, this Harlem music, often played by non-New Yorkers, tended to commercialism. Its vocalists are ballad not blues singers, its musicians play acrobatic tricks, and often build up rhythmic frenzy as a sales device. At its best, as in Chick Webb's, 1926–39, and Lionel Hampton's bands, from 1934, it generates irresistible swing, though its technically superb musicians have, and less band leaders, less individual scope than in Kansas City. However, musicians from these big bands also contributed to the jazz revolution. Except for its rhythm, Harlem cannot be regarded as a style, but only as a showcase and a meeting place for talented and storming players. The New York tradition of solo, piano, music has followed a rather different line. The common denominators of all these types of middle period jazz are tremendous technical virtuosity and swing, which is an aspect of the same thing. There can be no argument about the increasing technical mastery of the players, though this must not be confused with increasing emotional expressiveness. Jazz, after all, is designed for maximum emotional expressiveness even with defective technical equipment, and though Louis Armstrong almost certainly could never have let off the fireworks of a Shavers or Gillespie on his trumpet, he has never had trouble in holding his own as an artist. Nevertheless, middle period jazz is designed for virtuosi, and largely created by the generation which first got the full technical possibilities out of their instruments. A similar technical sophistication took place in the drums. Ancient jazz, ragtime and New Orleans, had used a beat which still echoed European music, accenting the first and third beats of the bar. Its derivations Dixieland and Chicago music, etc., though still two-beat jazz, tended to accent the offbeats. But with swing we enter the period of four-beat jazz, the evenly accented bar, though there is still an instinctive tendency to stress the offbeats. The resulting rhythms, and rhythmical variations, are far subtler, and produce that indefinable swaying and living pulse which is called, for want of a better term, swing, but this, though as Hodier observes essentially a rhythmic phenomenon, is not simply the affair of the rhythm section. In jazz every instrument has rhythmic as well as melodic functions, which is why swing as a general phenomenon was hardly possible until a high average level of expertise had been reached. Novices, with a bit of feeling, can produce a passable imitation of a New Orleans brass band, or even a good Dixieland number, but not one of Lionel Hampton's Flyin' Home. Though nobody predicted it at the time, we can now see that modern jazz developed logically out of the middle period, partly as a prolongation of it, partly as a reaction against it. Point 23. Here we need be concerned only with the stylistic and musical aspects of this revolution in jazz, which is comparable to the revolutions of the 20th century. In modern painting and classical music the jazz public has always been divided, but before the modernist revolution normally only into purists and impurists, that is into those who wish to preserve jazz from innovation because they believed it to lead to the ultimate horror of commercialization, and those who grudgingly recognized that not all innovation turned jazz into pop music. But modernism produced rival purity schools, though in its early stages the defenders of old-style pure jazz purported to regard it as merely another commercial novelty gimmick. But modern jazz was far from aiming at mass appeal. On the contrary, it was the first jazz style which deliberately turned its face away from the ordinary public and created music for initiatives and experts only. The dangers which beset it were not those of degenerating into bestsellerdom. To this day its public remains considerably smaller than the public for pre-modern jazz. 24 Its temptation has been rather to slide over into something increasingly difficult to distinguish from classical art music, and normally rather mediocre art music at that. The best way to explain its musical genesis is to say that musicians became bored and frustrated with the increasingly standardized and repetitive music of the big bands of the 1930s. The original bop revolutionaries almost all came from such big bands: Gillespie the trumpeter from Teddy Hill and Cab Calloway, Charlie Parker the alto player from Jay McShawn, Kenny Clarke the drummer from a variety of bands, Charlie Christian from Goodman. In spite of occasional big bop bands such as Gillespie's, Herman's, and Eckstein's, modern jazz is essentially small band music. Also, it was essentially a reaction against entertaining a large or even a small lay public. It was musicians' music. As such, it naturally developed the virtuoso tendencies of middle period jazz to hitherto undreamed heights. Parker swung at 360 quarter notes per minute, a thing hitherto believed impossible. 25 Clarke and his imitators tried to get their drums to play not only rhythm but tunes. Christian played his electric guitar as though it were a wind instrument, J. Johnson the trombone as though it were a trumpet. Indeed, whatever we think of their musical value, the sheer technical achievements of the moderns are breathtaking. Similarly, the revolutionaries assumed a degree of musical sophistication which automatically made jazz into an elite activity. Bop rhythm no longer indicated the beat, except perhaps by a legato agitation of the cymbal, a sort of rhythmic shiver through which the basic pulse might be glimpsed. Musicians were supposed to assume the beat, over which rhythmic complexities of almost African subtlety were played. They were expected to assume the melody, for the modernists no longer improvised on the simple theme, normally the pop ballad, but built a new theme out of the harmonies of the old and improvised on that, changing the harmonies slightly while doing so, or even elaborating the process. So far as they were concerned, the really competent player ought to hear not merely the final theme and is often remote improvisation, but behind it the unplayed original theme, a duet between the actual music played and the ghost music from which it was originally derived. They often did not trouble even to indicate the title of the original theme. A competent musician was supposed to know or reconstruct it. The whole thing was nearly as great a test of musical expertise as is the following of a Bach mirror fugue without the score. If a musician could do this, well and good. If he or the listener could not, to hell with him. It is small wonder that modern musicians have often shown a marked hankering for the intellectually more demanding constructions of classical music. For them, not Delis and Debussy, but Bach, Schoenberg, and Bartók. These tendencies toward written architectural music were, however, later developments. The original boppers were essentially improvisers in what we can now recognize as the old jazz tradition, however revolutionized. The jam session, in which each artist built his own musical structure out of a series of solo choruses, based at bottom on the characteristic middle period musical device of the short repeated phrase, the riff, was their characteristic home. The musicians approached composition mainly in so far as fully worked out solos were much prized and often repeated note for note. The bop innovations were hardly at all architectural and orchestral. The innovators revolutionized tonality and harmony but left the typical bop piece architecturally as primitive as any old small band piece, a theme, now generally stated in unison by the players, followed by variations, and perhaps restated. In some respects bop retreated from the complex orchestral writing which Jelly Roll Morton, Duke Ellington, Don Redman, S.Y. Oliver, and other composer-arrangers had brought to jazz, though this retreat was only temporary. The modern school in time developed its own extremely able arrangers who normally carried on, roughly speaking, where Ellington left off, Tad Dameron, John Lewis, Gil Evans. The listener hearing the unfamiliar rhythmic complexities, the discordant and apparently disconnected solos, the free and continual key changes, the extraordinary use of the instruments, might well regard bop as not only new but chaotic. But its fundamental structure was quite old-fashioned, as was its fundamental material, the blues or the pop song. Modern jazz has indeed concentrated mainly on the pop ballad, which it has for the first time turned into something like a musically usable form. It did so partly by using it, as we have seen, as a foundation on which a new counter-melody was built, partly by twisting it into adventurous shapes, adorning it with little chromatic figures or broken chords, modulating into surprising and remote keys, transforming its phrases rhythmically. But it also did so by, for the first time in jazz history, systematically breaking down the distinction between ballads and blues. For the blues lies at the heart of modern jazz as of all jazz. We recognize it, even in its transformation, in the greatest of all modern players, the tragic Charlie Parker, who, as Finkelstein rightly says, is almost wholly a blues performer, as moving in his own way as Johnny Dodds in the old music. Point 26. The early bop music was played in 1941-9 by its pioneers, and since then by some of the intransigent survivors, was a manifesto of revolt, though we can now see that the revolt moved within the frontiers of traditional craftsman's jazz. Like so many other and similar artistic revolutions, its first stage was in some respects the most extreme. The mere existence of a new idiom makes it familiar. Abstract painters in the 1950s are no longer revolutionaries, at least not against their predecessors but traditionalists. The public, in turn, becomes accustomed to a new sound. The Gillespie-Parker-Monk records of 1946-8, which struck non-expert listeners at the time as wholly incomprehensible, are now accepted quite easily, if not always with enthusiasm. Phrases which 10 years ago would have raised the hair of the ordinary listener, now occur as a matter of course in orchestras and solos which make no claim to special modernism. Indeed, the revolutionaries have begun to suffer the last indignity of their kind. Their carefully elaborated complexities sound simple, just tunes, though tunes of a new kind, background noise for dreaming, chatting, flirting, even dancing. And modern jazz has to some extent domesticated itself, meeting the public halfway. Little by little it has reintroduced a less revolutionary type of melody, the modern jazz quartet, or Miles Davis, the leading soloist of the latest phrase of jazz, play altogether gentler and more recognizable tunes, often no more demanding than those of Ellington. The beat, that essential of jazz, is perhaps easier to recognize today than it was in the adventurous 40s. Some of this is due to regression, but some to a further evolution in jazz which has been called the cool style of the 50s. The cool style is the most extreme point as yet reached in jazz evolution, the point which almost lies on the borders between jazz and ordinary art music. The very name is a paradox. The jazz of the past was in its very nature hot, sensuous, emotional, physical, and dirty, instrumentally unorthodox because emotionally expressive. The word was used as a synonym for hot in the 1920s. Even bop, as we have seen, retained this fundamental emotional heat and musical impurity. With all its insistence on musical bravura, what the boppers played was expressionist and not abstract music. Cool jazz aimed at a hitherto irrelevant ideal of musical purity, that is to say, in many respects at the complete reversal of most jazz values. Cool players tried to make instruments sound like orthodox classical instruments, e.g. with a minimum of vibrato. Classical instruments, whose main recommendation for jazz was that they sounded smooth and had snob appeal, were for the first time used as more than oddities: flutes, oboes, flugelhorns. The main melodic pillar of jazz, the horn or wind instrument, came under suspicion, small combinations consisting exclusively of such things as piano, bass, drums, perhaps supplemented with a vibraharp, an oboe-sounding sax, a well-bred clarinet, or even a bowed cello, became common sights. What Hodier has called a wispy sound became the ideal of many cool men. More than any of their predecessors, the cool players and arrangers also dreamed of an educated composed jazz capable of competing with the classics. Leading progressive players like the pianist Lenny Tristano, the saxophonist Lee Konitz, even took to theorizing, founding academies, and teaching, a thing hitherto unheard of in jazz, where musicians said what they had to say in notes and not words, and learned what they had to learn by apprenticeship, like Renaissance painters. These are the players and composers who claim to be inspired by Johann Sebastian Bach and 18th century classicism, an admirable model, but a very surprising one. Intellectualized and formalized jazz such as this, drained of much of its old-fashioned red blood, naturally appealed particularly strongly to young white players who are much better able to compete with black ones on territory which is, after all, close to the one in which all white musicians have been brought up. Cool jazz therefore attracted an abnormally large number of young white recruits, especially in California, where Los Angeles became the headquarters of a West Coast school. The cool players did not wish to abandon jazz, though many critics feel that the work of some of them, say of Dave Brubeck in California and the Tristano Group in New York, often crosses the border from jazz into jazz-tinged art music. Nor, in fact, do the best of them eliminate genuine and powerful emotion, though it tends to be eerie, sleepwalking, dreamlike stuff, as in the finest player of the school, the trumpeter Miles Davis. They maintain their pride in the jazz tradition, and especially the blues, even when least capable of playing it. They derive directly from previous styles, notably via bop from the middle period, by the usual link of jazz evolution, craft virtuosity. For just because it was so much harder to play hot by means of a pure, spare, and sober technique, players had long tried to do so. Benny Carter on sax and clarinet, Teddy Wilson on piano, had long underplayed their attacks, or substituted delicacy for drive. One of the most formative musicians of the 30s, Lester Young, tenor sax in Count Basie's band, had demonstrated that it was possible to produce remarkable jazz while avoiding virtually all the characteristics of the hot sound, mainly by means of a quite extraordinary suppleness, the product of muscular relaxation. 27 Young's cool sound was one of the components of the bop revolution. Indeed, he is commonly regarded as its most important single precursor. But whereas the boppers retained hot jazz while also taking over the new cool technique, their successors developed coolness, purity, relaxation into an exclusive system. In doing so, they brought jazz to the very verge of its possibilities as jazz. It would be logical to argue that the future evolution of modern jazz must take it over that border into art music, or rather over the border into that territory where it disintegrates as jazz, while art musicians absorb its various fragments into their own music, as 19th century nationalist composers absorbed the elements of their people's music into the general body of classical music. But this will not necessarily occur. For though modern jazz has tried, more and more systematically, to escape from the musical limitations of the older jazz or to react against them, its social situation has so far continued to link it to its old and unreconstructed musical kindred. Some jazz may well go permanently over the border, just as one sort of black spiritual has gone permanently into the concert hall. But just as gospel music in the Mount Tabor African Strict Baptist Tabernacle continues a vigorous life quite independent of Miss Marian Anderson's kind of spirituals, though not unaffected by musical developments, so jazz, including much modern jazz, is likely to continue even if some versions of it pass beyond its frontiers. Indeed, the exclusive concentration on coolness led to a stylistic reaction in the later 50s. Modern players who had never stopped blowing out, pioneers of the original bop era who had been in eclipse, such as the pianist-composer Thelonious Monk, came into their own. A succession of powerful saxophonists sounding anything but thin and wispy, captured the fancy of the avant-garde, Sonny Rollins, John Coltrane, Ornette Coleman, and the more widely popular Cannonball Adderley. The reaction against coolness, the search for heat and emotion, took musicians back to those obvious sources of musical passion, blues and gospel song, and even some way towards the swinging music of the 30s, which was beginning to enjoy more popularity among the advanced than it had for many years. Indeed, while the neo-hot jazz of 1960, variously named funky, hard bop, or soul music, remained solidly modern, and sometimes highly experimental, its very search for heat and roots made it the first traditional style of modern jazz. Its implicit slogans were backward-looking, back to Parker, back to blues and gospel, back even to the central tradition of big band jazz. The reasons for this reaction were of course ideological as well as musical. Whether this return to the main tradition of jazz is permanent or not, it is too early to say. It may well be that this latest phase, 1960, will once again lead to a counter-movement, and that modern jazz will continue as an interplay between the hot and cool tendencies. But we do not know. One thing is clear. So long as jazz is jazz, it will always be anchored to some sort of stylistic pattern by the need to be a music for dancing. I recall the wise remarks of Mr. Gus Johnson, a Kansas City drummer practiced in the best of all jazz schools, Count Basie's band. They used to say bop was here for all time, he said. I didn't see it that way. It was something new, that's good naturally. But you take a line of girls. They have to dance, and if they have to dance they have to hear the beat, like this, and Mr. Johnson tapped it out, rock firm and swinging, with his fingers. Now that beat has got to be there all the time, or else nobody can dance to it. For the past dozen years or so a great deal of jazz has not been played for dancing, but for listening, often in concert halls and recital rooms. But so long as jazz is not exclusively a recital music, that is, so long as it is not played for an exclusively expert or snob audience, so long as it is played in dance halls, theaters, and clubs as well as in halls, some listeners will also want to dance to it, if only in the aisles. And so long as the demand for jazz to dance to continues, some jazz of all styles, old, middle period, or modern, will adapt itself to this demand. It will not be hard either, for jazz is a music made to get people's limbs moving, whatever other and higher achievements it also has to its credit. 5. The instruments. Except for the piano, the evolution of the jazz instruments is part of that of the jazz orchestral styles. It may be broadly summed up as follows: the clarinet reached its peak of development in New Orleans jazz, and has since then dropped progressively into the background. The brass reached its peak of development in the swing era, and has since then also lost ground. The saxes follow an ascending curve from the early 1920s until the bop period, when they reach their peak, but have remained stationary since. The percussive instruments follow a steadily ascending curve until the cool period, when they become, in some instances, the major carriers of melody as well as of rhythm, e.g. modern jazz quartet, piano, vibes, drums, bass. In spite of repeated attempts, nobody has yet managed to do more with bowed string instruments than use them for occasional effects. If they have a future in jazz, it is still to come. There are signs, as in the use of a cello by Oscar Pettiford or of the bowed bass by various artists, that players are today making efforts to conquer even these highly recalcitrant instruments for jazz. Within this general framework, however, there is infinite variety. Jazz is what individual players make it, and each player has his individual voice. Attempts have been made to trace the evolution and cross-fertilizations of instrumental styles in diagrammatic form, but even the most lucid diagram looks rather like a wiring plan for a complex electrical installation. I do not propose to give a detailed account of these instrumental marches and counter-marches here, but merely to list a few of the major players and influences. The two clarinet styles of New Orleans, the liquid Creole and the dirty blues clarinet, reached their respective peaks early in the triumvirate of Jimmy Noon, 1895 to 1944, Johnny Dodds, 1892 to 1940, and Sidney Bechet, 1897 to 1959, who is better known for his adaptation of the clarinet to the otherwise scarcely used soprano sax. The reserve team of Bigard, born 1906, Nicholas, born 1900, Hall, born 1901, and Simeon, 1902 to 1959, is somewhat less powerful. All these musicians come from New Orleans. Among white players, the Chicagoans Tess Schemacher, 1906 to 32, and Pee Wee Russell, born 1906, developed the dirty style, while Benny Goodman, born 1909, is technically perhaps the most brilliant player of the instrument, white or black too. It is doubtful whether, if all records later than 1930 were destroyed except for those of Bechet, who was poorly recorded in those days. Our picture of the technical and emotional possibilities of this instrument as hitherto used in jazz would be incomplete. Dodd's marvelous playing with Louis Armstrong and with his own New Orleans Wanderers, Simeon's contributions on the Jelly Roll Morton records, and Bigard's with Morton and Ellington demonstrate the range of the instrument. The cornet, and from the later 1920s its successor the trumpet, is hereditary king of jazz, though for a time it was in semi-exile under the moderns. There are therefore more brilliant trumpeters than stars of any other instrument in jazz history. However, all discussion of the jazz trumpet must begin and end with Louis Armstrong, born 1900, the greatest jazzman of them all, in whose art New Orleans music culminates and is surpassed. 3 Louis Armstrong is not just a trumpeter, he is the voice of his people speaking on a horn. A natural genius, who intuitively organizes his art with the automatic assurance with which the bodies of lesser men manage their breathing, he has been exceptionally lucky. Born 20 years earlier, he would have been a splendid folk trumpeter, a leader of a street band, lacking both the technical equipment and the capacity to speak with a fully individual voice. Born 15 years later, or anywhere but in New Orleans, he would have lacked those firm roots in the folk music of his city which allow the tree of his genius to grow steadily. For Armstrong is not made to find his way through the eclectic jungle of middle period jazz or the intellectual mazes of the moderns. He is a simple man, in terms of verbal intelligence even an inarticulate one. But he was born just at the time when he could pass logically from the folk jazz of New Orleans to complete individualism in art, without losing either his bearings or the wonderful, simple, singing quality, the common touch, of a music made for ordinary people. There is nothing more to be said about Armstrong, except that he has the rare gift of complete innocence, which, because it reads the genuine emotions of men into the phony formulae of pop songs, can make even these moving and totally convincing. Armstrong's evolution out of New Orleans jazz can be followed in his records with King Oliver, in the marvelous Hot Fives and Hot Sevens of 1925-7, and in the astonishing freedom of the Hot Sevens of 1928-30, when he played a music untrammeled by any formal traditions in the company of players who could hold a candle to him, in the West End Blues or Potato Head Blues, one of which would probably win in a poll for the best single jazz record ever made, in Tight Like This, Muggles, Mahogany, Hall Stomp, and the rest. After this, though Armstrong's powers improved, he rarely played in ensembles worthy of him, except sometimes after 1940, when he was, however, somewhat confined by the purest tastes of the revivalist public which has been his main support. His solos in the 30s and even in the late 50s are sometimes even better than they were, but the originality and perfection of the records as a whole are less. There is plenty of argument about him, but if one thing is certain in the world of jazz, it is that every critic worth his name would, were he asked to name a single person who personifies jazz, vote for him. Good trumpeters are so numerous that it is hardly possible to mention more than a few who were in some sense innovators, though perhaps Tommy Ladnier, 1900-39, a technically limited player, and Joe Smith, 1902-37, ought not to be left out, for the perfection with which they played the classic blues. Frankie Newton, 1906-54, and Buck Clayton, born 1911, because this writer is fond of them, and Cootie Williams, born 1908, for Ellington's Concerto for Cootie. Bubber Miley, 1902-32, pioneered the systematic use of the mute and the growl. Red Allen, born 1908, and the more important Roy Eldridge, born 1911, developed the more brilliant trumpet style of the swing era. Charlie Shavers, born 1917, approaches modernism, which emerges fully fledged in Dizzy Gillespie, born 1917, technically the most brilliant and revolutionary trumpeter of the modern era. Miles Davis, born 1926, is preeminently the player who represents the cool style, though the death of Fats Navarro, 1923-50, almost certainly deprived us of a modern trumpeter to hold his own with both. 4. Among white players only one can be named in this company, Leon Bismarck, Bix, Beiderbecke, 1903–31, who is pretty generally admitted to be the finest white jazz musician up to the present. 5 Bix's evolution out of a modified Dixieland style was cut short, but his astonishing combination of melodious sweetness, drive, a spontaneous sophisticated jazz sense and a constant, veiled melancholy even in his most joyous solos, can still move us. The other white players are good journeymen, except perhaps for Bunny Birigan, 1909–42, a lesser Bix, Bobby Hackett, born 1915, a lesser swing player, and Max Kaminsky of Chicago, born 1908. Not that in jazz journeyman is a dishonorable title. Men like Muggsy Spanier, born 1906, who has played honest and moving Dixieland cornet, have no cause to regret their careers. The trombone had barely glimpsed its full instrumental possibilities in New Orleans jazz, though it could, with Charlie Big Green, 1900–36, play the blues, and was always essential to the polyphony. Jimmy Harrison, 1900–31, in the 1920s virtually made it into a solo instrument in the full sense, much as Armstrong emancipated the trumpet from the limitations of the New Orleans ensemble. Ellington's tricky Sam Nanton, 1904–48, developed its possibilities with the growl mute. Dickie Wells, born 1909, perhaps with Johnson the best trombonist in jazz history, the lesser J.C. Higginbotham, born 1906, and Vic Dickinson, born 1906, adapted the instrument to the swing era and brought it to its highest pitch of achievement. J.J. Johnson, born 1924, is the trombonist of the modern style, though perhaps his chief innovation is the technically dazzling one of playing the instrument with unprecedented speed and brilliance. Among the whites, who are a little less outclassed in this field, Miff Mole, born 1898, and Tommy Dorsey, 1904–56, developed the technical possibilities of the instrument without exploiting them for jazz purposes, while the Dane, Kai Winding, born 1922, among the moderns, should be mentioned. There are few Red Indians in jazz, but those few seem to have a taste for the trombone. Jack Teagarden, born 1905, leads them, the best non-black player of the blues on his instrument, though a little lacking in bite. 6. The saxophone entered jazz late. The years when journalists identified jazz by its wailing saxophones were precisely those when the few jazz saxophonists had barely emancipated themselves from the New Orleans clarinet tradition. However, from the middle 20s a number of brilliant and sensitive instrumentalists developed a technique for it and made its remarkable flexibility fully available to jazz. In the swing, and especially the early modern period, the saxes really did become the central instrument of jazz, almost displacing the clarinet and pushing even the brass into the background. This is no doubt because they lend themselves to musically justified technical virtuosity. They are the string section of jazz. The natural styles of trumpet and trombone are sober. These are strong and rigid rather than nimble instruments. The technical fireworks of the modernists have not added anything substantial to their possibilities, but have merely shown that they can be played faster and with a smoother tone, and hit higher notes than before, or that they can be made to sound like other instruments. However, the saxes did have unexploited possibilities. Their sound ranges from the reediest and dirtiest vibrato to a flute-like smoothness, and they combine a flexibility admirably suited to jazz expressiveness with a force and drive which can make them the main propellants of smaller bands. It is perhaps true that their natural style is one of romantic rhapsody or baroque floweriness, such as was developed by the pioneers of the instrument, say Hodges on alto and Hawkins on tenor, or, with a deliberate restriction of the instrument's musical palette, by the great Charlie Parker. The natural classicists among jazz lovers will always hanker for the simple lines of brass. But if any instrument was jazz between 1930 and 1950, it was the sax. More specifically, the tenor sax, which has become increasingly popular since Coleman Hawkins, born 1904, made it, virtually single-handed, into a solo instrument in the 1920s. Hawkins, whose supremacy was long unchallenged, and who is still as good a tenor player as any, evolved a powerful but soft sound, making full use of the instrument's reedy qualities, and a characteristic style of rhapsodic improvisation. Virtually, all sax players of the earlier generation are his pupils: Chu Berry, 1910–41, Herschel Evans, 1909–39, Don Byas, born 1912, Ben Webster, born 1909, Lucky Thompson, born 1924, and Illinois Jacquet, born 1921. Meanwhile in Kansas City the other great innovator, Lester Young, 1909–59, laid the foundations of the cool style with a smoother, deliberately much less beautiful tone and a tendency to play long melodic lines consisting of relatively few notes. The white musicians Bud Freeman, born 1906, and Frank Trumbauer, 1900–57, had actually pioneered this development. Young's disciples are numerous: Wardell Gray, 1921–55, among blacks, Stan Getz, born 1927, Zoot Sims, born 1925, Al Cohn, born 1925, Gary Mulligan, born 1927, on baritone among whites. 7 The great Charlie Parker claimed not to have been influenced by either, which leaves those who like to argue derivations free to argue them at length. The rest of the sax family has a less coherent history. The soprano, baritone, and bass have never really established themselves. The soprano remains the private voice of Sidney Bechet, one of the glories of New Orleans, the bass a rarely used freak. The baritone was for long the monopoly of Harry Carney, born 1910, of Ellington's band, but became more popular in the cool period among white players like Serge Kaloff, 1923–57, and Gary Mulligan, born 1927, who plays it as though it were a tenor. The alto was established in jazz by a trinity of notable musicians: Benny Carter, born 1907, Willie Smith, born 1908, and Johnny Hodges, born 1906, of Ellington's band, who would, but for the existence of Charlie Parker, be the unquestioned king of this instrument today as in 1929, a marvel of skill, sensitivity, and flexible, but not weak, melodic beauty. Pete Brown, born 1906, and Earl Bostick, born 1913, developed it into a swing instrument, with a honking, jumping, sometimes tasteless style much appreciated in Harlem. But it was the accident that Charlie Parker, who also played tenor, preferred this lighter and more individually distinctive horn, which made it, from 1941, compete in influence with the tenor. The Whites, Lee Konitz, born 1927, and Art Pepper, born 1925, have developed the Parker tradition, though it is characteristic that among the blacks the most typical Parker disciples, like Sonny Stitt, born 1924, and Sonny Rollins, born 1929, reverted to the tenor. 8. Charlie Bird Parker, 1920–55, the one unquestioned genius in modern jazz, is more than an alto player. 9 He was a musical revolutionary, whose ideas dominate virtually everything that has been written in modern jazz since the early 40s. He was also a volcanic soul, whose eruptions sent, and send, shivers of awe down the spines of listeners and colleagues. His deliberate revolutionism temporarily obscured his roots in tradition, for what Parker plays is the unadulterated, lowest of lowdown blues. He is to jazz in the 40s and 50s what Armstrong is to the earlier jazz. But it is typical that this quintessential figure of modern jazz was not only, like Armstrong, a lumpen proletarian boy in this instance from Kansas City, but, unlike Armstrong, a twisted, displaced person. A vagabond, a drug addict, an unhappy, unattached wanderer who died at 35, he is the Rambo of modern jazz. The rhythm instruments. The evolution of the rhythm instruments, again with the exception of the piano, which counts as such in jazz, is first towards subtler rhythmic possibilities, and then towards a sort of fusion between rhythm and melody, such as is wholly new in European music, though there are plenty of African precedents for it. Since rhythm is the heartbeat of jazz, and the essential organizing medium of this music, the importance of these instruments, notably the drums, is obvious. The weakness of all European jazz hitherto has been at bottom the weakness of its rhythm sections. For, while Europe has produced plenty of musicians who can hold their own in any good American band, and plenty more who could do so if they had as much practice as the Americans, it has so far produced only one rhythmicist of stature. He, characteristically enough, was a gypsy, the guitarist Django Reinhardt, 1910–53, and equally characteristically, he is the only European jazzman who has so far found a certain place in the jazz pantheon. The evolution of rhythm towards a fusion with melody must not be confused with increasing virtuosity, though the two go together, nor with the turn from rhythm to melody. There is a tendency, notably among white players, to separate these things. Thus the Sicilian Eddie Lang, Salvatore Massaro, 1904–33, who developed the solo melodic and harmonic possibilities of the jazz guitar very far indeed, did so at the expense of swing. White drummers have often played with solo rhythm at the expense of the rhythm of the whole band, which is the rhythm maker's primary responsibility, except perhaps in an instrumental break. The drummer Gene Krupa of Chicago, born 1909, has this tendency. The lesser rhythm instruments, guitar, banjo, and bass, can be considered together. The bass is played pizzicato in jazz. It provides the harmonic basis for instrumental improvisation, but also and increasingly the main, unchanging beat of the music. As Berendt observes, the fact that the bass replaced the tuba, which had first been used in this function, tells us more about the spirit of jazz than many theoretical arguments. The plucked strings of the bass are rhythmically more precise and clear than the blown notes of the tuba. 10 At all events, the classic jazz bass Pops Foster, born 1892, in New Orleans, John Kirby, born 1908, and that rock of Kansas rhythm Walter Page, 1900–57, developed the instrument increasingly into a steady pillar of the beat. The melodic development of the basses, until the middle 40s, almost wholly the work of Ellington, who persistently attempted to capture the special tone color of the instrument for his orchestral palette, with the help of the recording microphone, which could make it audible through the rest of the band. He drew out Wellman Broad, born 1891, but above all, in 1939 he discovered Jimmy Blanton, 1921–42, with whom he played duets. Blanton revolutionized the instrument. He improvised as though the bass was a horn, phrasing fluently with frequent 8 and 16-note runs, using harmonic and melodic ideas which were unheard of on the instrument. 11 Blanton's successor, Oscar Pettiford, 1922–60, was also his disciple, as are all the sophisticated and ambitious modern players, notably Charles Mingus, born 1922, Percy Heath, born 1923, and Ray Brown, born 1926. The banjo, later guitar, had, from the start, two possibilities: to provide rhythmic and harmonic foundations for the band, and a technique developed by the individual blues singers to respond to the voice in the blues in single notes and clusters. Johnny St. Cyr, banjo, born 1890, provided the perfect solution in the first style for New Orleans jazz. Freddie Green, born 1911, of Basie's band for the swing period. Their self-abnegation and avoidance of solos should not obscure their tremendous merits. The single-note style was first popularized in bands by the blues player Lonnie Johnson, born 1894, and developed by Teddy Bunn, born 1909, and Al Casey, born 1915, who combined the two approaches, and Django Reinhardt. But once again a single musician revolutionized the instrument at the end of the 1930s, Charlie Christian, 1919–42, perhaps the greatest single precursor of bop, in whose early experiments he took part. 12 Christian, a dazzling technician, developed the guitar into a primary melody carrier, admittedly at the price of electric amplification, sophisticated its rhythm, and, imitating the tenor sax, which he also played, developed a legato way of playing melodies on it. His harmonic innovations went far beyond the field of his instrument. The piano in orchestral jazz belongs, with drums, bass, and guitar, to the rhythm section, but is too powerful an instrument to be confined to it. It is also the genuine solo instrument of jazz, i.e. the one whose performances can stand unaccompanied, though it benefits from rhythm accompaniment. Other unaccompanied instrumental and vocal solos have been recorded in jazz, e.g. by trumpet, various saxophones, and guitar, which can function like a lesser piano, but these are abnormalities. The piano solo is the only one to have established a permanent place in jazz. The history of piano jazz is therefore both different from that of the other jazz instruments and more complex. Two major pianistic styles stand at the beginning of jazz, one extremely sophisticated, one extremely primitive, ragtime and blues piano or boogie-woogie. Ragtime has already been briefly described in the section on the orchestral styles of jazz. Ragtime style and technique were evolved, on the whole, by musically educated and ambitious players, perhaps the only case of its kind, if we accept the evolution of the Creole clarinet style. It soon died out, but apart from a wide general influence, it left two important lines of descent. The first was the New Orleans brothel piano style, whose finest recorded master is Jelly Roll Morton, 1885 to 1941. The second, much more influential, is the Eastern or Harlem style, which has produced the most vigorous pianistic tradition in jazz. Its chief figures, from the New York Circle, are James P. Johnson, born 1891, Willie the Lion Smith, born 1897, and Fats Waller, 1904–43, all of whom are ragtime pianists or very close to it, Duke Ellington, born 1899, and Count Basie, born 1904, less eminent as soloists but more important for their orchestral use of the piano, and remote modernist descendants Bud Powell, born 1924, and Thelonious Monk, born 1920. Probably we should also count the extraordinarily fertile Pittsburgh Circle, which has produced such innovating players as the dazzling Earl Hines, born 1905, Mary Lou Williams, born 1910, and among the modernists, Errol Garner, born 1921, with the Eastern School, whose remote origins, the experts tell us, go back to the gospel shouts of the Eastern Appalachians. Stylistically the most brilliant virtuoso of the jazz piano, the late Art Tatum, 1910–56, belongs to the New York tradition, standing somewhere between Fats Waller and Bud Powell. However, though he also belongs to the Northeast, he was born in Toledo, Ohio. 13. All these descendants of ragtime piano are normally characterized by lightness, wit, sophistication, technical virtuosity, and melodiousness. At their best, as in Fats Waller, they produce perhaps the most universally pleasing type of jazz music. These solo piano styles seem to have evolved in two directions. On the one hand, with Earl Hines, one of the most remarkable of a remarkable group of musicians, players attempted the feat of adapting the piano to the vocalizing style of the other instruments, the so-called trumpet style. Hines's partnership with Louis Armstrong in 1928–30 produced some of the most satisfactory and impressive jazz on record. On the other hand, players exploited the capacity of the piano for a combination of technical brilliance and original harmonic experiments, which led logically to the modern pianist styles. At all times the capacity of the piano to combine rhythm, harmony, and melody has been the foundation of jazz piano playing. Blues piano 14, barrel house, honky-tonk, boogie-woogie, is as primitive as ragtime was sophisticated, though it shows ragtime influences, probably because many barrel house pianists taught themselves to play the instrument by copying the movement of the keys on automatic player pianos performing ragtime piano rolls. It seems to have originated in the lowest saloons and dives of the South and Southwest, where piano players shouted the blues and beat it out on battered out-of-tune uprights through the haze of smoke and the noise of levee camp laborers, railroad gangs, roustabouts and the like. Of all instrumental jazz styles this is the most folky and anonymous. Even the research of the jazz lovers has failed to turn many of its casually recorded pioneers into more than names, vaguely attached to a location, a blues, or two, or a particular pianistic trick, the chimes, the rocks, the fives, the chains. There are no masters of the blues piano comparable to the virtuosi of ragtime and its descendants. Many well-known boogie-woogie pianists, Meade Lux Lewis, born 1905, Pete Johnson, born 1904, are limited, while Jimmy Yancey, 1898 to 1951, a most moving player of the blues, is technically downright bad. Some of the forgotten pioneers of the 1920s were probably, within their limitations, better executants, for instance Clarence Pinetop Smith, 1904 to 29, cripple Clarence Lofton, born c. 1900, and Montana Taylor, so is Albert Ammons, 1907 to 49. As one might expect, blues piano is also by far the most African of jazz piano styles. One might almost say that its tendency is to play the piano as a pure percussion instrument and to concentrate entirely on its rhythmic interest, reducing the melody to endlessly repeated, sometimes very little varied, phrases. Though the blues piano has had considerable influence on the jazz orchestra, notably through the Kansas City tradition, it has not developed much. Like the blues itself, it has remained a substratum of jazz. Until the middle 30s it led a self-contained life in those bar rooms and honky-tonks where it had originated, or in the parlors of northern immigrant flats, virtually ignored by the main jazz tradition outside Kansas City. In European art music, drumming is a device to produce incidental effects. In jazz it is the foundation and organizing medium of the entire music, the engine which draws the jazz train along its rails. Point 15. However, the drum kit is also a group of instruments in its own right, for, as we have already seen, if every instrument in jazz also has a rhythmic function, every instrument also has a melodic one. Drums are perhaps the hardest of all jazz instruments for the European trained listener to appreciate and to analyze. It is often difficult enough for him to train himself actually to listen to them, which is why exhibitionist drum solos are more wildly applauded than they normally ought to be. They are the only drumming that undiscriminating fans can recognize as such. The evolution of the jazz drum begins with a paradox. Though jazz rhythm is, thanks to its Africanism, far more complex, vital, and important than European rhythm, it was also, to begin with and still largely is, much cruder and simpler than its African ancestors, thanks to its Europeanism. The history of jazz drumming is the story of its increasing emancipation from the marching military band, with which it started in New Orleans. The old New Orleans drummers, among whom Warren Baby Dodds, 1898 to 1959, Zutty Singleton, born 1898, and perhaps Kaiser Marshall, 1902 to 48, are the most eminent, had already turned the heavy march rhythm into a more complex, dancing, jazz rhythm, but their style was still largely determined by its origins. The drums chiefly used are the big bass drum for the main beat, the snare drum for rolls on the weak beats, and the cymbal. Drumming is fairly austere, avoiding solos, except for brief breaks. The accent is on the first and third beat of the 4-beat unit, as it is in European music, though the developments of New Orleans music tend to accent the weak beats, 2 and 4. This development, oddly enough, seems to have come more from the white Dixieland and Chicago players, who also seem to have been the first to develop the exhibitionist, virtuoso aspects of solo drumming, e.g. Gene Krupa of Chicago. For though no instrument shows the inferiority of white players more than the drums, perhaps only Dave Tuff, 1908 to 48, the Chicago pioneer, is on a level with the best black drummers. The evolution of black and white drumming seem to have run roughly parallel. The next great step, and the one most difficult to define or to describe, is the evolution of swing drumming, which produces both a more dynamic, and a subtler, more suspended rhythm, and is the foundation of middle period jazz. To say that swing accents all 4 beats evenly, while tending instinctively to lean a little towards the off beats, does not help us much. To say that the main drums are liberated from the duty of carrying the main beat, leaving the whole kit free to play much more subtly with the rhythm, is also true, but inadequate. The evolution of the pedal-operated hi-hat cymbal, which entered jazz around 1928, is very important in this respect. Both Joe Jones, born 1911, on the black side, the magnificent drummer of Count Basie's band in its great days, and Dave Tuff on the white, were to make this cymbal the main carrier of the beat, giving the rest of their kit a vastly increased scope. However, the great big band and swing drummers of the 1930s achieved their astonishing combination of rhythmic tension, relaxation, and subtlety with more old-fashioned methods. The chief among them are Chick Webb, 1907-39, Cozy Cole, born 1909, Sidney Catlett, 1910-51, and Lionel Hampton, born 1913, who also plays virtually every other rhythmic instrument with extraordinary and instinctive mastery. Oddly enough, some of the most successful big jazz bands, notably Duke Ellington's and Jimmy Lunsford's in the 1930s, created considerable swing while relying on far from sensational drummers, but these were orchestras dominated by jazz arrangers of remarkable talent, Ellington and S.Y. Oliver, born 1910, who could utilize the rhythmic possibilities of all jazz instruments in combination admirably. Anyway, even a mediocre black American drummer is normally very good indeed by European standards. Swing drumming took the drums to the verge of the revolution achieved by modern jazz, which is the drummer's jazz par excellence. It is doubtful whether a technically more brilliant group of drummers has ever existed in jazz than that of Kenny Clarke, born 1914, Max Roach, born 1925, Art Blakey, born 1919, Chico Hamilton, born 1921, and the rest of the modernists. 16 The sort of task the modern drummers set themselves can best be explained in the words of their pioneer Clarke. I was trying to make the drums more musical instead of just a dead beat. Around this time I began to play things with the band, with the drums as a real participating instrument with its own voice. Joe Garland, who played tenor, bass sax, and baritone, used to write things for me. He'd write out a regular trumpet part for me to read. He'd just leave it to my own discretion to play the things out of the part that I thought the most effective. What I mean is, I played rhythm patterns, and they were superimposed over the regular beat. 17. The tendency to make the bass carry the fundamental beat left the drummer increasingly free for such activities. Thus it allowed him to experiment with complex rhythms of the African or Caribbean type, such as were rarely used in jazz. If the reader cares to try to play, or even to recognize when played, 4 totally different rhythms simultaneously, on hand and pedal-operated drums, he may get an idea of the rhythmic complexities involved. Some Cuban drummers, notably Chano Pozo, 1920-48, were imported into jazz for this purpose around 1948-50, but American drummers themselves adopted some of this complexity, thus, paradoxically, producing the most African of all jazz rhythms out of the most urbanized and sophisticated of jazz styles. The fundamental rhythm of modern jazz continues the evolution from New Orleans to swing. It marks the 4 beats quite evenly, superimposing stresses on them as occasion requires. It also tends to substitute a fashion of beating the drum legato, to the sharply separate, staccato, beats of traditional drumming. The remainder of the jazz instruments can be briefly dismissed, since their use has so far not been systematic. The strings have virtually never been used collectively in jazz, though jazz musicians, either for the sake of the schmaltz, or the highbrow prestige which they mistakenly believe to attach to string sections, have sometimes had them in the background, always with awful results. It will take some powerful revolutionizing to produce a jazz string orchestra. Solo violins have been used quite a lot, on and off, without ever quite making their mark except in a few, generally white, chamber-type combinations like the Venuti-Lang Blue 4 of the late 1920s with Joe Venuti, born 1904, and the Quintet of the Hot Club of France, with Stéphane Grappelli, born 1910, and Django Reinhardt, guitar. Stuff Smith, born 1909, and Eddie South, born 1904, are generally considered the best jazz violinists. Modern jazz, as one might expect, has tended to experiment with bowed string sounds, both on the bass and lately on the cello. A number of other instruments have been used from time to time. The vibraphone, a set of electrified tubular bells, has established itself in the place of the earlier xylophone, and to some extent of the guitar, chiefly due to the dazzling talent of a few players who, for unaccountable reasons, like this sugary instrument, notably Lionel Hampton and Milt Jackson, born 1923. 18 The celesta is occasionally used by pianists, normally to add touches of orchestral color. The organ has been used by some, notably Fats Waller, but even in his hands produces the same sort of impression as a man trying to write with a shaving brush. Nobody has yet succeeded in producing good jazz on the accordion, but several blues singers have played astonishingly rhythmic and expressive stuff on mouth organs and Jew's harps. Modernists have, as usual, been tempted by uncommon wind instruments, flugelhorns, Miles Davis, or flutes, Frank Wess, born 1922, but the bassoon, Bach trumpet, basset horn, and the rest of the instrumental lunatic fringe still await their jazz discoverers. There remains the human voice. Though it has been used to incomparable purpose in the blues, nothing is more difficult to discuss than its use in jazz proper. Nobody is really prepared to say what makes a good jazz singer, or what he or she sounds like, or more specifically, what distinguishes jazz singing from jazz-tinged popular singing. Critical evaluation is made all the more difficult because the appeal of the best jazz singers is largely non-musical, in the case of the women, sentimental and sexual. This observer is prepared to say that he knows no male jazz singer worthy of note. Admirable as the gravelly and expressive voice of the great Louis Armstrong is, it seems grotesque to compare his vocal achievement with his wonderful instrumental one. As for women, I am prepared to put my money on Ethel Waters, Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, and Sarah Vaughan as jazz singers of superb attainments, though the last two slide easily into commercial pop singing, in which they excel because of their remarkable sense of rhythm, timbre, and the management of the vocal line. Frankly, however, it would be unwise to base the claims of jazz to great artistic achievement on any jazz singer, with the possible exception of the incomparable Billie Holiday at her best. The blues are another matter. But blues singing, though a very profound art, is also a very inadaptable one, and the blues singer tackling anything but his or her speciality often makes a sad spectacle. 6. The musical achievement. The first thing to do when considering the musical achievement of jazz is to forget that of classical Western music. The two are non-competitive, in spite of the efforts of stubborn adversaries of jazz among the classicists, and of some jazz and classical modernists, to establish that they are not. If we ask, has jazz produced anything like the Beethoven Ninth, or the Bach B minor Mass, or Don Giovanni, the answer must be a flat no. Nor is it likely to produce music to compete with the Western classical art tradition, except conceivably in the field of opera. If we judge jazz by the standards of Western art music, we can say that it has produced a number of beautiful melodies, but no more beautiful ones than Western art, or even light and pop music, a particularly successful genre of accompanied leader, in the vocal blues, a few suites of the late Romantic type, a great variety of formally uncontrolled, but imaginatively most fertile variations on a theme, and a few exercises in such forms as fugues and canons. The achievement is a minor one, in terms of absolute and architectural music. If we judge jazz playing by the standards of Western art playing, the balance sheet is more impressive, for not even the most stubborn classicist will deny that jazz has vastly extended the range and technical possibilities of every instrument it has touched, with the exception of the smaller stringed ones, and few will even deny that, man for man, the finest jazz players are, perhaps with the exception of the pianists, considerably superior to their classical opposite numbers. But we are, after all, here considering jazz not as a pioneer of novel instrumental combinations and colors and new instrumental possibilities, but as a music with self-contained achievements. It has achievements, but not in terms of art music, the very concepts of which are alien to it. This does not mean that jazz may not influence art music, or fuse with it. Indeed, it has shown a marked tendency to do so of late. but when it does it will no longer be jazz, but jazz-based art music, just as Bizet Carmen, and even De Falla, are not Spanish popular music, but Spanish or Spanish-tinged art music. Jazz already has its Bizet, George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, the finest American contribution to operas so far, bears the same sort of relation to jazz as Carmen does to Spanish music, indeed, a rather closer relation, since a diluted form of jazz belonged to Gershwin's musical idiom. It has not yet developed its De Falla, or more exactly, its Bartók or Mussorgsky, but there is no a priori musical reason why one day it should not. The fundamental unit of the orthodox arts is the work of art which, once created, lives its life independently of all but its creator, sometimes, as when critics object to a Yeats or Auden revising their own verses, even of him. If it is a picture, it has merely to be preserved; if a book, to be produced. Music and drama have to be performed, but in our academic generation this has increasingly come to mean interpreted as nearly as possible in the way intended by its original producer. Virtually all historic musical scholarship is no more than an attempt to recapture this original, authoritative authenticity. There are men who regret that we cannot hear our Handel exactly as Handel meant us to because, unfortunately, we no longer castrate boy singers. The work of art which is particularly appreciated we call a masterpiece, a category wholly independent of performance. No one thinks less of Figaro because the Lesser Wixton Amateur Operatic Society murders him. Now jazz simply does not function this way. Its art is not reproduced, but created, and exists only at the moment of creation. The nearest orthodox parallel is in those arts which have never been quite able to get rid of their popular, not to say vulgar, origins, on the stage. For actors, and indeed for most of us part of the time, drama is what the actors and other stage people make it. A play, however poetic, which is not at the same time a vehicle, i.e. which does not allow actors to act, is dead. A great drama abominably acted is merely potential drama. A Henry Irving, who probably never in his life acted in a good unspoiled play, produced a greater emotional catharsis more often than Mr. X, who has never acted except in the most authentically produced Shakespeare, because Irving was a greater artist. When it comes to music hall artists, we admit this freely. A Chaplin or a Marie Lloyd produce great art, even when their subject matter is, by orthodox standards, minor art, or no art at all. This is the way jazz works, though its supreme contribution to the popular arts is a combination of individualism and collective creation, which has long been forgotten in our orthodox culture. It happens that, thanks to the gramophone, bits and pieces of that continuous process of joint creation which is the life of the jazz musician in employment, are separated out as works, even as masterpieces. But they are not finished works, even if they are composed or arranged. A Louis Armstrong may say to himself on hearing a playback of his 1928 West End Blues, "That's a good version, I'll stick to it whenever I play this piece in future at 3-minute length," and a Duke Ellington or John Lewis may say of a recording, "That is about how it ought to sound." But if we could hear every West End Blues, across the track, or Django ever played, even by Armstrong, the Ellington Band, and the modern jazz quartet themselves, we should hear an unending series of recreations and modifications, a lifelong flux. Moreover, the individual piece is not, for the jazz musician or the jazz lover, the real unit of the art. If there is a natural unit of jazz, it is the session, the evening or night in which one piece after another is played fast and slow, formal and informal, the whole gamut of emotions. Continuous creation is the essence of this music, and the fact that most of it is fugitive troubles the musician no more than the ballet dancer. If there is no authenticity and no permanence in the sense of our orthodox arts, neither is there the sharp distinction between the genius and the rest. It is not the object of jazz to produce works, or even performances, which can be classed in a special category of critical excellence, but to enjoy the music, and to make others enjoy it, while creating it. There are, of course, geniuses, Armstrong, Bessie Smith, or Charlie Parker for example. But the essentially collective and practically minded character of the music means that the value of the music, even of a particular piece, is largely independent of them, so long as there is a sufficiently large body of professional craftsmen of adequate competence and creativity. Nobody can draw up a list of the 20 best recorded instrumental blues. After one or two obvious choices, there are hundreds of records, and in real life, thousands of performances, which would be, in their way, equally good. Good jazz, like a good cook or couturier, is not judged by producing works which, even in memory, stand out as the best ever, but by the capacity to produce constant variety at a high level of excellence. Jazz, in fact, is music for use, to use Hindemith's phrase, not museum music or music for ranking by examiners. None of this means that jazz is minor art in the way in which light and pop music is, merely that it gets its effects as major art in a different, and formally more economical, way from art music. Stephen Foster's or George Gershwin's songs are pretty and enjoyable, but nobody would expect to get the emotion out of them that we draw from Schubert's Erlkönig or In diesen Heiligen Hallen. But from Bessie Smith's Young Woman's Blues we can draw this emotion. Chrysler playing Caprice Viennois merely shows off a dazzling technique in a pleasant tune, but Louis Armstrong playing It's Tight Like This takes us into the emotional realms of Macbeth's soliloquies. Even Johann Strauss's Emperor Waltz, perhaps as high-grade a piece of light classical music as has been composed, merely gives us a great deal of pleasure and satisfaction, but it is well worth swapping it, even as recorded by the Vienna Philharmonic, for Parker's Mood. Admittedly, the relatively small scale on which jazz operates as art limits its scope. After all, a single speech of Phèdre is quite within the compass of jazz, whereas the whole tragedy is not. But what there is of jazz at its best is heavy stuff. It is small, but made of uranium. The pleasures of jazz are therefore first and foremost in the emotion it generates, which cannot be isolated from the actual music. This may be illustrated by the persistent prejudice of everybody connected with the music, players, critics, and fans, in favor of improvisation. There is no special musical merit in improvisation, which is merely spur-of-the-moment composition, and therefore likely to be less good than considered and revised composition. For the listener, it is musically irrelevant that what he hears is improvised or written down. If he did not know, he could generally not tell the difference. But improvisation, or at least a margin of it around even the most written jazz compositions, is rightly cherished, because it stands for the constant living recreation of the music, the excitement and inspiration of the players which is communicated to us. There is very little doubt that the most powerful effects of jazz lie in the intensified communication of human emotion. That is why the primitive sung blues has retained its unchallenged place in it, and why the technically imperfect and primitive discs of New Orleans jazz hold their own, so long as they blow out, while the orchestrations and compositions often date. This is true even of modern jazz, in spite of the claims of some of its supporters. What survives in Parker, and has conquered even many of those who were originally most repelled by his innovations, is its tortured, searing, blasting beauty, reminiscent of the shouting gospel congregations of the South. 1 His innovations belong to history, and if there had been nothing more to him than this, he would be no more important than W.C. Handy, who first wrote down the blues. Jazz is thus players' music, and music directly expressing emotions, and its technical forms of creation and musical possibilities reflect both facts. For instance, it does not depend on a composer, for we can hardly call the collection of simple themes which make up the general jazz repertoire, the so-called standards, compositions. They may be good tunes or bad, folk blues or pop ballads, or some other themes, but their merit is irrelevant. If their harmonies lend themselves to jazz development, they will do. The blues always do, and fortunately they are good music, but the only lasting merit of all the things you are, or How High the Moon, which have become modern standards, or I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby, and the other standards of the 1920s, is that they are good pegs on which to hang jazz. The original jazz composition, i.e. performance, emerged simply from the interplay of various musicians on a given theme, according to certain rough rules of convenience or tradition. A new composition could come into being in three ways: by playing a different theme, by getting together a different group of players provided always they knew one another well enough to cooperate smoothly, and by playing the same theme with the same musicians another time, when one or more of the players had different ideas. The result was a mass of varied compositions of the same scope and in the same idiom. It is obvious that accident plays a great part in such musical creation, which is, in a sense, like good talk or a good football match, in which anything the combination of a particular group of people, the presence of one particularly stimulating person, a good audience, or just one of those good moods can make all the difference. The old established tendency for some players to take drink or marijuana, or some other drug, is merely an attempt to eliminate this fortuitousness by artificially establishing the good mood in which the musician creates freely. How far it does so is a matter for debate. This accidental factor remains strong, even when jazz composition becomes somewhat more systematic with the arrangement. The most intelligent jazz composers have always recognized that jazz is not composed with notes or instruments but with creative men and women. As M. Hodier, the best of the classically trained critics, has put it, in jazz the fusion of individualities takes the place of architecture. The good jazz composer-arranger either imagines his sound and then looks for particular individual players whose personal voice comes nearest to his ideas, or derives his ideas from the personalities of his actual team. The greatest of the Creole composers, Jelly Roll Morton, seems to have chosen the first course, a relatively easy matter in so unified a style of playing as that of New Orleans. The young Duke Ellington generally leaned more towards the second. We can actually observe him discovering the growl sound of his brass from Charlie Irvis, trombone, and the late Bubber Miley, trumpet, and later building some of his most characteristic orchestral effects on it. In his earlier works the composition is often little more than the assembling and shaping of the ideas spontaneously produced by the players. This is why the successful jazz composer has almost invariably been a band leader, or at least permanently attached to a band, and why the most elaborate jazz compositions, for instance Ellington's, have rarely been taken up except as straight imitations elsewhere. As soon as they are played by other players they change. Conversely, the composer himself is limited by having to find musicians who have his house style, or else he is obliged to modify his own style. Thus Ellington has been visibly troubled by the loss of Barney Bigard in 1942, for his liquid Creole clarinet had become part of his musical palette, and subsequent replacements have not been wholly successful. Of course, capable musicians entering a band with a marked house style of its own can very often adapt themselves to it. Jazz composition has only slowly emancipated itself from this dependence on the individual personalities of its players. Perhaps this is a major reason why so far no full-scale jazz composition, e.g. a jazz opera, has emerged. Gershwin, who has brought off the nearest thing to it in Porgy and Bess, was used to working in the orthodox tradition, i.e. to writing in terms of notes on paper and not of specific men. Ellington, whose idea of a concerto, and a highly successful one too, as witness the marvelous concerto for Cootie 2, was to write a piece bringing out the special qualities of each of his soloists, has undoubtedly found the step to impersonal composition hard to make. If jazz composition is limited technically by the need to compose men rather than notes, it is equally limited by the nature of jazz creation, as we have sketched it above. To put it in a word, it stands or falls by the human emotions it generates, and not by its qualities as pure music. It is, to quote the sagacious M. Hodier again, precisely the kind of music that can be listened to without burying one's forehead in one's hands. In jazz sensorial interests greatly outweigh intellectual passion, a sharpened sensuality takes the place of loftiness, and the fusion of individualities takes the place of architecture. The most intelligent jazz composers have instinctively recognized these limitations. Jelly Roll Morton gave New Orleans music deliberate shape and elegance, but did not attempt to change it. Duke Ellington is almost exclusively a composer of pieces expressing moods, or recreating sense impressions, as the titles of his records indicate: Mood Indigo, Misty Mornin', Creole Love Call, A Portrait of Bert Williams, Such Sweet Thunder. Modern jazz composers have found their most fruitful field in incidental music to films, in which the jazz gift for mood expression and music painting is used to great effect, as in Chico Hamilton's music for Sweet Smell of Success and John Lewis's for Saeed on Jamais. And why not? It is a long time, even in the classical arts, since anyone has objected to Hugo Wolf because he illustrates poems in song, or to Bizet, because a concert selection of Carmen does not sound so well as a Beethoven quartet, or to Prokofiev's Cinderella, because it is intended to go with a ballet. There is plenty of precedent for serious music which buttresses its own architectural weaknesses by leaning on other arts, and strengthens these in turn. In the composite work of art, the ballet, the opera, the film, there is wide scope for jazz, and indeed this seems the most natural way of further development for a music which emerges from the popular arts, whose more elaborate achievements have always been in the nature of mixed entertainments, variety at the lowest level, the composite pantomime allegory ballet opera at its highest. Jazz certainly possesses a natural bent towards pure music, but even this must not be confused with the tendencies of art music. It emerges from the ordinary player's pride in his technical expertise, which makes good players vie with one another to play increasingly difficult things. Modern jazz is largely the product of such technical experimenting. Technical, but not architectural. Left to themselves, jazz players or composers formed in jazz will experiment with everything except musical forms. If they play fugues or canons, it is because they are trying to imitate classical music. Anyone anxious to tell the difference between a pure jazz composition and a jazz composition borrowing from classical music should compare, say, Brilliant Corners by Thelonious Monk with, say, John Lewis's Concord. In the first we will find experiments in tempo, and in the combined sound of saxophones, such as vibrato explosions in unison. In the second we shall find an orthodox, relatively simple, fugue. Not that architecture is lacking in such pure jazz compositions, but, as might be expected in a player's music, it is the architecture of the instrumental solo. This is not a criticism of the increasingly numerous attempts to marry jazz and classical music. In the first place, there is no law against it. In the second place, it is a perfectly reasonable thing, both for classical composers and for jazz musicians with ambition for more complex things, to break through the technical limitations of jazz. After all, it may be plausibly held that a genuine American classical music will emerge only when American composers have assimilated the idiom of their native folk music, i.e. of jazz, as Spanish, Hungarian, Russian, Czech, Finnish, and English composers have in their own time assimilated theirs. In the third place, it is no doubt a good thing for the self-respect of jazz musicians, especially of black ones, that their music should prove its ability to satisfy even the intellectually more ambitious listener. I merely wish to establish the important distinction between the sort of jazz which evolves toward more elaborate and legitimate music in its own way, and the sort which results from the crossing of jazz and straight music, the distinction between Jelly Roll Morton's Deep Creek Blues and Paul Whiteman's symphonic jazz in the 1920s, or between Thelonious Monk and Dave Brubeck in the 1950s. So far, of these two types of jazz, the first has produced better and more fruitful results than the second, though it is quite conceivable that this might one day cease to be the case. What then, are the musical achievements of jazz? Its major, perhaps its only real achievement, is that it exists, a music which has rescued the qualities of folk music in a world which is designed to extirpate them, and which has so far maintained them against the dual blandishments of pop music and art music. Taken in isolation, no recorded version of the blues How Long is a great work of art, in the serious sense, though many of them are extremely moving, and though the tune is beautiful and the poetry good. How long, has that evening train been gone? How long, baby, how long? I've got a girl who lives upon the hill. If she don't love me, I know who will. How long? If I could holler like a mountain jack. Go up on the mountain and call my baby back. How long? The important and artistically valid thing is that this theme should produce works as different as Count Basie's orchestral cum vocal version, the late Jimmy Yancey's beautiful piano solo, or Joe Turner's Shouting Blues 3, and that it should remain alive, and capable of stimulating every group of players who touch it to produce their own music, some good, some mediocre, some poor, but, given a certain competence and feeling, all of it genuinely touching the genuine music. Whatever other and higher merits it has or may acquire, its chief merit is that of proving that genuine music, even in the 20th century, can avoid both the blind alleys of commercial pop music, which establishes its rapport with the public at the expense of art, and avant-garde art music, which develops its art at the expense of cutting itself off from all but a chosen public of experts. It has produced a great deal more, as M. Hodier has demonstrated for the rare readers who possess both a good knowledge of jazz and of orthodox music, in his excellent book. Note especially the chapters on the romantic imagination of Dickie Wells, Concerto for Cootie, Charlie Parker, and the problem of improvisation. There are artists of superb caliber and overpowering genius, works of permanent value, which may be played with equal or greater enjoyment 30 years after their original performance, and a crop of technical innovations of which orthodox music has so far made practically no use, perhaps because of the deficiencies of both its composers and its players. However, the very attempt to express the achievements of jazz in terms of art music must, as I have already suggested, distort the nature of that achievement. Admittedly, all this is small-scale work. Jazz is little music and not big music, in the same sense as lyrics are little poetry and epics big poetry, pottery little art and cathedrals big art. Limitation of scope and relative smallness of scale do not make an art less good or true or beautiful. They do, however, put certain artistic achievements out of its reach. A sports car is not a worse vehicle than an aeroplane, but one designed for different purposes. Jazz has many merits, and a large number of people have derived from it consistent and intense and self-respecting pleasure, and have been profoundly, and justifiably, moved by it. But there are things which jazz cannot do, as conversely, there are things which modern classical music cannot do, and no purpose is served by pretending otherwise, except to butter up the self-esteem of people who are too lazy or ignorant to understand the more complex forms of art. Jazz, like Keats's definition of poetry, is simple, sensuous, and passionate, though, unlike Keats's definition, it can also be technically highly sophisticated and demanding, while the apparent simplicity of its emotions often conceals very great complexity. Of course, so do apparently simple emotions in real life. But there are other things in life and the arts than these, and jazz does not supply them. Nevertheless, its place in the musical, not to mention the general cultural history of our century, is already assured. It has demonstrated the vitality, and the possibilities of evolution, of a people's music, and if ever a way is to be found out of the impasse into which the orthodox arts have penetrated in our age, it may well be found by studying the nature of jazz, its creators, and its public. This no more implies that the orthodox arts are to be saved by imitating jazz than the study of the aerodynamics of birds means that planes have to be constructed to look like seagulls. It has been increasingly unavoidable. However little orthodox musicians have done with it, they have not escaped its presence. And it has been pretty certainly the most important musical achievement of the United States of America to date, and quite certainly the only one to win international acceptance. No orthodox American composer is a genuinely international figure, as the great classical composers were in their day. All are provincial figures blown up by local pride, and perhaps enjoying a limited appreciation or a success d'estime among the musically better informed international public. But Louis Armstrong, Bessie Smith, Charlie Parker are accepted without question all over the world, wherever there is a public for jazz, and indeed wherever American culture is discussed, and so is jazz itself. 7. Jazz and the other arts. Though it has been almost impossible to grow up in the Western world since 1920 without hearing something influenced by jazz, until recently it has been rather difficult to hear much jazz in the strict sense of the word. After all, perhaps the most famous of all jazz records, Louis Armstrong's West End Blues, which has been continuously in print since 1928, sold not much more than 20,000 copies in its first 20 years in Britain, which is modest, even by the standard of some pretty highbrow arts. Moreover, as we have seen, the jazz public has been, for historical and social reasons, rather sharply distinct from the rest of the public for the orthodox arts, even when it did not itself keep aloof from them. It is therefore not surprising that until recently jazz has had very little echo indeed among the rest of the creative arts. The list of works influenced by, or inspired by, or about jazz is therefore very unimpressive. It is obviously longest in music, though every compiler, and there have been several, is forced to fall back on the same names and works, mostly from the 1920s, Debussy's Golliwogg's Cakewalk, Ravel's L'Enfant et les Sortilèges, and piano concertos, Milhaud's La Création du Monde, Stravinsky's Histoire du Soldat, ragtime pour ons instruments, and piano rag music, all of which echo the post-1918 preoccupation of the French avant-garde with this type of exoticism, Krenek's Johnny spielt auf and Weil's music for Brecht, which reflects that of the German avant-garde with low life, Constant Lambert's Rio Grande, and the like. Point one only in America, and there mainly on the verges of popular and light music, can we detect a more persistent jazz influence, notably in the musicals, Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, Leonard Bernstein. Frankly, the record is modest. The history of modern classical music can still be written virtually without reference to jazz. Of the major contemporary composers, say Schoenberg, Berg, Webern, Stravinsky, Bartók, Prokofiev, perhaps Shostakovich, Vaughan Williams, Sibelius, and Hindemith, only one has shown any signs of jazz influence, and as Hodier rightly points out, his flirting with jazz was unimportant. Stravinsky made history when he wrote Le Sacre du Printemps, he placed himself on the margin of history when he wrote Ragtime. Point 2. The list of literary works with a bearing on jazz is even less impressive, and, before the 1930s, quite negligible, if we accept a few things by the irrepressible Cocteau. A few of the poets on the verges of British neo-romanticism and surrealism have written mediocre poems inspired by jazz players, and with titles like An Elegy for Herschel Evans, The Band Will Continue Its Music, As Life Its Laughter, The World Will Be Gay or Sad with Age or Season, and The Marvelous Sounds of Jazz Will Thrill or Bless, or A Measure for Cootie, We Play the Way It Comes to Us, We Play Elegies for the Past, Blues for the Present, A Trumpeter as You, A Poet as I, or Piano, a surrealist prose poem, piano shouting the lice of New York and the scabs of New Orleans, the yellows and the browns and the blacks, but above all the blues. Auden experimented a little with the blues, in one case the refugee blues, not at all unsuccessfully. There is by now a crop of generally mediocre novels about jazz and jazz players, and of late a certain amount of what may be called jazz-steeped writing, e.g. by the San Francisco Beat generation Jack Kerouac et al., who combine a passion for jazz with one for Zen Buddhism. The sociological interest of this stuff is real, the literary merit so far uncertain. The best piece of writing inspired by jazz is probably still one of the earliest, and one written, significantly enough, by a poet whose mode of life was highly unliterary even by American standards, Vachel Lindsay's The Daniel Jazz. Among black writers, jazz has naturally been more influential, though even among them only a few, notably Langston Hughes, have been seriously and consistently influenced by the blues. Much of Hughes's writing is plain blues, such as might be composed and sung by any guitar picker. Sun's a settin', this what I'm gonna sing. Sun's a settin', this is what I'm gonna sing. I feels de blues a comin', wonder what de blues'll bring. Or the gal's cry for a dying lover. Heard the owl a hootin', knowed somebody's bout to die. Heard the owl a hootin', knowed somebody's bout to die. Put ma head underneath de kiver, started to moan and cry. Hound dog's barkin', means he's gonna leave this world. Hound dog's barkin', means he's gonna leave this world. Oh, Lord have mercy on a po' black girl. Black and ugly, but he sho do treat me kind. I'm black and ugly, but he sho do treat me kind. High in heaven Jesus, Please don't take this man oh mine. Point 3. Hughes is pretty consistently aware of jazz and the blues as components of Black American life, but even among writers of his people this awareness was not always habitual. This paucity and poverty of jazz literature is all the more extraordinary since, as we have seen, the world of jazz is, at the very least, fantastically good copy for any writer with an interest in human beings. Moreover, jazz itself has produced at least two types of literature of value, the poetry of the blues, and the talked autobiography, not to mention the literary experimentalism of jive talk. It is little short of incomprehensible that an environment which has turned out stuff like the following passage almost by routine should not have tempted the poets and prose writers more. But when you write about me, please don't say I'm a jazz musician. Don't say I'm a musician or a guitar player, just write Big Bill was a well-known blues singer and player and has recorded 260 blues songs from 1925 up till 1952, he was a happy man when he was drunk and playing with women, he was liked by all the blues singers, some would get a little jealous sometimes but Bill would buy a bottle of whiskey and they all would start laughing and playing again, Big Bill would get drunk and slip off from the party and go home to sleep. 4. The balance sheet in painting and sculpture is even more meager, unless we include the flourishing but recent trade of decorating the sleeves of long-playing records. Fortunately for the arts, and not only for those concerned with jazz, popular records rely largely on the eye-catching appeal of their covers, and these are therefore much more interesting and enterprising than the miserable designs on so many classical LPs. Fortunately for jazz, a large body of commercial artists have always been among its most loyal and passionate supporters. The sleeves of jazz LPs therefore maintain a pretty high standard. Admittedly, most of them get their effects by montage, mostly of photos, layout, and type design. Comparatively few are painted or drawn. Admittedly also jazz illustration of this kind has produced its crop of clichés, the shirt-sleeved black piano player at his upright being the most common. But the applied art of jazz is a flourishing affair nonetheless. It is the pure art which has always languished. Jazz has tempted one or two abstractionists, several artists have attempted to recreate its sensations in abstract films, but hardly any representationalists. Perhaps this is because the iconography of jazz is a triumph for photography. How much else, one may ask, need be said when the camera already says so much about these concentrated, grave faces and shut eyes behind the instrumental mouthpieces? For almost the only art which has taken jazz seriously and on its own terms is that of photography. The crop of jazz films, or of films with some relation to jazz, is small enough, for over most of its history the subject did not appeal to the indeterminate mass public by which the film industry lives. Nevertheless, it is not negligible. There is Jammin' the Blues by Grands Engine Mealy, or Mama Don't Allow by Carol Riz, one of the few films which also deals with the jazz public. There is Jazz on a Summer's Day, a documentary about a Newport Jazz Festival, and bits and pieces smuggled into commercial films, doubtless by devoted jazz lovers connected with their making. The actual commercial films on jazz subjects, mostly of the usual Hollywood famous showbiz lives type, multiplied towards the end of the 50s, but remained totally vacuous. But above all, since the early 50s in Hollywood, since the late 50s in American television and the European cinema, there has been the fashion for giving films, often about crime, sex, and lost generations, serious and uncompromising jazz scores, mostly very modernist ones. Musically, the French have been most successful in arranging such liaisons, notably with soundtracks by Miles Davis and the Modern Jazz Quartet. The most ambitious American attempt, an Ellington score for A Mammoth Murder Story, will not be counted among the master's most successful works. However, for obvious reasons, the combination of jazz with the James Dean, Marlon Brando, TV private eye kind of film in the USA is much more of a marriage, much less of a passing affair, than in most European films, for jazz in America is a common language and not merely, as in France, a form of upper-class slang. Perhaps the closest combination of jazz with other media has occurred in television commercials and cartoon films. Probably this is the only genre of modern art which is as fully impregnated by the influence of jazz as is ordinary life in our times. Nevertheless, compared to previous epochs, the later 50s marked a very striking rapprochement between jazz and the only other original mass arts of the 20th century, those of the moving camera. There remains the ballet, an art which one would expect to be sensitive to jazz, which is, after all, essentially music combined with movement. However, the classical ballet, even as loosened up by Diaghilev and others, rests on a stylized vocabulary of movement which is extraordinarily difficult to combine with the very different vocabulary of Black American dancing. Even Petrushka, danced by Harlem dancers, would look as odd as Mozart's clarinet quintet would sound if played by Sidney Bechet with his normal intonation. A Harlem Petrushka would be quite a good experiment nevertheless. Semi-heterodox ballet companies, such as the French Champs-Élysées, have allowed themselves to be influenced by jazz, with indifferent success, but in the main jazz has affected ballet most fruitfully where it is least of an orthodox art, in the dancing in American cabarets, vaudevilles, musical shows, and films. We need not specially mention the occasional companies which specialize in exoticism or black folklore, such as Katherine Dunham's company. Jazz has patently transformed what we may call the democratic as against the aristocratic or classical ballet. More precisely, like modern ballroom dancing, modern American musical show dancing is inconceivable without jazz influence. Taking it all in all, the influence of jazz has been surprisingly small. If we consider only the outsiders, those creative artists who have not grown up within the world of jazz, whether as players or fans, or in some other close connection with it, it becomes negligible. Other kinds of exotic music have produced far more. The cultural field is littered with literary and musical works inspired, however remotely, by the Spanish equivalent of the jazz scene, from Gautier and Merimee onwards. Its visual props, the shawls, combs, castanets, and vaquero costume, which are the Andalusian equivalents to the zoot suit, the characteristic gestures and movements of flamenco dancing are familiar to every civil service clerk with cultural ambitions, from Cardiff to Vladivostok, through pictures, ballets, operas, and the rest. Not so jazz, which, with all its remarkable power to expand and proselytize, has rarely succeeded in capturing its public unless, like the Jesuits, it caught its subjects young. I know men and women of high intelligence, great musical sensitiveness and expertise, and almost painful eagerness to discover what others see in jazz, who are quite unable to see the difference in quality between two jazz pieces, while their contemporaries, who heard their first Fletcher Hendersons and Armstrongs at the age of 15, have no difficulty in doing so. Possibly a prior training in the orthodox arts is an active disqualification, for though innumerable people have widened an original love of jazz to include classical music, the opposite evolution has been much rarer. The non-musical achievements of jazz among the arts are therefore largely in the hands of the insiders, the musicians and singers, and the public which has grown up with jazz. Since a great many people have grown up with it, its cultural infertility is still rather surprising, especially in literature. After all, though the films have so far produced no literary masterpieces, they have provoked a remarkable crop of technical and analytical writing, a significant body of poetry at least about Charlie Chaplin, ranging from Hart Crane and Umberto Saba through Raphael Alberti to Aragon and Mayakovsky, and a large block of semi-sociological, semi-satirical fiction, mainly, it must be admitted, expressing the self-laceration of script writers. However, the world of jazz is not comparable to that of the films. Like the world of the stage, the circus, the classical musician, it is far more self-contained, not to say esoteric, a craftsman's and critic's world. It is self-contained also, inasmuch as for most of its earlier history players and public got their cultural satisfactions almost exclusively within it, and had much of their remaining energies preempted by the desire to crusade for its recognition. Between the pure jazz fan whose chief object, whatever his profession, was to advertise the cause, and the ordinary adolescent, for whom jazz was simply a part of the environment as beach umbrellas are in seaside resorts, there was, and is, a large void. Normally those who make the works of art out of other arts, or out of special professional worlds, are situated in this intermediate space. In the world of jazz it has been almost empty. On the other hand, this world has had the unique gift of producing articulate artists. Much of the effort of the jazz intellectuals has been devoted to making them articulate, rather than to making themselves articulate about jazz, but this does not alter the fact. The jazz musician does not of course normally paint, or sculpt, or make films, but he can hardly avoid doing so use words. His prose is embodied in a vast corpus of spoken literature, mainly autobiographical, out of which Hentoff and Shapiro have produced a magnificent montage. The book Hear Me Talkin' to Ya, the title is borrowed from a record by Louis Armstrong. This sort of prose is not easily quotable in extracts, for it makes its effects, if so purposeful a term has any meaning here, by accumulation. Only now and again, notably in the talk of the blues singers, does it achieve a rhythmic ironic vividness of dialogue for which good dramatists would give much. Leroy: yeah. So we had a few Negroes down there that wasn't afraid of white peoples or talk back to them. They called those people crazy. Natchez, crazy people. Leroy: yeah. I wonder why they called them crazy, because they speak up for his rights. Leroy: yeah, they call them crazy. Natchez: I had an uncle like that and they hung him. They hung him down there because they say he was crazy and he might ruin the other Negroes. Leroy: that's right. See, and that is why they hung him, see, because he was a man, that he worked, he wanted pay, and he could figure as good as the white man, and he had as good an education as some of the white, better than some of the white people down there. Leroy: yeah. Cause a lot of them down there would come to him for advice. Point 5. If the prose is just the prose of life, though this is not often found in literature, the poetry is unique, especially when it has what someone called the unique talent of the blacks for making poetry out of words of one syllable. The blues are unquestionably the finest body of living folk poetry in the modern industrial world. They consist primarily of a large body of 5 stressed rhyming couplets with the first line repeated, which are combined, modified, and augmented to taste. Like other folk poetry, they are concerned almost exclusively with straightforward statements, questions, or appeals, and not at all with literary ornamentation. Even their similes are used for precision and not for evocation. Got the world in a jug, got the stopper in my hand. Or, love is just like a faucet, it turns off and on. Love is like a faucet, it turns off and on. Sometimes when you think it's on, baby, it has turned off and gone. Their symbols and poetic props are either straightforward, or standard formulae such as any minstrel uses as fill-ins: the sun which rises and goes down, the railroad, the house, the wind, the graveyard. Sun rises in the east, and I declare it sets in the west. Sun rises in the east, and I declare it sets in the west. Ain't it hard to tell, which woman will treat you the best? There's 3 trains ready, but none ain't going my way. I said there's 3 trains ready, and none ain't going my way. But the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. Blow, wind, blow, blow my baby back to me. Blow, wind, blow, blow my baby back to me. Since she's gone, nothing's like it used to be. The blues are therefore not poetic because the singer wants to express himself or herself in a poetic manner. He or she wants to say what has to be said as best it can, as in the famous Make Me a Pallet on the Floor, the song of a poor New Orleans prostitute, where the only technical effect is that of the repetition of lines and phrases, which, as it happens, makes the content of the song astonishingly poignant, an effect which arises naturally out of the repetitive pattern of ordinary popular speech. Make me a pallet on your floor. Make me a pallet on your floor. Make me a pallet, baby, a pallet on your floor. So when your good girl comes, she will never know. Make it very soft and low. Make it, babe, very soft and low. Make it, baby, near your kitchen door. So when your good girl comes, she will never know. I'll get up in the morning and cook you a red hot meal. I'll get up in the morning and cook you a red hot meal. To show you, baby, I appreciate what you done for me. When you made me a pallet on your floor. Make it soft and low. Make it, baby, soft and low. If you feel like laying down, babe, with me on the floor. When your good girl comes home, she will never know. It is remarkable how complex and sophisticated an effect can be achieved simply by the slight variation of repeated lines, in words, rhythm, and context. The casual way in which the blues gets its poetic effects, rather as pebbles are shaped by water, may be illustrated by a specific example, the Red River Blues, which Mr. Sonny Terry, the singer and harmonica player, tells me is the first blues he ever learned. Which way, do that blood-red river run? Which way, do that blood-red river run? Run from my back door to the rising sun. I hate to see that rising sun go down. I hate to see that rising sun go down. It make me feel I'm on my last go-round. Which way, do that blood-red river run? Which way, do that blood-red river run? Run from my window to the rising sun. This is a special development of a widely known genre, the river blues, which normally deals either with the effects of floods on the life of riverside dwellers, or a familiar poetic conceit, the river which divides a man from his love. I am informed by an expert, Mr. Alexis Corner, that the singer Josh White recognized a song sung by Big Bill Broonzy as the Red River Blues, though it runs Mississippi River is so long, deep, and wide, can see my good girl standin' on the other side, and so on in that vein. The middle stanza of the present version is a familiar blues verse, best known as the opening of the St. Louis Blues, from which it may very well have been lifted. It is a fair guess that the Red River came into the song originally via the well-known cowboy song Red River Valley, which is of course about geography, not color. At some stage the Red River, which runs from Texas, along the Oklahoma border, through Arkansas and Louisiana into the Mississippi, turned into a colored river, the color of blood. How did it link up with the sun? Perhaps because someone remembered the red glow of a river against the sunset? The blood-red river, seen from a house, becomes a symbol of life, the rising and setting sun of its impermanence. A collection of poetic bricks, chipped to size, turns, we do not quite know how, into a reflection on life and the inevitability of death. Other verses drop off, until what is left is a concentrated lyric song. The blues is full of such poetic bricks, to be put together by the singer as he chooses, verses, and particularly standard lines which the minstrel can insert whenever he or she can't think of anything else, or wants to return to familiar ground. You see me laughing, just to keep from cryin'. Or, take me back, baby, try me one more time. No listener will forget the intensity which Bessie Smith puts into this line, or, I looked down the road, as far as I could see. A very characteristic line for the traveling singer, or the typically implacable. You must reap what you sow. I told you, darling, long time ago. You goin' to reap for what you sow. And what you sow, gonna make you reap. And what you reap, gonna make you weep. Someday, sweetheart. But behind the elementary, though remarkably effective, poetic apparatus of the blues there lies a view of life, which that apparatus is designed to express with the utmost directness and economy of means. It is this which gives the blues their remarkable power, even when they are little more than doggerel. I'm going away, babe, just to wear you off my mind. I'm going away, babe, just to wear you off my mind. If I stay around here, I'll be troubled all the time. So help me, honey, but I don't love you. So help me, honey, but I don't love you. Well, I just don't like them funny old ways you do. It's raining here, babe, storming on the sea. Raining here, storming on the sea. You mistreat a good man when you mistreat me. I'm sorry, baby, sorry to my heart. Sorry, baby, sorry to my heart. We been together so long, now we've got to part. Joe Turner, Going Away Blues. This view of life is adult, truthful, totally without illusions, and humbug, which is why so much of such poetry sounds remarkably like the verse of Brecht, who in turn drew his inspiration from the directness of popular songs. Oh, life is like that. Well, that's what you got to do. Well, and if you don't understand, peoples, I'm sorry for you. Sometimes you'll be held up, sometimes held down. Sometimes your best friends don't even want you round, you know. Well, life is like that. Well, that's what you got to do. From the LP Blues in the Mississippi Night, Pinixa. Truth is what is in the blues, truth is what the blues singers cherish above all, and the word which recurs time and again in their conversation when they grope for an explanation of what they are after, and attempt to separate their own songs from those which are merely made to earn money. This is no doubt why British adolescents listen to the voice of blues singers as they would not to those of parents, teachers, or other poets, taking in the truth in hushed silence in cellar clubs or bedrooms. Nobody beats around the bush in the blues, neither about life, death, drink, money, or even love. Few things are more ironic, and characteristic, than that the name of this diamond-hard, lucid, and uncompromising idiom has come to be used by Tin Pan Alley to describe the mood of self-pity and superficial maundering which it believes to be characteristic of those who do not immediately succeed in sleeping with their girls. I'm feeling blue over you, etc. For self-pity and sentimentality are not in the blues. On the contrary, its fundamental assumption is that men and women must live as it comes, or if they cannot stand that they must die. They laugh and cry because they are human, but they know it cannot help them. Nothing can, unless they help themselves, for heaven is rarely in the blues, which is a purely secular song, and there is no God, though sometimes, as in Bessie Smith's Blue Spirit Blues, there is hell. In this world the good man is hard to find, and when he is found, he won't bring unmixed advantage. Now it's ashes to ashes, sweet papa, dust to dust. I said ashes to ashes, I mean dust to dust. Now show me the man any woman can trust. Like the world of the disorganized and beaten down laborers among whom this wonderful idiom grew up, the world of the blues is tragic, and helpless, as Bessie Smith, as usual the definitive voice of the blues, once put it. You can't trust nobody, you might as well be alone. And you remain alone. For when the men and women who sing the blues turn to sing of collective salvation, whether secular through the Union, or religious through the churches, they rarely sing in the idiom of the blues, but in the idiom of the hymn or gospel song, which is its spiritual brother. Its poetic achievement is equally real, but except for a few revivalist hymns such as the sadly familiar When the Saints Go Marching In, it does not belong so intimately to jazz as the secular blues. Perhaps because there are few saints in jazz. Like all folk poetry, the blues is intended to be sung, and nobody who has heard Bessie Smith sing the Reckless Blues or Ma Rainey sing C.C. Ryder, or the Young Chippewa Trouble in Mind, can read the words as other but a faint shadow of the real poetry of the blues, for it is the timbre of the voice, the passion, and the marvelous flexibility and rhythmic suspension of the vocal line which turn lines like When I Wasn't Nothing But a Child or Now That I Am Growing Old into statements as definitive of their kind as Et la mort à Monsieur de Robent la Clart. Rend au jour tu il soleil tout sa purade. But even as a verbal skeleton, the blues are a literary achievement of considerable importance, and so far the most important non-musical byproduct, or rather non-musical aspect, of jazz. Point 6. Part 3. Business. 8. The jazz business. Jazz is not only a way of making music, but also one of making profits. Few of the popular arts have been subsidized, whether by public or private patronage. Mostly, like jazz, they have been forms of commercial entertainment by professional artists hired by various kinds of private entrepreneurs. Box office and sales chart are what determine the movements of such arts and the fate of the artists. What the jazz lover hears, therefore, depends not only on the creative urges of the musicians and other imponderables, but on the way jazz is organized as a business. In this and the subsequent chapter I shall explain briefly how jazz functions as a business and technical enterprise, and how this affects it musically and in other ways. Readers who believe that records make themselves and that horn players are fed by ravens sent down from heaven, like the prophet Elijah, are advised to pick themselves a less earthbound music to admire. Jazz musicians are professionals. The prejudice against commercialism among a large section of the jazz public makes it necessary to repeat this obvious truth. Jazz may be in its origins and character a folk music, but this does not mean that it is an art of amateurs. Even in the countryside much of folk art is professionalized, the art of minstrels, jugglers, or wandering showmen, not to mention such virtually specialized artists as certain religious functionaries, or the fiddler who gives the tune for capstan shanties, the black convict whose work consists of song leading for labor gangs. The prehistory of jazz is full of such primitive professionals, of whom one particularly vigorous and murderous one, the late Huddie Ledbetter, Leadbelly, is widely known thanks to the records he made for the Library of Congress in Washington. Every connoisseur can reel off long lists of the names of such artists, as often as not blind men who, from combining begging with music, graduate, like Homer before them, into full-time art, Blind Blake, Blind Boy Fuller, Blind Lemon Jefferson, Blind Willie Johnson. They are itinerant, because no place in the country provides enough work for the settled professional. The city however does, and jazz is from its beginnings a music of the city poor. Not only does the city provide such professionalism, it demands it. Its style of life is more specialized, less traditional than country life, where the arts are for the most part closely tied to the various specific occasions and aspects of life, and almost unthinkable apart from them, and therefore perforce largely amateur. It is no accident that the WPA Guidebook to the State of Mississippi reported in the 1930s that because of the increasing influence of the city upon the Negro and the resulting departure from the simple life, the number of social songs has increased with a proportionate decrease in the number of spirituals and work songs. The city tends to split the artist from the citizen, and to turn most of the arts into entertainment, a special need supplied by specialists. Moreover, the city's demands on entertainment, because more specialized, are much higher than the country's. Ever since ancient Athens it has been a complaint against it that townsmen always want something new. It might with equal justice be observed that the city insists on higher standards, because it has more chance of comparison, and because it does not need to measure the performer by the amateur's capacities. At all events, regular entertainment even in the pre-industrial city is almost invariably professional. This applies to singers, musicians, sportsmen, showmen, and extramarital sex, for prostitution is an urban, not a rural phenomenon. Even when an artistic movement begins as a deliberate revolt against commercialism and professionalization, like the New Orleans revival in America during the war, and in Europe after it, it cannot resist the force of facts, at any rate if it appeals to the public. Within the last few years every successful British New Orleans band leader and musician has had to choose between his normal occupation and his music. Some have chosen their jobs, others have become full-time professional musicians. The ideal of a permanent and widely popular amateur music has not resisted the technical impossibility of bucking the social division of labor. The folk artists who made jazz had no romantic nonsense about the virtues of amateurism in them. They became professionals as soon as they could earn a living at their music, when they did not already come from show business families. In the early days of New Orleans we can still see this group of professionals emerging from part-time music. However, for practical purposes professionalism can be regarded as established from the first decades of the 1900s. As we have seen, this development, the competition of craftsmen within their community and their separation from the rest of the people, has affected the actual musical evolution of jazz very considerably. These professionals have earned their living in three different, but related, types of economic setting: pre-industrial entertainment, the modern entertainment industry, and the specialized jazz business. The first two of these have no particular connections with jazz, except that of selling it to the public if there is a demand for it, as they sell the spectacle of bearded ladies imitating steam whistles, girls with big busts kicking or not kicking their legs, the latest mass murderer, or musical genius. The last deals exclusively in jazz, for it has developed out of the discovery that there is a paying public for this specific type of entertainment. Most of the European jazz musicians living today comes out of the jazz business, though in the USA this is probably not yet the case. If we compare the commercial outlets for jazz at the peak of the golden age of 1960 with those in the New Orleans period, we find three major differences. First, some of the traditional ones have declined. Second, the new technical media, gramophones, radio, films, TV, etc., have grown tremendously. Third, and most striking, a specialized public for jazz as such has emerged. A great deal of jazz is still played, economically, in very much the same way as in the days of King Oliver, in nightclubs, for dances, and on the stage. Indeed, the honky-tonk, or bar room, or nightclub, especially the less classy type of joint, still remains an essential pillar of the music, especially in the United States, where the specialist jazz public is less organized than in Europe. New and experimental players can get a start in joints more easily than in most other places. They can be got cheap. In a London joint I know first rate, but uncommercial, musicians will play 5 or 6 hours for £3 each. The patrons do not mind what noise comes from the stands so long as there are drinks and girls, and, also, in every entertainment quarter there have always been 1 or 2 saloon keepers, club owners, or madams who genuinely liked either musicians or the new kind of music, even at the cost of a few bad debts and a certain amount of nerve strain. Such were Tom Turpin in the St. Louis or Ragtime, himself no mean piano player, Lulu White, Madame Mame de Ware, Ready Money, the Countess Willie Piazza, and other notable madams of the early century, Pee Wee on Bale Street, Memphis, the Chief in Kansas City, Henry Minton in New York, himself an ex-musician and Musicians Union official. These and other unsung patrons of the lively arts, showed a more enterprising taste than most of their orthodox contemporaries. 1 Similarly, unfashionable players can get a berth in such places. In New York today many of the great names of the 30s manage to make ends meet by playing behind the bar in saloons. On the other hand, that other great standby of the early jazz musicians, the music hall, or vaudeville stage, has declined precipitously. In America it is virtually extinct, and in so far as it survives in Europe, it is as a purely secondary medium which exhibits jazz artists who have made their name elsewhere. In the early 30s the visiting jazz musician normally topped a variety bill, as he still does, if lucky, in the Paris Olympia. Today, unless he has special music hall qualifications, he plays almost entirely for the organized jazz public. No new jazz talent in Europe has been discovered through the halls, and none in America since the war. The new technical media, records, radio, etc. have been of fundamental importance for jazz, but not odd though this may seem, for directly financial reasons. Financially, radio, TV, and the films have provided a living for jazzmen as pop music players, and an occasional windfall, or even bonanza, for bands hired to play jazz, or put into a film. But the proportion of films containing jazz has been negligible until the middle 50s, and most of them were shorts. Radio, with its greater capacity to cater for minority taste, has been kinder to live jazzmen, though not as kind as to recorded ones. Though film and, in America, TV fees have been high, especially for name bands, live broadcasting fees in Europe were and are modest. On the other hand, the advertisement value of the mass media has always been so great that any sensible musician is prepared to settle for a non-economic price, if he has to. Since the decline of vaudeville, virtually all national and international reputations have been made by or through broadcasting, which in Europe reaches national audiences. A show on the air, a mention by a popular disc jockey, are by far the quickest ways of popularizing musicians or pieces of music. Nor is the gramophone record as lucrative as it seems, at least to the musicians, though it is far and away the most important medium in jazz. the leading American jazz musician who shocked British journalists by claiming not to care or know how many records he sold, was not merely putting on an act. His group's main income came from live performances. Jazz musicians, or the ranks of the virtually full-time session players in a small minority of cases, enter the stratosphere of the top 10 only by accident. However, the gramophone record is so vital a part of the business that it is worth looking at its economics a little more closely. The musician himself normally receives a straight session fee. A British name artist may get a 5% royalty, plus a share of the 6.14% mechanical royalties which bodies like the Performing Rights Society, ASCAP, and BIEM negotiate and collect in complicated ways, assuming that he also gets his name on the labels in some other capacity, as composer, arranger, etc. These cover the innumerable performances of a record on the air or on jukeboxes, films, etc. A man in steady demand on sessions, sometimes indeed employed as a regular house or studio musician by a company, can do extremely well. For instance, in America a single drummer, Mr. Ozzie Johnson, could appear in a single year in 233 tracks made at 46 different sessions. However, the number of highly prosperous session men is limited. In the same year in America, equally useful but less fashionable drummers such as Shadow Wilson and Specs Powell appeared on only 4 and 2 sessions respectively 2, and in Britain the same few dozen names permute and combine on 90% of all native jazz records. The royalty income, which affects, substantially, only the bandleader, composer, arranger, or star soloist, naturally depends on record sales, as do the profits of the various entrepreneurs. Small though the percentage is at home, and even smaller on foreign rights, a genuine bestseller, or a regular succession of steady sellers, produce a very tidy income. How tidy, those who earn it are reluctant to say, though that downright Lancashire ex-working man, Jack Hilton, once gave details of how much he earned in his heyday in the 1920s and early 1930s. He drew $116,000 from HMV in recording royalties for 1929, and a guaranteed $232,000 for the next 2 years from Decca. 3 Admittedly, Hilton was not only the unchallenged emperor of European dance bands, but a very shrewd man into the bargain. At the other extreme there are jazz records which sell considerably less than the $1,000 to $1,500 which covers the cost of making an LP in 1957-8. For instance, a record made annually on contract by a modern jazz musician, now turned arranger, sold precisely 386 copies in Britain. The only consolation for all concerned is that the demand for jazz records, unlike ordinary pop discs, is permanent. If a company is willing to tie up space and capital in them, they continue to sell to new generations of fans. There are old-fashioned 78 RPM jazz records which have never been out of print since they were first released 10 or 20 years ago, though they have probably never sold more than 2,000 copies on average per year. Fortunately, jazz records have this permanence and are fairly cheap to make since they generally require few musicians, allowing for retakes. 4 or 5 single sides or tracks can be made in a session. It has therefore normally been worth producing relatively uncommercial jazz records, even at inflated prices and production costs. At a guess, even in 1958 a cheap single record would certainly cover its cost with a sale of 2,000 or less and produce a modest profit with a sale of 4,000. Reissues of foreign or old records are naturally a great deal cheaper. Jazz records therefore become commercial in 2 ways, either because they are saleable in the open market, like any other pop record, but with the advantage that unsold stock does not become valueless in a month or 2, or when there is a sufficiently large public of aficionados existing to guarantee them a steady, if modest sale of, let us say, 1,000 to 1,500 copies. Until the later 1930s this latter possibility depended on convincing the commercial gramophone companies of the existence of a jazz public. This was done, with notable success in Britain, by a combination of pressure from outside, especially from the dance music press, and from inside, by the fifth column of jazz lovers in the dance music business who had the ear of the companies. From the later 30s, enthusiastic American amateurs began to reissue old discs and later to record live jazz directly for the aficionado public on small private labels or for hot record societies, a practice taken up after the war in Europe. Several of these private labels and catalogs were eventually taken over by the commercial companies, or developed into commercial labels. The jazz market for gramophone records has also benefited from the peculiar internationalism of the jazz public. To some extent, small sales in one country can be supplemented by the accumulated small sales of several others. For instance, records by King Oliver have been issued in the USA, Canada, the Argentine, France, Britain, Germany, Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, Denmark, Italy, the Netherlands, Australia, and Japan. His Blue Blood Blues was released by Columbia in France, Britain, Australia, and Switzerland. His Snake Rag reprinted in America, France, Britain, the Netherlands, and Australia. For a record which just breaks even in Britain may therefore still earn decent royalties by Scandinavian, Dutch, or Japanese sales. B. Long playing record. Selling price, 1958, per copy $4.20. Cost per copy, distribution, 52.5%. 1.58. Sleeve 0.35. Pressing, material, label 0.28. Artist's royalty, 5%. 0.15. Mechanical royalties, 6.14%. 0.19. Musicians, 10 men for 2 sessions, $291.20 at 1,000 sales per copy, 0.175. Studio costs $224 at 1,000 sales per copy, 0.13. Purchase tax 1.05. Maker's margin, overheads, publicity 0.30. Break-even point, say 1,200 sales. The cost of printing the sleeve assumes a run of 1,500. The estimates are of course approximate and perhaps pessimistic. They come from a very experienced record producer. An American estimate for 1960 is more ambitious. It sets the actual break-even point for an LP made by a small company at 3,000 sales and for a large one at 7,000. The average sale, however, is given at only 2,000 copies, which suggests that some LPs can still be made very cheaply. Outside and by now perhaps also inside America, the most important source of jazz and of livelihood for jazz players is today the specialist jazz public, or the institutions which have grown out of it, the jazz club, which began, essentially, as a club for listening rather than dancing to jazz, the jazz concert, and the specialized jazz record or broadcast. Most of these were first set up on a non-commercial basis by amateurs to meet the demand of other amateurs, or at most by commercial undertakings on the passionate promptings of amateurs. As jazz has become a more paying proposition, a business structure has grown up around this non-commercial nucleus, but it is largely distinct from the normal apparatus of show business. Its entrepreneurs, agents, impresarios, recording advisors, dealers, organizers, etc., are mostly former fans, critics, and musicians who have drifted into business with the tide of jazz popularity, all the more so because the established businessmen in the entertainment world lacked at first the interest, and later the know-how, to tap the jazz market. Collectors of the 1930s look after the jazz catalogs of the big American and British recording companies. The leading agency for jazz musicians in Britain is filled with former collectors, critics, pioneer jazz musicians, and others. A typical fan organization, the National Jazz Federation, non-profit making, originally a federation of jazz clubs, developed into a major organizer of jazz concerts, tours for visiting artists, and jazz clubs, while in America an avant-garde aficionado of considerable shrewdness, Mr. Norman Granz, succeeded in the 10 years after the war in building himself a sizable business empire on the dual foundation of a permanent concert road show of front-line musicians, jazz at the Philharmonic, and a cast-iron catalog of recording artists which he distributed on highly favorable terms, and under his own name and labels, through big companies when they came to need a jazz catalog. It is rather as though poetry suddenly became a commercial proposition, and former poets, reviewers, and organizers of poetry circles found themselves putting cigars in their mouths, taking planes to the USA or Europe respectively, and indulging in conspicuous expenditure in domestic cocktail bars and hi-fi. Business is business, but the jazz businessmen often still show marked traces of their non-commercial past, a passionate hostility to the color bar, a marked tendency to sympathize with left-wing politics, and an occasional willingness to subsidize wholly non-commercial music, if it is good jazz. The extent of the specialist demand for jazz may be gauged by the fact that an issue of the British Melody Maker, chosen at random early in 1958, listed 70 different clubs or other locations where live jazz was played between 1 and 7 nights weekly in London and the home counties, not counting 9 other jazz concerts, jazz artists appearing on ordinary music hall bills, the numerous, unadvertised, sessions of skiffle music and the like in various coffee bars, and various unadvertised clubs which employ jazz musicians. In the same week, and in the same area, there were 5 live jazz broadcasts on sound radio and none on TV. In America this specialized demand has always been much smaller, and perhaps more concentrated in the universities which have provided the most systematic engagements for adventurous jazz groups, but even there, especially in the later 1930s and 1940s, clubs and other joints combining commercial enterprise with a strong backing by the aficionados were rather important outlets for good jazz. For instance, Café Society downtown in Greenwich Village, which was for long a showcase for new jazz discoveries, and Nick's, which catered for the middle-aged intellectuals attempting to recapture their Dixieland youth. In France the aficionado clubs multiplied after 1944 in and around the Saint-Germain quarter, though they soon became commercialized, charging very high prices to all except a selected group of students who were let in free to create atmosphere. However, a cheaper alternative, the so-called discotheque clubs, which played exclusively jazz records, seemed to have been more successful there than in other countries. The specialist market has also produced a number of institutions patterned on the art music business, and of varying commercial importance, jazz festivals in Newport, Cannes, in Nice, Cannes, San Remo, and other European holiday resorts and, more recently in America, the University Jazz Recital and Summer School. From the musician's point of view these are spiritually rather than financially satisfactory, like the occasional recitals in the temples of official music, the Carnegie Hall, the Festival Hall, or the Salle Pleyel. They are a sort of cultural recognition of jazz, but too infrequent to count much. On the other hand, the organized concert tour has become the standby of many a jazz combination. Such tours are today much more speculative propositions than in the happy days before TV, when the touring band might play perhaps a quarter of their time as a variety show in cinemas, sheltered by the wings of the great stars, and the rest of the time strictly for dancing in roadhouses and ballrooms. But the decline of the cinema and of the American ballroom deprived the touring band of its fixed public and largely killed the increasingly expensive big band. During their heyday it was possible to hire a good sideman for the road for about $50 a week, but 1960 scale, i.e. the musicians' union minimum, for an 18-piece band was $2,700 a week. 5 Given the cost of top talent and the smallness of the jazz public outside a few big cities, the concert tour is risky, even though the wise promoter will reject any deal that will not allow him to make money on a 60% house. In consequence few jazz groups or shows could rely entirely on such tours even if they wanted to. It will be evident that the average jazz player gets his income, which is not normally a straight salary, in bits and pieces, a gig here, a longer engagement there, a radio program, a recording session, with luck a basic band salary to fall back on. Even if he has that, he must move about constantly, for in spite of the great increase in the jazz public, a band can rarely stay more than a few weeks in the same location. Not for the jazz audience the loyalty of the dance ballet, whose customers dance to the same band for decades. In London, at the time of writing, Only two clubs rely primarily on the same band night after night, and those are profoundly traditionalist jazz clubs, i.e. clubs playing what has by now become chiefly a dancing music. A band, and especially an expensive large band, must travel. Casual work and travel are therefore built into the jazzman's economy, especially if he wants to earn more than the barest minimum. This is all the more so because the foundations of that economy are extremely fragile. The leading player of today, like the leading actor, may be forgotten tomorrow. In America, the small jazz combination has, until recently, never lasted for more than a few weeks or months, though the post-war tendency to turn jazz into an art music which appeals to a public analogous to that for classical chamber music, but larger, has produced lasting small groups, the Dave Brubeck Quartet since 1951, the Modern Jazz Quartet since 1954. Norman Granz's Road Show, aptly named Jazz at the Philharmonic, was the first to tap this concert public systematically in 1946. There has so far been only a single example of a permanent large jazz band, Duke Ellington's, which has had a continuous existence since 1926 and includes at least one player who has been with the band since then, and several who have had continuous stretches of 10 years or more with it. In all but two big bands the turnover of personnel has been high. British bands, as one might expect, have been much more stable, being built largely on the fan public. Humphrey Lyttelton has had a band continuously for 12 years, which is about as long as is possible in the short history of British homemade jazz. There are both economic and psychological reasons for this instability. To run a jazz band, especially a large one, for any length of time as a paying proposition is extremely difficult, and requires gifts of organization, leadership, and business shrewdness which few musicians possess. Permanent attachment to a band also compels players to live one of the worst of all kinds of professional life, that of the touring artist, often passing through a succession of one-night stands. And even when the constant rootlessness happens to suit musicians, who may hate to be tied down, it is more than offset by the routine and discipline without which no permanent organization can work, but which freely improvising artists don't like. The good and permanent band is normally run by a martinet, or a natural front man with an eye to the public. Few jazz musicians like this, for their instincts are anarchist. All natural sidemen dream of a combo in which nobody will be leader, and everybody will always play as he feels, a band of brothers. But this, as long experience has shown, is a certain guarantee of rapid failure and disintegration. The bulk of jazz players therefore have a footloose and casual playing career, shifting from band to band and place to place, interspersing their temporary attachment to some establishment with periods of freelancing, and combining it all with recording, casual gigs, and anything else that is going. The musical biography of most players shows this pattern. At one extreme are the few solid, steady men who stay with the same band year in year out, headed by Harry Carney, whose 33 years with Ellington are almost certainly the world record. At the other the anti-organization men like the clarinetist Pee Wee Russell, playing with so great a variety of combos that complete documentation would be impossible. 6 in between come the rest, but nearer the Russell end of the spectrum than the Carney end. Financially it is not a bad life for a good musician who is widely known in the profession, and moderately reliable in turning up for work, that is to say who is not too drunk, too much addicted to drugs, or too generally crazy and irresponsible to do so. Irresponsibility is more common among white musicians who have graduated into the profession from being amateur aficionados and among some groups of the modernist revolutionaries than among the old-fashioned black players, or white players with a dance band background, who have the actor's professional conscientiousness on the job. The heart-rending stories of first-class musicians discovered starving on park benches have normally reflected not so much objective economic conditions, but the lack of foresight of the musicians themselves, or their stubbornness in refusing to play any but their own type of music, or their unemployability. Good unknown musicians have sometimes failed to break in, unadaptable ones playing or singing in an idiom which went out of fashion, have often failed to maintain themselves, and a large cloud of second-rank, semi-professional and occasional players, such as surrounds the core in any casual profession, have even more frequently known genuinely hard times. But the jazz profession is relatively small, relatively open, and very full indeed of camaraderie and craftsmanship. Every good player is a discoverer of talent. Most good players know one another and put one another in the way of jobs. And jobs, even those out of the limelight, are very reasonably paid when times are good. On the other hand, such reflections miss the point. Secondary poverty is built into the world of jazz, because it is, like acting or other types of show business, a world of casual labor which encourages free spending and discourages rational economic behavior. Such a world contains men and women who put enough by in times of prosperity to survive, or who have sense enough at the crucial moment to abandon playing in bands for some less impermanent work, arranging, regular studio work, setting up in business. But it also, and in greater numbers, breeds the sort of musician who forgets that $280 a week basic salaries, which is what a first-rate dance band musician might earn in England in the early 30s, do not last, or who does not care whether they last. Through this loose, shifting, small-scale, anarchic world the musician makes his way with the help or burden of a complex network of businessmen, whom he carries, agents, managers, publicity men, bookers, and the rest. Before the rise of the specialist jazz public, these were normally ordinary entrepreneurs, for whom the musician was a simple property, often entrepreneurs of the shady type which is bred in that zone between the day world and the night world, in which gangsters, gamblers, pimps, fight promoters, and other purveyors of nighttime entertainments and services exist. This is a zone of, at best, a certain boozy paternalism, and at worst, of buyers, sellers, and intermediaries who would make a fast buck out of their sisters, and pretend that they had only made 50 cents. The sullen, wary, but hidden hostility of musicians to the entrepreneurs and intermediaries is the reflection of generations of agents who took 30% and managerial fees, of gangster club owners who laughed at union scales and hours, of bookers whose blacklist could kill an artist, of engagements for women artists which came at the end of a series of beds. One of the leading American entrepreneurs began his professional career as manager of nightclubs in Al Capone's Chicago. Any American musician can tell of towns including New York in which engagements in the leading night spots and dance halls depended, and in some instances still depend, on the say-so of racketeers. It is a milieu beside which even the classical Hollywood film industry is relatively civilized, and which can be compared only with the milieu in which the fight business flourishes. In Europe the environment of the jazz business, even in its early days, was perhaps less dramatic, but no closer to the business ethics of the Sunday school. The rise of the specialist jazz public, and with it of businessmen who, whatever their other characteristics, have often been brought up as aficionados, has improved the situation somewhat. There are even examples of men who, like John Hammond, Jr., in America, have acted as remarkably efficient talent scouts, advisors, publicity men, and business intermediaries for an army of musicians without making or desiring to make money out of them. But if the worst examples of exploitation have perhaps retreated to the fringes of the jazz field, there is enough left over to preserve the musician's suspicious and generalized cynicism about those in the business who do not play instruments, but on whose goodwill the player depends. It can be broken down, but not easily. It is hard for the musician to feel that he is not surrounded at all times by fools, the ignorant fans, and knaves, the businessmen, publicists, etc., all of whom have a right to the business smile, the thousandth pose for the thousandth photograph which looks like all the others, the phony heartiness which may buy a chance, a job, a raise, a renewal of a contract, or a line of free publicity. It is therefore natural that so anarchic a business should have developed trade union and self-defense organizations, though a little surprising that so intractable a body of men and women as the entertainers should have succeeded in building strong ones, and the British Musicians' Union and American Federation of Musicians are very powerful indeed, as are the organizations of composers, writers, and others, ASCAP and the Performing Rights Society. Possibly in Britain the strength of the union derives from the working class background of the profession, in America from techniques into which it would be best not to inquire, for if the American Federation of Musicians is strong, its leader, James Caesar Petrillo, originally of Chicago, was also one of the more old-fashioned type of craft union boss with a bare-knuckle strategy. Actually, the jazz musicians themselves, a small and specialized minority within the profession, have done much less to build up the union strength from which they have benefited than the despised pit bandsmen and light musicians. And the iron hand of the union, where it is established, serves to keep everyone organized as well as to impose the union's will on the business. What difference a powerful organization, capable of imposing minimum scales, could make to the business is obvious. But these advances have been won in Britain and the USA by a ruthless policy of restrictionism, or the creation of a guaranteed and protected field of jobs for live musicians in the union's area. This has sometimes diverted the entire course of jazz. The rigorous ban on the importation of foreign bands into Britain between 1935 and 1956, solo musicians could get in under the looser rules of the Variety Artists Federation, and the 2-year shutdown on recordings which Petrillo imposed in America from 1942 to 4 are landmarks in jazz history. Both almost certainly did much to advance the traditionalist jazz revival, the British Union's ban by throwing British musicians onto their own resources, i.e. by leaving the British critics and jazz amateurs a clear field of influence, the American ban by bringing before the public numerous forgotten recordings from the company's pre-1942 catalogues, which they were obliged to issue for want of any new ones. On the other hand, the British ban almost certainly postponed the further evolution of British jazz by depriving our musicians of the chance of hearing good American artists in the flesh and playing with them. The startling acceleration in the evolution of British traditionalist jazz towards a more ambitious music can almost certainly be put down to the influence of the 2 visits of Count Basic's band in 1957. The American ban, in its place, held up the evolution of modern jazz, since it deprived the young New York experimenters of the chance of making records, and therefore winning a wider audience, until 1945. If the musicians and writers formed their organizations, the businessmen developed the usual tendencies towards monopoly, though in so fluid a business as that of popular music, this was and is rarely very stable. The gramophone companies, of course, have long been a small and tight group, though one which does not exclude competition, and indeed encourages it. The point is, that while the production of gramophones and records can be tightly controlled by a small group of firms in Britain, there are 2 main groups, EMI and Decca. The production of successful artists cannot. There can never be any guarantee that an unknown singer or band, recorded by a marginal enterprise, and fancied by some popular disc jockey, may not turn out a hit and set a fashion, leaving the established companies in frantic search for a new side to their catalogues. For the mass production of such unpredictable and changing commodities as hit tunes and hit artists still depends largely on general vigilance, guesswork, intuition, or plain luck. A label which virtually monopolized the good jazz, or the hits, in 1950 may find itself in 1958 with nothing but a back catalogue of unpopular music. For similar reasons, agencies which succeed in cornering most good jazz bands at a time when they can be put under contract cheaply, and then sell them on their own terms, can have no guarantee that they may not be left with an unfashionable set of artists on their hands. The only safe form of monopoly in this business, apart from such technical ones as those in pressing facilities, shellac, record distribution, etc., is the monopoly of booking. It is among the bookers that the tightest and most lasting controls have been established. Thus the Anglo-American band exchanges since 1956 have been largely handled by 1 or 2 British agencies, in close connection with the American bookers. However, except on the gramophone side, the jazz and pop music business is so fluid, and requires relatively so little long-term investment of capital, that these monopolist tendencies make comparatively little difference to the general picture, which is one of old-fashioned cutthroat competition. Jazz and pop music in general is one of the last frontiers of private enterprise. On these rhythmic waves, buccaneers of the old type can still sail their ships as gentlemen of fortune, outsmarting one another and anyone else, greasing palms, steering nimbly through the whirlpools of promoting, record making, publishing, managing, booking, plugging, and the rest. This is still the world in which smart young men can make it. The organization man, the tame psychologist, the economic advisor, are still far away. And so long as the cost of production of the hit tune or song, on which the industry rests, remains as low as it does, and that is a great deal lower than a film, a TV show, or a stage show, the jungle will continue to flourish in it, and the panthers will continue to prowl it, as they do the rather similar garment trade, enjoying the kill as much, and perhaps more, than the actual meal. An important question remains: what effect on the actual music has this web of business and technology in which jazz is enmeshed? The answer is, a very considerable effect. This is most easily seen by considering the most important technical medium of jazz, the gramophone record, without which the stylistic evolution of jazz is quite unthinkable. It was, and still is, to this music what art galleries are to the art student and books to the aspiring writer, an essential educational institution. To this day the majority of jazz lovers and players have learned their jazz largely from records, while musicians choose their style and train themselves by copying admired models on discs. This applies not only to deliberate movements of stylistic imitation like the New Orleans revival, which would certainly have been impossible but for the luck which made even very archaic jazz contemporary with the gramophone, and the prosperity of the American 20s, which even made blacks into record buyers. Few black jazz records of that period would have been recorded then for the white market. The educational influence of the record is universal. Without it, the living evolution of jazz would have been confined to limited groups of professional players or to particular cities in which there always happened to be good living jazz, as is proved by the failure of modern jazz to exert much influence during the Second World War when, as it happened, recording was temporarily interrupted for a few years. If trumpeters in London and Tokyo are influenced by Armstrong, sax players by Charlie Parker, it is primarily due to the gramophone record. The gramophone record has also made possible the permanent recording of much more flexible and experimental jazz than would otherwise have been possible. Regular bands, popular or jazz, have their established styles and repertoires which leave little room for dissidents. Paul Whiteman and Ted Lewis in the 1920s, whatever their private sympathies for hot jazz and both went out of their way to employ hot players, could no more have started to play it officially than they could have started to play symphonies. Their public did not come to them for that. The specialized jazz band has similar problems: a passionate bopper in a Dixieland band, a passionate New Orleans man in a modern group, a much more unlikely contingency, must keep most of their enthusiasm to themselves. Mr. Milt Jackson must play in the style of the modern jazz quartet when with that group, whether he wants to or not. Mr. Humphrey Lyttelton, who has been brave enough to change his band from a traditionalist to a middle period unit, is engaged in interminable polemics with former members of his public who regard this change as treasonable. But the recording session with a pickup band, or with a lasting group of men who normally played with other groups, filled this gap. It also enabled musicians under exclusive contract somewhere else to play what they liked under pseudonyms, a fact which gives headaches to scholarly discographers. By now jazz expertise and popularity are so widespread that few musicians can get away with this, though recent examples still spring to mind. Such purely studio groups have speeded up the evolution of jazz considerably, as witness Louis Armstrong's Hot Fives and Hot Sevens in the later 1920s. They have also ensured that artists otherwise buried in clubs or commercial bands became available on proper jazz records, e.g. the late Bixby Beck. During the Depression of 1929–34 the recorded history of jazz is largely confined to that of studio groups collected from time to time, like Spike Hughes's Negro Orchestra of 1933. In the 1930s the small ad hoc groups collected together by Benny Goodman sometimes for live performance, sometimes only for sessions were of equal importance, the trio, quartet, etc. In the early years of the bop revolution the fortunes of the new music depended primarily on studio groups. The jazz lover must have a soft spot for them not only as an enthusiast but as a citizen, for it was in the studio that the color bar was first effectively broken, thanks to the courage and initiative of men like Eddie Condon in the 1920s, John Hammond and Benny Goodman in the 1930s. Armstrong's Knockin' a Jug, 1929, is not merely a superb record and a fine example of the flexibility which the pickup band gave to jazz, but a monument to human progress as the first major jazz record made by a mixed black-white group. From a purely commercial point of view, the gramophone record also imposed a particular musical form on jazz composition, the 3-minute miniature. For until the end of the 1940s the 78 RPM disc with that approximate playing time was virtually the only kind on which jazz was recorded, perhaps because the 12-inch, 5-minute record was too expensive, perhaps because longer pieces, which involved changing records and breaking continuity, were unsuitable for dance music, almost certainly because it was the cheapest economic unit of record production. Now 3 minutes is a highly artificial time for jazz. The single dance, which is the most obvious unit for such music, would normally last somewhere near 10 minutes. A living creative jazz performance, as in a jam session, might without padding go on for 15 or 20. However, since for more than a quarter of a century permanent jazz performances had to be compressed into the 3-minute limit, musicians were obliged to invent an extremely dense, formally strict, concise form. They did so with extraordinary success. The late Constant Lambert was quite right to claim that no orthodox composer could compete with Duke Ellington within this length. But we have only to listen to any good jazz record of the pre-LPH to see that others were quite as successful.